Riaz, what's good, bro? Hey, Riaz, what's up, yo? You gonna have to help us. You gonna have to help us free. What do you call it? You gonna have to help us free. Chris Brown, bro. What's up? What's up, Riaz? What's up, bro? I see you. I see you. I see you. You guys, Michael Jackson. Yeah, yo, what's up, Riaz? Yeah, you're gonna have to help us out with Chris Brown, bro. Man, they're trying to get that nigga live. Well, we have a lot to talk about in this today topic of discussion. Go on, hey, go on, yo. That nigga A the building. Hey, what's going on, bro? Yo, that was a domination last night. Kinda like that was domination. You know what I mean? Domination. You know what I mean? I thought Boston was gonna defend themselves, but they didn't. You know what I mean? Straight domination last night. Shout out to the Knicks. I picked the Knicks over what do you call it? Pacers. You know what I mean? They have a better team. But yeah, shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody in the building. You already know what we're doing. We're going to talk about this. Megan Thee Stallion fans, which I don't think it's a good idea. Donate money to inmate that stabbed Tory Lanez, 14 times. And as I said, this is crazy because I got this music off. Hold on. Yeah, dog. This is crazy, people, because the man is innocent, bro. And I'm like, damn. And I, as I said, if people think they could, allegedly, I'm just saying this, I know Jay-Z and them thinking, oh, if they could donate money to a fan and it won't come back to them. You know what I mean? That's the next way to make a person not know where the hits come from by when you do something like that. Make sure I hit the like button for me, please. Don't say one like up right there. You know what I mean? I got how much people up in here? 9? Hit the like button for me out, please. You know what I mean? As I said, it's crazy to me. It's just crazy. But once again, free Tory Lanez. We're gonna talk about this. Cassie, text messages saying she's always ready for a free cough. Annoying, bugging Diddy. Chris Brown getting arrested. Yeah, we're going to talk about all this stuff today, y'all. Make sure you hit the like button for me, please. Share me out if you can. If you can't, that's cool with me. So now I'm saying I'm just in here to, do and, promote this content here. And, as I said, this is sad, though. We got to understand this, especially the people that are dying, that are buying, my bad, that are, our dads. Because, man, we seem to get bashed even when we're innocent. And this is a story here where, as I said, I don't see no black woman coming out and bashing this girl. I see more white, more, Filipino and Chinese girls bashing Megan Thee Stallion. Hear me about bashing Megan Thee Stallion. So as I said, that shouldn't happen. It shouldn't have happened. You guys, I'm just saying that's wrong. And then to have this girl donate, her fans donate, and that's how you hide money. As I said, you want to put a hit on somebody, just get the fans to donate the money. So it won't come back to you. You give the fan the money and they donate it. There's a code, there's a hit. You know what I mean? But allegedly, we're gonna talk about all that. You see what I'm saying? But that's the way how you hide a hit on somebody. Get a fan to donate some money. And that's what I'm saying. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, is definitely is a hit. Is a hit. So we're gonna talk about that. I don't know why people think they could get away with that stuff. I don't know why, but you will get caught. The money trail, all of that, you will get caught. You will get caught, journalists. You will get caught. So we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna break that down. What else am I talking about? It's just a whole lot of stuff. Now I seen everybody saying, "Oh, Cassie's not innocent." Hey, I was the first one to do that, right? Hey, I was the first one 2 days ago to say, yo, Cassie not innocent. Way before, she stepped off the stand. I see somebody say, oh, she's not making videos. She's not that innocent. Well, y'all didn't know innocent was a key word. Duh. You know what I mean? But whatever. You know what I mean? I see these big YouTubers. I'm gonna start calling y'all out. So I know some of y'all people sub to y'all watch them, y'all steal this shit. See the word for word that me and AZ and Rice be saying in there. Real talk. It's crazy. Everything I be saying, people be saying in their lives. So what the hell? I was the first one to. Was that Rice? What's going on, family? Hey, was I not the first one to say, yo? Was I not the AZ? Was that me and Rice? You know what I mean? And Hazy wasn't the first one to say, yo, if they can't, because I hear Willie D saying it, I hear Charmaine the Guard saying Breakfast Club, they might have to lock Cassie up to get real time out of Diddy. I said that first before anybody. They need to go ahead and free this man. Yes, bro. Man, tell your dog, this is crazy. Crazy, but they need to free Tory Lane though. This does not look good. As I said, I seen a lot of light-skinned Filipino women, a lot of light-skinned Puerto Rican women, and a lot of Puerto Rican women, a lot more whites, but I'm just trying to say if it's all Megan Thee Stallion fans that are black that are donating money to this inmate, you know what I mean? And as I said, that's a next way of, you give somebody money to somebody, you know what I mean, and say, yo, here you go, donate this so they can't see this. You hide the money trail when you do that. But that shit could come back to you. Yeah, it could come back to you. So whatever they're doing over there that I think they could, they could hide and get away with, it's gonna come back. It's definitely gonna come back. It's definitely gonna come back. That time he's hold on, let's see what I want to say. What? Everybody getting sued, yo. And Nuggets on Sunday, yo. Don't worry, Nuggets gonna win on Sunday. Right? So I told you Nuggets was gonna win, right? Yeah. Knicks was, Knicks. Yeah, they were doing their thing. Man, Cassie, bro. Cassie even cheated on her husband. Cheated on her. That's what I'm saying. Like, people, when we in this, yo, she cheated on that man for a year with Diddy. A year. Just like what Miss DMG was saying. This don't make no sense. Y'all together for 11 years, and this happened 10 years ago. That mean that he should have known that though, but he probably knew. As I said, both of them, but only. Oh God, John, we don't do this morning, please. We don't do this. Oh, Diddy kids is definitely. Yo, it's just everything is just nasty. As I said, back when I was growing up, my grandma would never watch this stuff. This stuff would have never been on TV in my mom days and my grandma days growing up. This era of TV is very weird. Very, very weird. And they say, oh, we're protecting the kids. We don't want the kids. You guys think the kids are way more smarter than ever before. The kids are reading since they're like 4 or 5 years old. What are you guys on? What's wrong with you guys? This generation is reading before they could figure, right. And I'm telling you, all the black kids, smart as fuck. All them Latin kids, all them Puerto Rican and Mexican kids, they smart as fuck. All them Filipino kids, they smart as fuck. Because they don't stand up for fuckery. You know what I mean? When they see this shit, they gonna call it up. That's what I said. That's the difference between, women. Like, you see, we shouldn't have a whole bunch of other women in the other nation riding for Tory like that, and black women just sitting there. Well, we should donate money to a person who donates money. Think about this, right? You know what I mean? John, and everybody in the chat. Who donates money? Who donates money, bro? Who donates money to a man that almost killed an innocent man in jail? You guys see the time? This is we're living in a demon time, yo. You know what I mean? The Bible tells you this, and we're gonna talk about Bible, John. The Bible tells you friends will become enemies, your best friends. Your family, you will become enemy. Like, you know what I mean? People that will turn on you, that you won't even notice that will turn on you. You see what I'm saying? This is what's going on in the music industry. It's going on with Diddy. It's going on with it went on with R. Kelly. It went on with the youth that got the kid that stabbed that white kid. and nobody's talking about it because that kid was doing drugs before he was doing a whole lot of drugs and fentanyl before he pulled up on that kid and that black kid stabbed him defending himself. They're not telling you about that. Bro, they're trying to kill our culture, bro. They's trying to kill our culture. Who pays? Who pays? Who pays go and donate? You see what I'm saying? Who donates to a person that almost kills an innocent man? I'm just trying to show you what this world is today. Where this world, and I believe, you know, Rock Nation gave the fan the money to donate to make it look like, you know, it was just a fan who would do it. But you're gonna get caught. You will get caught. You will get caught. People are, and this time people flip so quick. People will tell you, yes, I'm down with you, and then they'll flip on you tomorrow. You know what I mean? Especially when they're doing shit and they don't want to go to jail. This is the time we're in right now, people. People gonna flip on you ASAP. ASAP. They will flip on you. I'm telling you this. But I want to know who donate. This lady right here, I'm telling you, you a Megan Thee Stallion fan? I don't know how you carry yourself as a black woman and say you're pure and you're a queen. I don't know how you do it. I don't. You see what I'm saying? Real talk. This is crazy. You know, this is crazy. Now, Cassie, you know, the bodyguard, you know, and Cassie, the bodyguard should have been sticking up for Tory Lanez. Should have been like, yeah. But the bodyguard was like, shut. You know what I mean? Why am I gonna say nothing at the trial? Actually, no, this was a setup. I mean, I'm supposed to be protecting they told the bodyguard not to say nothing. But that's why I did them, because a lot of people say, why didn't say nothing at the trial? Well, if they don't want to hear your case, and tell her, yo, Rice be like, you know what, such and such and such. And we've seen this with what's his name again? OJ. Right? They gave OJ a deal, make him sign so he can't take the phone records out to show that he was on the phone at the same time. A lot of stuff. That's why I said we gotta watch how we sign papers. Who donates, y'all? Who donates to a convicted killer? What almost kill an innocent black man, dog? I don't get that shit. And you guys wonder why. You guys know why people are burying their guns. You know what I mean? So when the government come, fuck it. They can't find it. Bury it somewhere. You know what I mean? Real shit. Because they take your shit, they gonna turn on it. Real talk. They take your weapons, they gonna turn on it. You know what I mean? They gonna make people turn. As I said, a lot more crazy shit gonna go on in 2026. You're gonna see more people running over police, allegedly, because they are shooting, you know what I mean, shooting people, and there's nothing coming out of it. And when you see a government that says, oh, we're gonna protect all the police, anybody do anything to them, they get in life. What do you think police gonna do? They're gonna run them over. What do you think niggas gonna do when police attack and shoot them? You know what I mean? You got a government that's protected, they gonna run them over. You know what I mean? And real shit. And they can take my kid's life. You know what I mean? I don't care who he is. I'm looking for him. I'm gonna put it on him. If you could go out there and hate on your homie and hate on a black man for doing something positive and bringing them down, listen, man, somebody do something to your kid, you could go out there and then put them down too. Real shit. Real talk. That shit is the most gangster shit I ever seen for the 2020 5. That nigga who run over that, you know what I mean, police for his son. Real shit. Ain't nobody taking my kids away from me. You know what I mean? We can go out there and take a next nigga life because the next nigga take a homie life. But we can't protect our kids. Bro, we gotta, if we don't protect our kids, we're gonna protect our kids first. Yo, listen, man. But that story right there is crazy. You know what I mean? Azion, I know you feel the same way too, because you love your son, bro. You know what I mean? I know Rice feel the same way. I know Burns Rice sometimes he can't, you know what I mean? He can't manipulate his son to stay out of trouble. But like what Rice said, once they're at that age, they're adult, they're 19, they make that thing for themselves. You could only bring them to the water. You can't force them to drink it. These are the facts. You see what I'm saying? That's when I hear people talk about certain people, I say, you guys don't even know. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Real shit. Real shit. Yeah, I know. I know, Rice. You know about going to. Already, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? So I'm gonna tell you guys this, bro. I don't like this. And when I hear donate, it's the first thing the white girls are say, well, no white girls is donating to Megan. It's all black girls. That's what they're talking. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You guys' future are messed up. I'm telling the future because we don't stand up for each other. As I said, look, R. Kelly, Puff, the Shadura Standard. Now we locking up Chris Brown. We just locked up Antonio Brown. We just locked up Young Miami. What are we doing? What are we doing? We gonna lock up all the black? My bad. This is a part of the reset. Oh, it's a part of the reset. It's a part of the great reset. You know what I mean? So we lock up all the we lock up all of the people, all the artists as giving people sexual healing, right? Yo, let me drop the link for cuz yeah, hey, you know, hear that. I'm sorry, something. Yeah. I heard that, right? They must have read it. I'm black. Read it. White girls are black. Are black. That's what you're talking about, right? That's what you're talking about, right, Rice? That's what you're talking about, right, Rice? They saying redheads are black girls? Bro, we got a lot to talk about today, bro. But I always wonder why redheads always love black men so much. That's what we're talking about, right? Listen, this is some crazy stuff going on in the world today. I'm telling you. You know, um, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. And one look like I don't know. Yo, that's what I'm hearing. But I always felt like redhead have more. I'm not gonna lie. Redhead always have more of a like, you know, a softer spot in their heart when it comes to black man. It's always been like that with me though. I don't know why. You know what I mean? It's like it just seems like their love is when it comes to brunettes and redhead, they don't fake their love when it comes to black man. And that's just me though. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's just me. I could be wrong, you know what I mean? But I know
What's
that for a
up,
fact.
bro?
That is Rice. What's good, family? Good morning. I know it's morning for you out there too.
Yeah, man.
Mm-hmm. There's a
Did
lot
you
of
hear
shit.
that?
Yeah, I heard that. My girl is the one that pointed out to me and showed it to me. I'm like, I lied.
Man, let me tell y'all, redhead girl with these freckles and stuff. Uh-uh. No,
Yeah,
no.
yeah, Rice.
Okay?
Yeah.
No. I don't know why these black people
You
do
gotta
this to
remember though, Rice. The
themselves.
outside girl, she was a
Oh
redhead,
my
right?
goodness.
And then she went and then she colored her hair. Remember the Catch Me Outside girl and the Nikki girl, the Vicky girl was saying that she 2% black. That girl was a redhead and then she changed her head to blonde. You said the Catch Me Outside girl, she was a redhead.
Man, Chef, have you ever read about the white lady that was running the NAACP?
No, never heard about her.
Tell sister look that up on the back end and you see what this white woman and her parents say. We don't know where she got this from. She told them folks she was black the whole time. She got to the head of the NAACP, y'all.
Yeah,
And it was a whole white woman that had just made her hair. She kept getting perms and picking it out so she'd look like she had curly hair.
yeah. I
I
don't
don't
know,
know
right?
where I don't know who told these redheads this. Obviously, somebody, they said in the black community, they said that we're black now.
Yeah,
And I
somebody.
was like,
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you,
no,
Rice.
let's
They trying
just,
to reset. Rice. They
let's,
trying to reset our culture. Don't you
let's
see what's
stop.
going on?
Yeah, and let's stop this because you, you get the benefits of white people. You get the benefits. Don't sit and
That's
act
why
like,
when these
well, they're
brothers,
just so mean to me at work. Yeah,
yeah,
but you're before me getting hired under any extreme, even if I have more experience and more.
bro, they're trying to erase our culture, Rice. They're trying to tell us what we is, what we are, who's black, who's not, da da da. You know what I mean? Like
That's this is
that.
why I talk to this is why I talk to my African brothers and sisters, and I'm
Right,
glad we got TikTok because
right,
I can straight talk to my African brothers and sisters who
right. And they listen to us.
everything that our government has told us about them completely,
It's a lie. It's a
as
lie.
far as their cities and their poverty, is a lie.
Right.
Y'all, they have more technology than we do. I can't even front. That's why
They got more
Burkina
intelligence.
Faso's able to make their moves he make. They got weapons too. They
They
got,
got Rice. They got more intelligence than these kids over here too. Like they
yes.
smart. You know,
and they
and
know 2 and 3 languages before they.
yeah,
It's normal for other countries to know 2 or 3 languages. And come on, y'all, in the United States, we be on this app and we be looking at big creators that be stealing our stuff.
yep,
They can't even read. That's why they steal our stuff, because we read the
right,
information. They come back and see what me, Hazy, and Shep talking about,
right.
and they steal the shit
Uh,
word for me,
yo, everything that we said,
motherfucking word.
Rice, everything that we said about they need to give Cassie time if they want to give Diddy real time came up on Fox, CNN yesterday. I'm like, okay, well, we was the first one that was saying this. Why are you guys saying this now? You know what I mean? Why are we making it look like, oh, y'all didn't know
Be,
that this girl was not gonna look guilty? Understand? Everybody knew that before. If we knew that before,
they
you guys are the media trying to slow man and trick these girls. You know what I mean? And have corrupted.
Nah, they what they found out is that a lot of the general public, especially some of us, we have a lot of good common sense and we ain't stupid. And we not just gonna fall for anything. So when we started bringing in law and situations, they said, hold on, wait a minute. We can't just do the man like this because they right.
Right? People watching. As I said, this is not cool, people. You know, who pays a man for an innocent man to get stabbed up? No, pays. That's why I know this is a hit, Rice. Rice, how do you do? You know the streets. You know what I'm saying? I know you know the streets, Rice. I ain't got a question. You know what I'm saying? But Rice, the way you pay is you could say, yo, a fan donate to them. I never get, you know what I mean? How much, you know what I'm saying? To
Yep.
you pay that hit, you make a fan donate that money to.
But a fan, what interest does a fan
Right. Right.
having donating to somebody? Because we gotta make sense of this.
Right.
What sense is it gonna make for a fan to do a hit on a guy in jail that can't produce anyway? He ain't stopping nothing you doing, and it's your fan, not his. So the fan is looking for your music, not his death. That's
Right.
stupid.
Thank you. Thank you.
He
Right.
can't even make no album. I
Thank
could
you.
see if he like made a diss track
Right.
like Tory Lanez and maybe a Drake fan caught him somewhere and it was like that. Okay, yeah. But no, not in jail
No.
already. A fan is not gonna do that because that doesn't make any rational sense for a fan to get mad at Tory Lanez who ain't making no music in jail.
Right.
He's
Right.
out of the scene. We didn't hear about Tory Lanez until when? Till he got stabbed. Till he got stabbed up. Now think about it like this:
Right.
if he ain't in the news, why would a fan just randomly say, you know what, Tory Lanez in jail, I'm gonna pay a hitman
Yeah.
because he ain't been in the news in a
Right.
while? That's stupid.
That's dumb. Yeah. That's dumb saying a fan donate to Tory for Tory Lane, inmate. That's stupid as hell. That's so dumb. How does he get to set up a GoFundMe to raise money? You know what I mean? For like how does that even work? Y'all are out here stopping black man from like, Diddy and them for GoFundMe and all other shit. R. Kelly and all that. But y'all raising make it make sense. Y'all GoFund raising money for a convicted killer.
Well, that's because this people are they're comfortable with doing this stuff because the administration we have right now is I'm just not even gonna sugarcoat it. It's a Nazi regime, and nobody wants to see it like that.
I agree with you.
And that's why I think if you're in the military, man, you should resign and let them have their own fight, because this is a Nazi regime, and you don't want to be all over the world right now as a United States military. You don't. Not with this administration has took the veil off the whole damn corporation, off the whole damn government. If we find out everybody's the same.
This don't make no sense, right? So I'm like, damn,
Everybody.
don't make no sense. No sense. As I said, yo, that listen, people, rally. Don't. I heard people say people don't know to fight. Rally together. We should be together. Like it's true thing. We've been saying this. Me, Rice, and we've been saying this. Like, yo, we gotta start coming together. I mean, everybody white, black, because this shit right here is just getting out of hand. They're not even using the white woman against. They're using the fucking black woman against. Yo,
They
y'all.
using a black man, and that's what Ibrahim Tarim said. He said, you know what's more embarrassing than anything? Before I got here, it wasn't no gold reserve. I made a gold reserve. What's up, Hazy? I made a gold reserve. So it wasn't no gold reserve. So ain't no way in the world we keeping the gold for ourselves when it wasn't one. It wasn't an ounce of gold here. We started saving gold for our treasury because we know the game. And then we started helping everybody else out. Yeah, that's what it was, AZ.
Yep. What you got?
And we started helping everybody that was out. And so helping everybody out with our gold reserve.
Yeah.
And now you're acting now he said, like he said, it don't even bother me that he's an American. It bothers him most that he's a black man and they always using black folks to, like he said, look at Gaddafi.
Right. Come on, yo.
Go through all the leaders that we've been told that are tyrants and doing things very wrong. Meanwhile, we in their country harboring their people.
Right.
Now we wouldn't, let's be honest, as the United States citizen. Why do we have why was the main reason we put guns in the states in the citizens? So nobody could come over here and do us like that, right?
Right.
Right? So what sense does it make for us to go all over the world and do people like that? And now the hens have come back to roost, because now we don't have a friend in the world. Ever since he brought up Tory said some very particular thing. What'd he say? He said, if you love France and UK so much, how come you ain't got a military base there? Hmm.
It's
That's a
just
that's a that's a yeah.
right. This is a reset. As I
He
said,
told him.
people don't
And
understand.
we're
Yo,
cut out of the reset. The United States is cut out of the reset. Your president did the shit on purpose.
a lot of shit we gonna
Cause
talk. That nigga said he want LeBron James out the NBA, bro. Too much. He's a billionaire. He can't be in the NBA. Too much tax.
mm,
He said he not funding. He not funding the NBA if they don't have LeBron retire by this season.
they don't care. Most of the money comes from China anyway. That's why they gotta be. That's why the NBA ain't said nothing about China. China has its own NBA. The last time somebody said something about the NBA, said something about China, was a dude in Houston who said, "Oh, they got slave labor going on in China." And China said, "Okay, we do. Tell you what, watch this. Bam, put all that money back, and they fired that joker from Houston the next day. He didn't have no job. Just for that one little statement. And they ain't said it no more.
Right. You
This
know
is
this.
how a bunch of our industries in this country right here are Chinese ran, and you'll never know it because they're really on the back end of the manufacturing. So it might look like it's coming from France, but that's because China made it. They sent it to France. France hiked the price up to send it over here, put a couple straps on it, and said, "Yeah, this is French." And that's with everything. That's with everything. This game is over, y'all.
It is. When you see people could rejoice and an innocent black man, bro, show you that slavery is still there. When
It's
somebody
it, yeah.
rejoice and an innocent black man and say, well, a fan did it, a fan donated. How are you going, like what Rice said, that don't make no sense. How a fan going down into Tory Lane for Megan and Stallion all of a sudden because, and when the fan donated, when Tory Lane new evidence come out, you just happen to donate the money to the convicted killer. That make a lot of sense. Like people don't even listen. That's what you know when they build up lies and they can't cover their lies. They try
Like
to
I say, we didn't have to have an OJ case
yeah.
if they would have released the phone records. I don't know about that Marcus Moore, but I do know this that I know that they don't have to have it because they own most of the country. Uh, them in Japan and a lot of other countries, we're so far in debt.
On military base in the United States. How does he know that?
Well, I don't know. All I know, I live next to a military base, and I'm gonna tell you right now, ain't no Chinese nowhere on this shit. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I live in Temple, Texas. Fort Hood, Fort Cavazos is right there, 20 minutes away. I go there all the time. Ain't no Chinese owning a goddamn thing in Fort Hood. Nothing. Ain't no Chinese owning nothing around no military. But I say I don't know about that. I don't even know where you got that from.
Right.
I don't have to Google it. I live here. I don't have to Google it. I will. This is what I do. I'm gonna get my camera Put it in my car, and I'm gonna drive for 15 minutes and turn the camera on, and I will show you that ain't nobody owning nothing around no military. China don't own nothing around the military base.
Yeah,
I deal with a lot of military people all the time.
what you say? Google it. Well, I don't even
If you
trust Google.
go, I tell you, Google Temple, Texas, and then Google Killeen, Texas, and you'll see that most of the businesses owned in Killeen are black-owned businesses. No, China ain't got a hold on none of that. My son live in Lampasas. That's on the other side. We go to Belton Lake all the time. Don't know Chinese people live around them lakes. All them white people,
All I know is,
filthy rich white people.
and you see what the people are saying that they set up Chris Brown over there because 2 years ago the charger was not like that, and Chris Brown went and there's some different people that came up to him, and charged him. You see what I'm saying?
They just pressing they pressing everybody right now. They're pressing everybody right now. And I'm gonna tell you something. I knew this was gonna happen with the app right after they picked up Big U. Had nothing to do with Big U telling nothing or nothing.
Right.
But I could tell you what, a Nazi regime, the first people they're gonna go after is the black people. Indiscreetly. If they can't do it straight up, we had the people in Cincinnati try that. We just had two KKKs go in the middle of Atlanta and get laid down and nobody cares. Y'all didn't hear about that? The two KKK members that went to the hood in Atlanta thought they was gonna start up, and nobody cares.
I never heard that. Cause nobody said nothing about it.
Yeah, two KKK members went to Atlanta, dressed in their outfit, going into the hood like they gonna start something. Brick don't have no money. Bricks isn't a currency. It doesn't work like that.
Hey, Marcus, you can hit the link, but you got to.
Yeah, you can hit the link because I've been talking about bricks since two. How long I've been talking about this shit?
Oh wow, long time.
A long time, huh? No, bricks ain't like that.
That is real talk.
Bricks
Right?
is a formation. It's a trade agreement. It has nothing. They don't have their own currency. They might be looking to do that in the future, but right now they don't have their own currency. BRICS don't have its own currency. All those nations involved in BRICS got their own currency. Chinese yen, the Russian ruble, the South African, whatever they got, the Brazilian, whatever they got, the Indian, whatever they got, the EU, whatever they got.
Yeah. But
It's funny that our president, he kind of yelled on his last administration about how Hillary was just wrong from taking stuff from Qatar, and then he took a $400 million plane. And let me tell you something now. Qatar set him up beautifully. Do y'all know how old that plane was? They've been trying to get that plane away for 4 administrations.
Right.
That was a setup. That was a setup. Because right when they came back, they said, "We sorry, we brought him over here." That man didn't come over here to deal. He don't even care about making America first. All he wanted to do was get a pat on the back, and then he'll do anything we tell him to do as long as we pat him on his back and tell him he's a good dude. He said he ain't want to talk about any policy or nothing. BRICS not run at all. BRICS not like that. That's not what BRICS is. It's a trade agreement. They vow to trade with each other. That's what BRICS is. They don't have a currency. Everybody got their own currency. China is an acronym in BRICS. They got the Chinese yen. Russia is an acronym in BRICS. They got the Russian ruble. They're not combined.
But yeah, Maurice, come up, bro. We're not trying to, you know what I mean?
I mean, you can come up, bro, and I can give you a rundown on it.
We talk about a topic for an hour, then we switch to the next topic, and then we'll talk.
Yeah. And Marcus, I've been talking about BRICS since they came out. Everybody on here laughed at me. They told me I didn't know what I was talking about, and that was a conspiracy. We're here now.
because I know because I know people will try to change the topic because they try to make
Yeah,
they
cause
get
bricks.
I
Yeah,
I just want to know why people think it's okay to cheer for a girl that has fans out there that are sending donating to a next black man, right? To a next black man. I mean, to an inmate to take on the next black man. That don't make no
that
sense.
ain't no make no sense, and I don't know what Megan fan would do that. I don't. Come on, y'all. Let's be honest. Megan really don't got that many fans.
Right.
A lot of these artists we finding out that they say the best and got sold all these albums. Ain't nobody never really heard them albums. Like when people will say Jay-Z the greatest and this, that, and the other, and everybody down, all us down south was like, who the fuck is that?
Right.
Y'all act like he the Michael Jackson of rap. And niggas down south ain't nobody ever bumped no Jay-Z ever until Big Pimpin'. And the only reason we bumped that, cause why? Pimp C and Bun B. Before that, we didn't give a fuck. We didn't know who a Jay-Z was. We didn't give a damn.
Yeah, that to me is
Gotta be honest with you.
that to me is gonna make Jay Z look some type of way. And Tony Busby is probably like, yeah, this is my perfect time to go look up Jay Z had no legal thing to do with send this fan no money because they could. You know what I'm saying? Because I want to know how much money this fan donate.
Why?
Why
Why
you
you
just
think they call him?
a bunch of money
Yeah,
to a random convicted killer that you don't know?
right. Why you think they call him Mr. Knowles? Because Beyonce following is really a lot stronger and realer than he is.
Right,
Completely. She
right,
got every girl in the world in the beehive.
right.
This nigga's supposed to be the best rapper ever. Ain't nobody, no. Who name one person who aspires to rap like Jay Z? I'll wait. Name one rapper you heard ever say, I want to be like Jay Z.
Not lying, right? Not
I'm
lying.
just being honest with you. When Wayne even said it on the interview when they were talking about, just say he was like, yeah, I was cool when I met Jay Z and I realized who he was through the industry, but certain people
Hey, right.
you have to give up something to get something, and he made a huge sacrifice. So
He tried to
when
he tried to he tried to low key blackball Lil Wayne too, Bill.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
and you know why? Because Wayne said in that first interview, no, I never heard a Jay Z song or album down here. He ain't lying. We didn't listen to that, y'all. Back then, the New York rappers, no one could relate to New York rappers but New York rappers, and they section that shit off so sick. Yeah, I don't know if y'all know the documentary that MTV did on New York on how they rotate around their own little city and watch out for each other, which is cool because you go on the West Coast, you go to a club, you're gonna hear all flavors of music. You go to the East Coast, all you gonna hear is them. They ain't playing nobody else. That started the DJs all over the rest of the country when they saw that documentary. That stopped them from playing New York music. And on the cool, no one could relate anyway. We don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. I'm not lying. We don't. We didn't start knowing what y'all were talking about until 50 came out and stole the down south gangster style. Let's talk. We gonna talk real. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
50 Cent ain't a New York rapper. He's an Atlanta rapper that was born in New York. All his lingo he used ain't none of that New York lingo.
They just, everybody just fucking up the game, bro.
That's Atlanta lingo. His whole album.
Yeah. I don't get why people and like Jay Z gotta sit behind and pull strings like that and do dumb shit like that. As I said, if they find out that this fan is not a fan like that, they and donate the money by and connect it, even if he was just a rapper that was part of his label, and he's gone long, he's done. So people think they can come back and find out these things, man. They gonna find out. You know what I
That's
mean?
why I say they locked up Chris Brown for some shit 2 years ago.
Yeah,
But again,
that was
all of these rappers, I hope this Charlemagne the God and all y'all hear this. You had Dick Gregory on your show, and what did he tell you to your face, Charlemagne? What did
what's
he tell
that?
you to your damn face?
Right.
He told you that he don't hang with artists and entertainers, and this is why. You don't get out without being unscathed. You don't get out without somebody trying to tarnish and ruin your name.
Right.
So he don't hang with nobody. He don't do the things they do, because the moment you don't go to a party or you don't do what they say, they gonna find something else you used to do and use it against you. That's how the devil operate.
Yeah.
The devil tell you the whole time, come follow me, do all the wrong, and don't worry about it. I got your back. And then the moment you don't do something the devil tell you to do, guess what happens? Everything that you did, he tell everybody, well, this is who he really is, y'all.
Exactly. I'm still all your secrets.
This is who he really is, y'all.
All your secrets.
D, come on, man. All this shit that going on, we act like they ain't been know this.
That's why
Chris,
everyone's like,
if they didn't been know this, how come Chris Brown case 2 years old?
yeah, exactly, right? And he went back there before after that. Why y'all never locked him up? You know what I mean? Why y'all never locked him up before when he came back?
That I'm just saying, act like it seemed like y'all been knowing.
Like I said,
Seemed like y'all been knowing.
yeah. Everybody, yeah, they've been knowing, right? They just been watching. You know what I mean? They've been knowing, bro. They've been knowing that they've been coming after Chris Brown. They've been know, you know what I mean? They've been know that they was gonna do all this stuff was going on. They've been knowing that
And
they've been know that Cassie was,
right.
calling Diddy and telling Diddy like I'm ready for the next freak off. They know all this, but they just wanted the media to sidetrack to other what's going on with everything else because we know something else is going on. The Tory Lane and all the story right here, Diddy's story. Cause we all everybody, even you hear the juries in the courtroom yawning and all that shit. They're getting bored. You know what I mean? They don't want to hear this.
But Big U said it. He said, "Look, bro, they following everybody around. They're trying to clear the streets." And look what's happening. Putting it Bond first, didn't or whatever one of them young wrestlers. Ain't he in jail too?
Who? Say that again.
One of them rappers from Chicago that they went and got.
Dirk.
Yeah, whichever one.
Supposed to be coming up. They plan. Apparently, the Fed. They plan evidence on.
Didn't he say they trying to clear the streets? So if they planted evidence on him, what make you think they can't lie on Big U?
Right.
Cause we finding out Shitty Lope done came out with some shit out of jail, said it had nothing to do with Big U. Big U ain't called nobody 30 minutes before Nip got murdered. I don't know where this shit, y'all, the internet just make up shit and y'all run with it. Ain't none of that shit ever happened.
Right, they make up a lot of lies, bro, on the internet. Let them run with it. And when me and you and Hazy and you're talking the truth, they coming over here banging us. Oh, you guys don't know what you guys are just saying. No, but you guys are the same people that going back to these big channels that are and use and acting like you guys came up with and telling these fucking content creators and letting them using it too. Like, knock it out.
Big U told you. Now I told one thing I'm gonna say to you. If I knew you personally and we could have a conversation, very respectfully, I say, Big U, you know that was kind of crazy for you to be taking money from them people and not showing them people your receipts, right? That's your biggest mistake.
So
but I don't see.
Right, hold on. I'm gonna give it back to you. Why is he? Where does Big U come in Chris Brown's situation?
Well, what I'm saying is he warned everybody that they was gonna start coming after people because of the way that they was doing him.
Yeah, you're right. You're right as hell. Fact.
That's why he said, "Pray for me. Pray for me." Now look, everybody getting locked up. And Jay, it's just a matter of time, bro.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time for Jay-Z. I said this so-called quote unquote. What did they say, right? Fans donate.
And you know, and I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you a big reason why all this is coming out with these people. I want you to go back to the Epstein case and actually who was on the cases, who people listed as being at Epstein parties, because Epstein parties and Diddy parties got the same folks.
Right. The same folks.
I bet y'all didn't know that.
The same people, right? The same people. That's why somebody was saying to me yesterday, like, oh, you know, Chef,
the same people that
party was at Epstein party. It's real talk.
Prince Harry. Right. Well, that's our nigga. Since he a ginger, he a redhead. I guess he black. Since they say that these freckled redhead folks is black people. No wonder he liked that woman. But I don't know. That's just what they keep saying. They keep making this claim on TikTok. But it's a lot of people that, like I said, that Epstein, the reason why they don't release the real Epstein case log and the real list, because it could topple governments. We might not have, hey man, but what Epstein did and all the people involved, we might not have nobody in the White House.
Mhm.
Nobody.
Nobody, because a lot of people from the White House was at certain parties, and if we're gonna do it,
Nobody.
monster and all that. That's why I tell people like, not really, everybody. You guys know I don't get mad. I never get mad for anybody no opinion. But before you, like what I always do. People always like, oh, Chef, you should do a story. I'm like, no, I gotta hear the second and the third part of it first, because I did that 2 years ago and that didn't work out for me. So I'm saying, when I waited for the whole story and see how it goes, and I said Cassie was on that shit, dog. You know what I mean? And it's as I
It-
said, like no woman should get treated like that. But yo, the judge is the people are saying that abuse right there.
Yeah.
Food stamp rice. You know what they said?
Okay.
That's a minor. That was a minor. That's why she went back into She know it was a minor. You know what I mean? And no, she lied about the 2 mil. She only got 10 mil, my nigga.
Damn. Wasn't it 30 or something?
No, she only got 10 mil. Right? So you didn't see
She
that?
got less than, yeah, everybody knew she got less than what she asked for.
Oh damn.
Cause she took it to court.
Mhm.
She's an idiot.
Yeah. Sometimes you
This
gotta keep your mouth
this
closed.
this could have been all done if she just took the money and went away. But
Yeah.
she tried to expose him and she lost money, and now from what I understand, I think that they have to put her under full immunity because she about to, like I tell you, don't I always say when you snitch you admit guilt, exposing them you expose yourself. You can't do one without the other, especially if you was there. She basically
Yeah.
getting dog walked.
Right.
And now she pissed the women off because they had her back, only to find out that, come on, man,
Yeah.
because they not stupid.
She was enjoying that shit. Half of the stuff she was enjoying.
Huh?
Half of the stuff she was doing, she was enjoying it.
Bro, the girl after I couldn't believe after she went to a freak off, fuck after our award show, and then said, "Yo, I'm horny again. What's going on?" Like, you know what I mean? Where are you? Are we having that's some crazy shit, bro. That doesn't sound like a somebody that's getting sex trafficking. There's no crime right there, right? Food stamp. There's no yellow proof. You know what I mean? There's no crime. And this is why the jury in New York are yawning and they're bored. And some old people are. They don't like hearing those nasty sex stories. You know what I mean? That's not their thing. You know what I'm saying? That's not their thing.
They got Chris Brown way in the UK.
Yeah, right. And the fucked up thing, people are like, well, he'd been to the UK before. Why are you guys doing this now? You know what I mean? I know you guys are saying, oh, he might get life imprisonment. For what? Come on, yo, make it make sense, yo. Y'all niggas is
Yeah.
crazy. Y'all been trying to kill Chris Brown's career, bro.
All he did was hit. I think he hit somebody. He hit somebody in the head with a bottle. But they made it seem like it sounds like it was self defense. You feel me? Right. But let's see how they try to spin that shit.
Yeah, that Chris Brown shit is just like I can't believe they're trying to get Chris Brown because y'all know like that type of violence in America. You know what I mean? I don't know if it's aggravated assault or assault, whatever. But you gotta remember they don't. You know what I mean? Everything is different. So
Yeah.
that was a setup.
What did he do?
Yeah, he bottled somebody.
He had an argument with he was at, I think a restaurant or someplace, and he got into it with the security,
Mm-mm.
and he wound up hitting the security guard in the head with a bottle of champagne.
See that's what I'm saying. Cause they say it was a producer. They got a whole lot of different stories on
Produce. Oh yeah. Producer. My fault. Yeah. It was the producer.
there. Yeah. So, you know what I mean?
But he smashed the bottle of champagne over his head. I think he knocked him out, hurt him.
He probably trying to hold on to his master. You see what I'm saying, right? Trying to hold on to something that was not his. Think about it. You know what I mean? Think about it, food snack. Why would Chris Brown just hit dude in his head with a bottle like that? You know what I mean? I don't know.
That's crazy.
It is. That's absolutely wild. So I don't know, like him right there, that happened to him. You see what I'm saying? I don't know. I kind of like, damn, him too. Like,
Because they love you.
who else?
Yeah.
Who else they're gonna lock up? Who else? We got. What? We got what's his name? Smokey Robinson and his wife is trying to like, y'all trying to lock them up. Y'all is crazy, bro. Y'all is really doing a reset. Y'all is really doing a reset, dog. You know what I mean? I got everybody going now.
Well, that I don't know if it's a money grab or if the industry is going broke. It's just there's something else that's got to be intertwined. I'm thinking that the Epstein case has a lot to do with this, in which they're really trying to not bring out a list like that. Because again, there's still people that are agitated because that lady is locked up and
Mm.
for trafficking absolutely nobody. You get what I'm saying? And the way the case was broken open was really messed up because it was really accidentally broken open. Like they had their game tight. It was just a young girl who parents didn't have much, and she had a mama and a daddy, and all of a sudden she had a new group of friends that seemed to have a lot of money, and they thought she was just hanging out with girls from the upper echelon, having fun until they found a large sum of money in her pocket. And you know what they say a large sum of money is, y'all, for this little girl, a white girl?
Yeah, like
$300.
$300. Oh,
$300. That ain't a large sum of
that's not
money.
even a lot. That's not even a lot of money for a kid. That's
Uh,
hell.
So
You
for her to have $300 and her parents be like, "Bitch, you got rent money in your pocket." They had to be some poor white people. Am I right or wrong, y'all?
yeah, there ought to be some poor people. Yeah,
That's how the case. That's how the case got busted open. And her family civil sued a bunch of people. It's a civil case was in the same court.
nah, yo, we
Yeah.
gotta find out. It's just like where's the sex trafficking in Diddy's case?
That's what I'm saying.
Where the hell is
There you go, bro. That's why I keep telling you.
I want to know. If I
That's
was the
why I brought,
juries, after I was the juries, I would have been suing. I understand what my family's life to hear
bruh.
the story.
That's why I brought up the Epstein because we talking about sex trafficking. What they talking about right now, it don't fall under RICO or sex trafficking. What are they interviewing this broad for? Cause look like she was trafficking.
Right.
Or am I
Cassie
crazy?
looked bad. Cassie looked bad.
yes,
Cassie,
it is.
she was demanding so much free. Here's Cassie text. I'm out. What are you doing? I'm bored. I'm always ready for a free call. You know what I mean? Hello, L. When are we, LOL. When are we gonna do the next free call? LOL. After like, can we do it after the award show tonight? All these things, those are not pimping. Come on, y'all. Y'all niggas is crazy. Those are not pimping. Yo, there's a girl out there right now doing a Cassie to a nigga right now, and the nigga is not even rich. He just a nigga from the hood that's popular, or internet nigga that's popular that every girl wants, and she just want to freak out. So I don't know what the fuck is we going to. You know what I mean? Real talk. And the reason why they're not charging, you know what they call what Diddy did to Cassie? They said a minor. You know what a minor fucking thing is? A minor charges, y'all. That don't even stay on your record after a certain year. I'm telling you guys. You know what I mean? This is what these
No,
people do.
it's all messed. That this is all messed up, and I don't know if it has anything to do with even the
They said
level of government. Just because, like I said,
they
a
said
guy
it's a
that
simple. My bad. They said it's a simple. Is that minor they use it or what they a simple
matter of fact,
assault, minor assault, something like that. They said something. I said
I'm
what?
gonna look up. I'm gonna look up whether.
That's just a simple assault. So you guys are telling me that that's a simple assault. You know what I mean? So what is we trying to promote in front of the jury? That's what I'm saying. They gonna fuck up this case and they gonna lose. They gonna lose this case. You know what I mean? You can't be telling these people them on the TV because you look like they trying to. And the next time too, I thought the media was looking for help in the comments. Like they wanted people that was watching the trial to tell them, what do they think? Oh, we gonna ask somebody. Reporters gonna say,
So
tell me in the comment section, Rice. What do you think
so
about when we're
and it just makes sense
reading the report?
because it just said in Uh, during a sit down, Diddy said the country is on the verge of a civil war, so he reluctantly endorsed Joe Biden to realize our black parties. It said Diddy starts political party to empower black Americans. And see, this was in 2020, so that's what I'm saying. Did this have something to do with this? Did him wanting to start a political party make people mad? Did they think that people would actually follow Diddy like that?
Right.
To only come to find out that nobody really like we like him as a producer and you
Yeah.
know and
No, we cool with that. Yeah,
but
yeah,
like
right.
we really don't fuck with him like y'all
Yeah.
think we fuck with him. We
Yeah.
fuck with Bad Boy.
Bad boy, the music. You know what I mean? The swagger, the style, the street, nigga. You know what I mean? This other shit that y'all trying to promote out there, that's false. How could you how could you want to charge a man for sex trafficking when you're married to your husband and you're giving the next nigga the pussy for a year? And then you're mad because the nigga don't want to give you the same dick and the same money. Like, this is crazy. I'm telling y'all, bro. Y'all niggas try to keep y'all girls to yourself. Fuck these side girls. They can fuck a side piece. I'm gonna tell you something. All y'all side piece
That shit crazy, kid.
just made y'all.
That's
I'm just
crazy.
If you're
I'm
trying
just
to be a
being
side girl,
honest.
Cassie made it hard for you. I'm telling you.
But again, because she was there when Cam Porter was there. That's the whole thing.
Right, right. You know what? I heard somebody say that. You said that she was right. So I heard somebody saying this in a podcast. I say, you see what I'm talking about? These niggas, right? Said Cassie was jealous of Kim Porter lifestyle, right? I heard this. I say, you see what I'm talking about? People sit back. They don't comment, or they come on a different name. They don't want to hit the panel.
I
You know,
said I say shit all the time because when I read some shit, I read some shit. And I don't really know what's going on. So when I read some shit, I have to go and find out who other people were. Like I had to find out who the fuck is Kim Porter. Again, New York separates itself from the rest of the country when it comes to music. So nobody knew Cassie had 9 motherfucking albums.
did you see New York? Yo, you see New York last night when they won that game, bro? That's what you know. That's all New York is. New York is popular now. New York don't give a fuck about Cassie. They got Diddy. They got a Diddy trial going on. It's just them Diddy still king of the city. Bro, you think New York is like? Do you think the Puerto Ricans and the Mexicans and the Jamaicans give a fuck about the media? Did you not
And
see
look at
the media
and
looking
look
for
at
us, right? Look how much people at the media in the background saying free Diddy, free Puff, and then they locking them up. How much people you see riding with the media? Ain't nobody in New York riding with them. They laughing at them.
no, and I think that they got scared of Diddy. Maybe they just cutting all their corners. I think maybe somebody got scared of Diddy and thought he had that much power to start a political party, but I don't think
Ooh.
nobody would have took him serious in politics. That's just my intake on it. Even if he did try to start
Yeah.
one, I don't think anybody would have taken him serious. So
I,
y'all, this is
he
this is
probably
really a
thought
charade
he had a bigger following than he,
than he
you know.
does.
Yeah.
Yeah, cause we fuck with Bad Boy, like we really do. If he owned Bad Boy, it's not necessarily like we fuck with Whitney Houston, but we don't fuck with Clyde Davis.
Right.
It's
That's
two
right.
different things. You get what I'm saying? We didn't even know Clyde Davis was. We didn't know nothing about him until y'all people in the industry started like ratting on each other in
Mm.
Entertainment Tonight and
Oh,
TMG and all that bullshit. We didn't know
right.
none of that shit. We didn't know
Exactly.
who the executive producers and shit was. Nobody was reading the back of their albums.
Yeah, niggas just listen to the music. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Niggas will open the CD case and look at the picture, but niggas ain't looking at the back of the album. Niggas might see the
They,
song. They might look at the back to see the songs. You want to look at
yeah.
no, that's it. You know what I mean? But
And it's small print anyway, so it ain't like you just putting your it ain't like the tape say produced by Clive Davis. No, that'd be the smallest thing on the damn thing.
uh,
And nobody ever thought to go, well, who the hell is Clive Davis? Nobody cared.
feel it from my nigga Chris Brown though. Chris Brown is a real nigga, bro. I know they wasn't gonna get Chris Brown once he did that feature with R. Kelly, and they had like millions of views on that song. And girls was and they had a whole bunch of girls in the comment like, "Oh my god, this is the best collabo!" Like I'm like, they gonna get this nigga for this. They gonna get this nigga for this. This nigga trying to help feed R. Kelly. Man, you didn't see the track that he did with R. Kelly, right?
Uh-uh.
Girls are going
Yeah,
crazy over it, bro. You know what I mean? Like I'm trying to tell you, like, hey
Yeah,
man,
but Breezy, he's just a man. That's why I say people always talking about it. We was having a debate about Usher or Chris Brown. I said, man, y'all don't see B got that. He run that. They
yeah,
talking about if it wasn't for Usher, it wouldn't be no Chris Brown. Usher couldn't have stopped a Chris Brown. Ever. Ain't
right,
been nobody like Usher ever stopped somebody like Chris Brown. That's like saying Stevie Wonder could have stopped Mike. Ain't no way in the world.
right.
Wasn't no way in the world. It was two child sensations, and one was clearly way better than the other one, even though one had an impairment. Now, if he had an impairment, he could dance and all that kind of stuff. That'd have been different, but he couldn't. He could just play the piano. Now, this one here, he could do a bunch of stuff,
Yeah, he do everything Michael had.
and he was electric,
Yeah.
and he was cute. Light skin.
pause.
Pause.
Shit, that was good.
Saturday, y'all.
Oh shit.
But sure, no homo though. Chris Brown, like you know what I mean. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
He
I'm just
he was on.
saying.
Yeah, yeah.
Come on. We
He
know what
get
the
the
girls
bitches.
like.
He get the
Yeah,
bitches.
we know what the girls like.
Yeah,
Girls, I don't know if y'all know us men. We don't. Ain't nobody in here
yeah,
uh like that. But we niggas know what's up. That's why you want
Yeah,
to be certain dudes.
yeah,
That's
you,
why you want to be certain dudes up before you go in the party. Cause as soon as you
you
go, the
know,
girl that you looking at look at him, and you like, man, I ought to steal off. I didn't run him off.
yeah.
I
Let me
gotta get
start
him out
this.
of here. He got to go.
yeah. That nigga snatch up your girl. Real talk.
Yeah.
I mean, them niggas, and trust me, niggas don't like them niggas. I'm telling you, I know that.
The pretty boy, yeah, the pretty boy nigga. Shit.
Yeah, pretty boy.
Yeah.
Them
But
niggas,
them pretty
they
boys
come
can
out
fight.
alone, though. That's what got that producer in problem. Because he looked at the nigga as like, you know what I mean, how he looked. Not knowing that, yo, you know what I mean? Them niggas out here, yeah, they get all the girls at the same time. They'll bust your head. Like, you know what I
Nah,
mean?
but Chris Brown, a real gang member though,
Yeah,
too.
he a
Like
real.
he was in the
Yeah.
streets. He was in
That's
the
why
streets
Yeah, he
before he
was
was
acting a
rapping.
fool.
it,
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like, niggas say they trying to get Tory Lane. I'm like, nah, well, dog, Tory Lane went down here. The feds try to,
I just
the police try to fuck with him on the streets too. You know what I mean? So he been on a nigga like that with the police trying to fuck with him, like, you know what I mean?
only
Now they
thing
fuck
I'm mad at Chris only thing I'm mad at Chris Brown about is that he didn't beat that boy up. Cause I sure wanted to see Soldier Boy get beat up. I wanted to see him. I wanted to see that when they was into it.
but Soldier Boy can't, he could never step to Chris Brown. You already
yeah.
It must have been some kind of publicity stunt, but wait, man, y'all see Soldier Boy working out? He was on that treadmill, he could barely run. Boy, I was laughing my behind off. I say he don't want to fight. I say he putting these out here. This got to be that had to be a play back then, cause don't nobody really mention it like that either though.
yeah.
But yeah,
For
over that
him,
girl.
yeah. Yeah, but Breezy, Chris Brown, he cool, yo. I'm like, y'all trying to give him life? What happened? Did the producer die? What happened? Like,
They trying to. Oh, that's what they trying to give him.
I don't. That's what some people are saying. You can't believe a media outlet. Every time they're trying to sink you, they dash some dirt on you and certain shit. Something, you know what I mean? They make you look so bad, bro. You know what I mean? Like, look how they did Diddy, bro, and look how Cassie did at trial. You know what I mean?
Well,
Look what
they
Cassie
just
did.
gotta be.
Crazy.
They gotta be careful, man. A different, like I said, it might be a different upbringing and a different surrounding, cause a lot of the Afro beats artists and stuff like that, ain't nobody really getting messed with these guys. But they doing stuff. We can't sit up and say they not doing stuff, y'all. You know what I'm saying, bro?
That is true, though. You're lying about that for sure, for sure.
We can't sit up and say they not doing stuff, man. These people doing stuff. Like you said, what when I say what Chris Brown did, man, you can't go in another country and be slapping nobody with no
Yeah, yeah,
bottle.
yeah. With that bottle too.
They don't even have guns over there.
Yeah, them niggas don't even have guns. Well, some people have guns, but they don't have guns. But niggas,
Yeah, that's
in some
not they
hoods
don't.
though, right, they got guns. Right? They're having more weapons and they, because everywhere, guns are
Yeah,
being,
I know what you're saying,
but they
but
don't
it
have.
ain't like
Yeah,
yeah, the
that's the
police
thing
force
though.
though.
That's a thing because you know what? Somebody was talking shit about Vibes Cartel. You know what I mean? I guess that's when Chris Brown was there too because the same thing. I don't think Chris Brown did that. Because that's crazy. Because Vibes Cartel, I don't know if it was Vibes Cartel. Somebody was talking shit about Vibes Cartel and they got hit in the head with a bottle. And I'm trying to think. Chris Brown was around that party, so I'm like, damn, how is that Chris Brown? But so there's some kind of mix up in this. Like you said, what I'm saying. I don't even think Chris Brown even did all that crazy shit. That's like with Tory Lane. Never did all that with Megan. Megan sit up there and lie, cry. You know what I mean? Played a whole fucking role, my nigga. We can't believe nothing these people say about these niggas, especially when they want to take them down. I'm sorry.
I think you got a point.
I can't, bro.
Not even joking. You got a point.
I can't. You can't believe that, right? When you know how long they wanted to get Chris Brown, my nigga. You know how long. You know what I mean? You know how much time they went back to Rihanna and they told Rihanna to go fuck herself. Rihanna told them to go fuck themselves. Why do you think they went after her husband? You know what I mean? Because you know what I'm saying? They low key trying to bring some of these men them down. Like, look, they went after ASAP Rocky, they missed them. You know what I mean? Now they going after Breezy. Like, yeah, come on, yo. You see what they doing? All these men, especially if you're out there and you would try they say you this and you're that. You know what I mean? You still keep it jiggy. You got all the girls. You still take care of your kids. You know what I mean? You ain't got to show up a court for no child support shit. They don't like that shit. You know what I mean? That's so they should. Yeah, I mean that's why they went after ASAP Rocky, and that's why they do it with Chris Brown. They know like he don't push that agenda. Like he pushed that agenda all about love, like woman and man. Like you know what I'm saying? Every time you think about Chris Brown, you won't hear a Chris Brown. You won't hear a gay person driving on the street playing a Chris Brown, but you hear them playing a Beyonce. You see what I'm saying, right?
Right.
There's a big difference. Like you know what I mean? So they don't like that. You know what I mean? They don't like that, and they'll play a one and two Rihanna, but they don't play Rihanna no more. The LGBT people they used to play Rihanna so much. Ever since she got settled and got married and having all them kids, and now she's had her next kid. It's like they in their feelings. I don't know why people always mad when people trying to take away their family. Yo, this society is so messed up. That's why I say you gotta protect your kids, yo. People don't understand that. You gotta protect your shit. You know what I mean?
But
Fuck.
that's if you really know the game, because like I was listening to a lady, and I don't know the claim she made, but she was claiming who she was and this, that, and the other, and saying that she was in a talk and heard somebody talk about how rich kids are less affected than everybody else, and she was like, no, we're actually the experiments.
Right.
She said, like, by law and copyright, like, you get separated from your siblings sometimes. Your birth certificate changes. Your name changes every now and again. And I was like, what? But, it
Right.
could be just some clickbait.
Right.
I don't know. I can't verify it. But we never know what they go through. All we know is they some dangerous people. And there ain't no holds barred because,
Shit.
I don't know, that I would have to be introduced into something like that in order to orchestrate something like he had going on.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
You ain't lying.
I mean, I always figured after the video shoots that's what was happening. Think about it, you on a boat, it's a bunch of people. Me and my little brother used to sit and watch videos and then just look at each other after the video and be like, man, they getting it on.
All right.
When the
Right.
camera off.
You're not stupid. It's not.
Nobody ain't got on clothes anyway. Y'all out there doing the video on the yacht, talking about the things that you doing. And all you talking about all that different stuff, and y'all already out there on the yacht. What you don't think it happened after the video shoot? That's why she said after
Yeah.
it was like clockwork.
What was that
That
one dude that
was
was on the boat with his daughter? What's his name? He. I said that they freak off everywhere. They freak off at the award show, during the award show. You know what I mean? I'm wondering.
I'll be
Cassie probably sit there. She probably had like a sponge in her coochie, just you know what I mean?
Bro, she's the one who probably set half of them up, bro. She's the one who decorated, who ordered hors d'oeuvres and got champagne ready, bro.
Yo, this girl, yo, she must have been wet like fat. Like man, her wet game is crazy. Like that's crazy.
man. Cause
Man,
we
oh,
can't. I know we. I ain't gonna say we not lame. Everybody kind of knew that, but that's what I'm saying. For it to be criminal charges is wild.
mm-hmm. Can't be like that. That means you know what I mean. That means every nigga gonna stop. Everybody gonna stop. It seems like every man is gonna have to. Every woman and every man is gonna see each other publicly, hide in the middle of the dark, wearing some mask. You know what I mean? Just to go see their husband or their wife or their girlfriend because y'all can't tell them what they gonna do. Stay on the fucking phone and have fucking sex. Y'all is crazy. What is y'all doing, y'all? Y'all listen to y'all stuff. It's like, and some of these people that are listening to these cases in the media outlets, I'm like, you fucking nasty ass motherfuckers. Y'all are the same age, and some of y'all in the same age bracket as Diddy. How is this fucking thing for you guys? How is this spicy? This is fucking nasty shit, and you guys are just weird. You guys gonna talk about it later when you're freaking with your fucking partners. You guys are weirdos, dog. You guys sit there and laughing about it's nasty, it's freaky, it's juicy. Oh my god. Yo, wow, where's the crime? Where's the crime? Hey, where's Fox, CNN, where's the crime? Remember y'all said this is a simple assault. What Diddy did was it was not like, you know what I mean? It was a simple assault. Huh? But y'all playing into the jury and make it look like, oh, it's a big thing. So how y'all gonna say that? Y'all crazy. Y'all crazy. I feel sorry for the yeah, it's crazy. You know, everybody in here is all a distraction. You know, Megan gotta do some time for jail time. Yes, I said it. She gotta do some time for some shit that she's doing. You know what I mean? And we gotta find out why this. We gotta interview because since we like to interview everybody, we like to dig up everybody, right? We gotta find out who these fans are that are donating to. You know what I mean? Convicted killers. Why can't you donate to a poor neighborhood or some type of kid that need help or some type of mental health hospital? You know what I mean? Some kid with cancer or something. I'm just saying, why is it like the world is backwards? If that's what we're doing, the world is backwards. The world is backwards. Backwards. What is we teaching? We need some new guys. This is madness. Madness. The madness. And yo, I thought they would have caught Chris Brown in America, but I guess they're holding him in the UK. I don't know.
That's what they do.
You know, I don't even know what to say about that because there's enough racist white boy up in the UK prison. You know what I mean? I just hope they put him around some like Muslims and Jamaicans and shit like that, and some Africans. You know what I mean? Because they will definitely watch out for him. You know what I mean? Real talk. We can't have like we got to think about it. What thing just went through? You know what I mean? Even though he
Yeah.
got what Tory Lane just went through, we can't just have these guys dying off, bro. This is crazy. It's like we having niggas getting booked, locked up. You know what I mean? Everybody getting picked up. It's crazy. Like yo, if niggas gonna getting picked up all the way straight back to the you know what I mean to July, all the way back. It's crazy, bro. So that means there ain't gonna be no parties like that this summer. You know what I mean? Watch where you go, and nobody gonna really want to party anyway. All them other stuff, I'm not supporting none of this. None of this shit. This is crazy. It's crazy. Madness. Cardi B, I didn't know Cardi B was dating a football player now. Okay, sure.
Nah, not no more.
No?
Uh-uh.
What happened?
That's over. Her BBL stink.
Man, time. It's crazy out here, people. Everybody going down. You know what I mean?
At
They
least
got
that's what he said while he broke up with her.
yeah.
Yeah. He said he couldn't do it no more. Her BBL stink.
Mm-mm. So
I
people,
don't know exactly what that means, but that's messed
I
up.
wasn't. I don't know the answer to that. That's why they even like, whoa, you know. But man, everybody gonna get something. I mean, that's what I'm saying. There's a reason why I see why the reason why Diddy never took that deal. You know what I mean? They'd have probably like God knows what they'd have trying this nigga. But I'm saying if you're not, and now you see why he never took that deal, right? Because if you're not, you can't get in trouble for the Cassie stuff. You know why is you pleading to?
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying? Because you ain't never did none
Yeah.
of you ain't never did none of that. So why? So yeah, it's madness. Madness. Cassie is the most. She's the most like I know they couldn't and the husband. Why is the husband going on the stand? And that nigga gotta be dumb. You married to this girl. Why she was married to you? She was cheating on you, even though she was trying to get away from the nigga that's so
He just
called.
went to I think he just went to the case to get some insight. Did
Oh wait, her husband?
uh-huh.
He's not taking the stand though. He's not going on the stand.
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think he if he do, that's so messed up.
Yeah, he's supposed to be testifying on thing on Monday, isn't he? But I asked myself, man, because remember he was Diddy. Apparently he was Diddy's trainer. So you see the setup?
Uh-huh.
So them two, like what we've been saying, them two must have thought they was gonna build a relationship and take down the man. You see what I'm saying? Dumb dumbs, dumb and dumber. Dumb. I wonder, no wonder, and he probably knew. He probably knew. Um, while I think he knew that she was cheating on, she was going back to Diddy, but she was going back for this just to set up an allegation. Like you see what I'm saying? Real talk. That's what I believe. She was just going back to help that nigga set up Diddy or whatever. Or I don't know. He just crazy. He gotta be like, as I said, Cassie husband. You know that nigga right there. Who? Oh Lord of mercy. He gotta be a nigga that I don't know. He must really love that girl. You know, really that nigga gonna probably divorce, take the kids, and do it all that. Whew, man, I wouldn't want to know. Like I said in the comment section. Let me know, y'all. Let me know.
Yeah, I wouldn't. That's the thing with me too, bro. I wouldn't want to know.
You wouldn't want to know, Rice? Well, you're gonna
Uh-uh.
know. It's on the news. You're gonna hear them talking about it. You know what I mean? You gonna know. So you have to know. And I think that's why he went because he's probably like, damn, I'm gonna know anyway. You know what I mean? I'm gonna hear it on the media. But they, because as soon as something happens, they go outside and they go live and they read it up. You know what I mean? Or they go outside the courtroom, not or they go on their phone and they read it up. They pass it on to someone outside. Somebody spit it out on the news outlet. But that's what they do. So you might as well go and hear what's going on. I don't know. That is that is wild. That is wild. I can't believe this. Yeah, but they donate money, and that's crazy. Everything that's some crazy shit. You ever hear nobody donate? Well, yeah, people send money to people, and pay people to do shit in jail and shit. But to say somebody donate money to poke or stab Tory Lane,
That was crazy, man.
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Who said it?
That's what's going on. That's what they say. I don't know where it came from apparently, and that's what they found out investigation. But
Oh Lord.
they could be just talking shit. So we want to see they going. I mean, Why, how much did the fan donate?
That doesn't make any sense though.
Yeah, how much money? That right there was like, man, show y'all, ain't nobody safe. Ain't nobody like you. You know what I mean? And that could happen to anybody. You be a big, TikToker, YouTuber. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
they could. It's not, I'm just trying to show you where it's going. You know what I mean? This is wild, bro. This is wild. Now, can that fan get in trouble for that? Yeah, they could get locked up. You know what I mean? They could probably get charged with, what do you call it? What kind of charge would that be? You know, was that a assault, aggravated assault? You know, something like that. They'll probably put them in charge of something similar to that. But that was some crazy shit. The world today is at a crazy stage, people. Crazy, crazy stage. It's just madness. People getting paid inside to poke a celebrity. No, 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 bro, bro, bro. Go this way. Go this way. Go this way. You're making all the noise in the world. A lot of shit going on, man. I don't believe that was no random. I don't believe that was no random fan that did that. That don't make no, you know, that do not make any what do you call it? That don't make any that don't make no sense. They said a lot of lawyers gonna dig into this and find out what fan. Who. That's what people want to know. We in a time right now, 2025. People gonna want to know. And trust me, the internet, social media, people will find you. Your name, your social media site. Doesn't matter if you got an alias. You know what I mean? You gotta donate that money underneath. You know what I mean? So people gonna find who do that. That's crazy. Man, oh man. I wonder if he's still like, is there still money on his head while he's out the hospital, while he's in there at the same time getting ready to come home? Whose time do you think there's still money on his head right now?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Is it coincidence this happened and they found new evidence to set him free?
Yeah, it's true though. It don't make no sense. They gotta hurry up and get him out of there. At the end of the day, he should be all right now. He should be all right. Right now, Megan is hot. It's cold. That's what I'm saying. They slowly trying to draw her into the shit because they're gonna be like, "Why is your fan?" You know what I mean? Don't. And if the fan even know who Megan is and even seeing in a picture with Megan, it's over. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. You know what I mean, that's all it takes for a fan to take a picture with you, and then you know what I mean, somebody, you know, and them doing some dumb shit because they're a fan, and you ain't got nothing to do with it. They just, have it that, oh, I took a picture with this girl. I'm a big fan of her. I don't want her name looking out there like that, and then there's a problem. So, you know, it's crazy. Now that a fan or fans would fucking donate money to an inmate that poked Tory Lanez. That don't make no sense. And that is what they saying out here allegedly. That is crazy.
Yeah, but hopefully, good thing he didn't, pass away getting stabbed all those times, man. He's
Yeah,
lucky.
yeah. That the man had two blades, bro.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, he was poking him with two blades at the same time. I mean, so he couldn't even. There's no defense. You know what I mean? Even
Yeah.
so that mean he couldn't even get a chance. You see what I'm saying?
This is something crazy.
Yeah. Wow. Wow. I'm trying to tell you, like, there's a threat, yo. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody's these rappers, yo. I don't know, in this music industry, there's a target on their back. There's a target on their back. Music industry, yo, getting a whole shake up. A whole shake up. A whole shake up.
Hell yeah, everybody.
Yeah.
Mad people getting arrested lately.
Yeah, a whole shake up. That is crazy. That is wild. You gotta ask yourself, where's the rest of those people that was at the party, or you know what I mean, with these people I'm that. As I said, New York is crazy. It shows you. Them people do not. What's that, downtown Manhattan, right?
What do you mean? Where the parties was happening?
For the trial.
Oh, downtown Brooklyn, I think.
Brooklyn. Yeah, Brooklyn. Them people don't care. You see what they do when they walking? They don't care. They're telling you straight up. Man, the media is looking for somebody to be on their side. Well, people out there, you know what I mean? They pulling up, drive past them with Puffy song. You know what I mean? Niggas in the Rolls Royce saying free Puff. Yeah, New York is crazy. I think they must. I think they must have forgot how New York is. I think they must have forgot. They must have forgot. They don't care. They don't tell you. Niggas do not care. They do not care. Yeah, you see how the street is? The media, they barricaded on one side. They looking how. Mm, this is just. I don't think. I don't think this should even go on for like 8 weeks. They say this is the 8 week show. So we got after next week. We got after next week. We got like 6 more weeks left for the week coming up because we already went through. God have mercy. Mm-mm-mm. This shit right here is crazy. I'm just trying to think how you gonna feel as a man? You know what I mean? How you gonna feel as a man knowing that you're married to this woman and she was trying to get her? Not only that, she named her daughter after the code name that they was using at the fucking hotel room when they was having the free cough. I'm fucking done.
You for real? I didn't know that. Oh shit!
Yo, the bitch call her daughter Frankie. Yeah, that's the name of the code name that her and Diddy used. I said, this bitch right here.
Oh wow, Frankie! Look,
Oh my god. This bitch gotta be the soul's bitch. I said, people, this is a waste of her time. Waste of her time. Already, right? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like,
yo, that's crazy.
yes, food stamp. Yes. Look it up if you think I'm lying.
Look, you said Frankie. I wonder what her husband thinking now.
Yo, that's what I'm saying. Like, come on, yo. What is we doing? What is we doing, yo? What is we doing? Come on, yo.
Damn, Frankie.
I was getting killed in the comment these girls. I heard somebody say she was 19. I heard a girl said, so what? I'm 19. I'm a kid. She like, I'm a grown ass woman. I could do this and I could do that. And like, I was done. I'm like, you see, the younger generation ain't gonna slide for that shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, they know. We gotta understand. You know, we gotta stop supporting these guys and watch and listen to these stories that they try to push us out there. How this girl gonna get? She gonna get trafficking, but she named her daughter when because they didn't like say food stamps. You ain't don't want nobody to know that you're over here because you're famous. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
you have a code name. What you saying? He's abusive. He's terrifying. And he's a threat. You know what I mean? He terrified my life. But you name your daughter Frankie after the code name that they use at the street. I'm sorry.
Like imagine her husband hearing that
Yo,
his
I'm
kid name
divorced.
is Frankie because of
If
that
I was
shit.
that man, if I was that man, I'm divorcing that girl and I'm changing my daughter's name. I'm done. I'm dead serious. I'm divorcing that girl and I'm changing my daughter's name, bro. I'm dead serious. You know what I mean? She fouled. She fouled for that. Here. She fouled for that. And then saying, oh, and then when they asking you if you were still in love with him, like the girl is like she's stuttering and it's like, yeah, like yo, she's still love. She only mad because you know what I mean? It's like to me, it's like she mad because Diddy got tired of the free call.
Uh,
I'm
I
not
gotta
gonna lie.
find it, Doc.
I'm not gonna lie. To me, it seemed
I think
like
it's in the back.
Cassie got like, and I don't want nobody bashing me, but to me, it seemed like Cassie, even when like the crazy thing, nobody ain't talking about it. Diddy's like, yo, I just got a video. Diddy's like, yo, I just got a video of you and somebody having sex. That girl, she threatened to analyze Diddy, and she gonna have someone else doing it, and nobody gonna find out because she don't need to get her hands dirty. This is all on text. Come on,
Oh, for
man.
real? She said it? Oh
Yes,
wow.
she said she gonna make somebody because she like, yo, he like that's why he's like, yo, you don't ever tell me you're doing this. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. She was doing her own thing, and when somebody
Where's
videotaped her
the-
and send it to Diddy and use it as a bribe, and Diddy's like, yo, I got a tape of you doing such and such. Now, you see what I'm saying? But it seems like, and then when Diddy was trying to get her off the drugs, the girl almost got Diddy OD on opiate. Like, you know what I mean? Got him out like it's crazy.
Yeah, it sounds crazy.
Yo, these are the things we want to teach our sons and tell our sons say it's okay to let women abuse us and get away with it. Come on, man. We gotta stop, yo. Stop. You guys don't see what's going on. This is a icon new era
Yeah, the weather. It's
icon.
where 7 o'clock. Yeah,
You know what I mean?
go with the black easy.
This girl threatened the man to analyze the man and said she
Well,
gonna get
tell the
someone.
boost. Yeah, look.
This girl's psycho, yo. She's psycho. She's psycho. She's psycho. It seemed like, as I said, she was having things of her own, not knowing that Diddy's a man that everybody gonna respect. So if you're out there having, sex on free cost by yourself, they're gonna send it back to him to make him look stupid, not knowing, like, you know what I mean. But yeah, it just seemed like to me when Diddy tried to tell the people stop selling her drugs because she's going crazy, it just seemed like, you know what I mean. She just at one point, I'm not gonna lie, she did took control. It seemed like when this nigga wanted to stop the shit because he was getting shook of her, scared of her because she was wild. At one point, you're like, damn, this bitch is fucking everything. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? It's like, you know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. So you're gonna be like, even though he was doing it, it's just crazy to see how. I mean, like, and he, it's just, and that's the thing. She gonna have that general, sex rush because she younger than him. You know what I'm saying? So listen. You know what I mean? He started something and she finished it. Real talk. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. This girl wild. This girl wild, yo. This girl wild. She wild. Absolutely wild. She mad that the man got a video of her, you know what I mean? Just doing shit with somebody else and then threaten him to analyze him and then tell him how she gonna get it done. That's crazy. Now, that's crazy. So, you know,
Your chef. I'll be right back, bro.
yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. So that's madness. That's one right there when I say, yeah, she kind of like messed up by even taking the stand or even doing all that. And maybe the feds put her on the stand to kill the case because there's too much, of that other, maybe they just want to hear the husband Diddy, um, and Diddy's sex, the husband and how the Diddy and the husband and Cassie get down, and then they're just gonna end the case because you know what, it's a whole waste of time or whatever. You see what I'm saying? Unless you're a virgin, you know what I mean? It's gonna be something new to you or whatever, or you excited to hear about this shit, or you just a freak. That's like the mainstream media because they all freaks. You see what I'm saying? That's why they're having a freak off news press conference. They're having a freak off courtroom session. It's like it's like, you know what I mean? I mean everything that comes up out of the reporter's mouth after every time they read something. Oh, and she was this and she was kicked and she was dragged right minutes after the freak off, and it's just freak everywhere. So as I said, you know, I feel sorry for those juries. I feel sorry for them. Real talk, 'cause they should be on with their families. You know what I mean, and their loved ones right now. They gonna be laughing with their families. Everybody gonna be gathered at the dinner table and hearing these stories and just laughing. They gonna tell these stories. They probably gonna write their little own book about these stories. Yeah, but it's just crazy. They said this is just a waste of time, of TV time. You know, but yeah, that's what's going on right now. Black entertainment. This is black entertainment, yeah. And what's up? Black entertainment, sex, and other ish. And we got two right now. Black entertainment and sex. Those are the best thing that sells on television, YouTube, anywhere, any social media platform. We got, and that's what's going on right now. We got black people getting in trouble. We got Tory Lane, Chris Brown, Diddy. Uh, we got Megan because Cassie ain't Cassie like half Mexican and half Filipino, but she like more Mexican. I don't. I think she might be lying about. I think she might be full Mexican, but yeah, she half Filipino, half Mexican, half Filipino. But her main go to is being a Mexican. She ain't never really exposed her Philippine background. That's why people like looking at her sideways too with that. But yes, I tried it for you later. You gotta get off that phone sometime. But yeah, it's a lot. This is crazy. A lot of ladies, as I said, women. As I said, shout out to all the real females that read. You know what I mean? As I said, ain't nobody blaming y'all because I see people on YouTube are just killing her and killing her in the comments and other social media sites. Ain't nobody blaming y'all because if you've been through that shit, yeah, you're gonna feel like that when you hear stories like Diddy and what they try to put on the media. But listen, this is, two couples that was just crazy. They was doing shit. They was um, started off with loving each other, doing shit, trying other experiments in the relationship. Yeah, I mean, then it went from she started doing it because she stated, "I don't feel like I really, if we know." She's basically said that's how she got wild after she got wild. She's like, I can do whatever I want. You know what I mean? I'm not married. We're not married. You know what I mean? Basically saying like, so that's crazy right there. That just shows you what type of person, the female she is. You know what I mean? So there's a lot that was going on in this case that is not criminal. It just, and people are saying, well, it's not, there's nothing criminal. You know what I mean? There's no sex trafficking in for the well, duh. You know what I mean? Why do you think the juries are getting mad? Because you guys are wasting their time. We could have something really going on, a real case. You know what I mean? A real sexual abuse. You know what I mean? Because you guys saying that's not even, that's a simple, basically a minor means it mean he wouldn't even get him that much time anyways. You know what I mean? But that's why she got the 10 mil. He even probably didn't even need to pay the 10 mil if he would have went to court. You know what I mean? If they never settled. Yeah, that's crazy. So at the end of the day, you look at this, you're like, damn, he didn't even need to pay the 10 mil because she already was already getting all that stuff. Stop. She was already getting all that stuff. You know, she was getting like, nice car. That's what she wanted, a lifestyle, right? So I said, yeah, like, I mean, crazy. You know what I mean? Not every female is like this, yeah. I heard. That's why I said, y'all, she kind of made a lot of black people upset because they're like, well, thank God that she's not black. But she kind of made a lot of black females upset, you know what I mean? It's crazy. Because they, one thing about women I notice in social media, when certain things going on, they ride with each other. I mean, regardless if they man doing it or whatever, they man not doing it. You know what I mean? They still speaking up for each other. So that's why I said, that's why, I could feel why she getting that bash. You know what I mean? Because, I mean, man, it's crazy. 'Cause we're seeing both sides of both texts. And we're seeing like aggressive ass texts from her. Like, man, you know what I mean? When I heard Cassie was trying to be in control and being in more control, I didn't believe that. I'm like, nah. But they showing on the video. That's why they always say, be careful what you watch on TV. You know what I mean? It's true because when you read these texts and you're like, damn, this girl right here was just, she doesn't stop. What type of girl goes hit there and then bam, sit there? You know what I mean? She probably was bored. She probably thinking about freaking, you know what I mean? And the word goes too. Yeah, she probably saying, "Oh man, can we get this over with so I can get to a freak off?" Like, you know what I mean? She goes crazy. Imagine talking to her, and in her head, you're talking to her and you're talking to her something about important, but in her head, she's probably thinking about a freak off. That's why she sounds like. No offense, and I know not every female think like that. You know what I mean? There wouldn't be doctors, lawyers, and managers, and you know what I'm saying. What do you call it? What I see a lot of women, female, tech. What's the next? Technical engineer and real estate and all that. Especially a lot of real estate. So, I know a lot of Spanish people that are, you know what I mean, and Filipino women that, you know what I mean, that's just Cassie just crazy, man. She just a whole type of, she make the media, she make the system, she make the thing, the lifestyle. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Thing her. She make the lifestyle. She make the lifestyle get a hold of herself. Like, you know what I mean? She make the money, the wire show, the cars, and everything change her. You know what I mean? And then she just felt like, I don't know, it was just too much. Too much I was going on. I'm sorry, man. Right. Too much. Too much. Yeah. Free up Tory Lane, bro. Free up Tory Lane. Free up Tory Lane, man. Tory Lane should be out of that jail by now. I don't know why he's still up in there. And maybe he home and nobody ain't saying nothing yet. I mean, maybe he home and nobody ain't saying nothing because they don't want the media to really know what's going on. I don't know. Maybe he's out because what's going on. If I'm an innocent man and I got poked like that, oh yeah, we definitely sue. And we definitely, you know what I mean? We definitely got you see what I'm saying? Got what do you call it? Gotta get some, you know, funds and talk to the people about real setups and shit like that. 'Cause that's crazy. As I say, a lot of stuff gonna get exposed in this year. This is the year of the snake. Been saying that. I've been saying that like when the year started. The year of the snakes. And you see already see who some of the snakes are. You know what I mean? Megan, Stallion, a big snake. You know what I mean? They're gonna show you she was a snake when she did that video. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm just trying to show you that right there. I'm sorry, I don't care if they made her do it. She had no choice. You know what I mean? As I said, they use it. Crazy. They're using the black woman now to bring down the black man. That's wild. That's wild. Megan right there, she just looking crazy. You know. But yeah, ain't nobody. She just gonna have to deal with her own fate. And she wanted to play that role, right? And people think they're like, they're gonna play, they're gonna be the star of the movie forever. No, no, no. You can't be the star forever. So you want to play some role and get yourself in trouble? I mean, go ahead. You think you the shit? You think you can step on someone else's toe? You know what I mean? And stop them what they're doing? And stop them from what they're doing? And stop their paper and anything. Trust me. And that's that. People go around doing that. A lot of people right now, you don't see. You're the snake. Tory Lane got snake by a girl that he was trying to help out. And just show you exposed. That somebody is messed up. Allegedly. No, I don't think Jay Z's that stupid and anything. You know what I mean? To a God. To pay somebody to do anything to Tory and anything, but if Megan get connected, he can get connected to that too because she's a part of the label. So, I said this fan could just be a fan that Megan don't even know. I just took a photo with, and it probably went viral, and then that fan, went and did something or sent some money because they felt, even though the evidence says, it was Megan's bodyguard and Cassie that had, I guess Cassie was the one that shot the gun, which is Megan's best friend, right? And so that is crazy to know that a man could sit down there and people still trying to, you know, donate money to get him finished for what? For some fake shooting, a fake story. I tell you the world, you gotta be careful these days. Gotta be careful. This is a fake story. I was just trying to figure out what's going on. I was shocked. I thought I would have been seeing people more protesting in New York against Diddy than with him. I said, I'm like, I don't want to watch this. After hearing what I hear them disgusting things, imagine if you was eating like, your food and all that, you know what I mean? And you drinking something. Oh, how you gonna swallow to this? Why you hear this girl say all that? How you gonna, you gonna sit there and eat after all that nasty stuff? I'm telling you how they is. There's some disgusting people on this earth, and like the media is supporting all this stuff. Holy shit! You guys might as well don't blur nothing out. Okay, we blur out. You can't say certain things. I can't say. You guys are saying all this stuff and whatever. I can't say something. I can't say. I gotta say pure pure. I can't say. Um, you know what I mean? The G word a lot of time. Or you know what I mean? So it's just crazy. And then you guys around here just getting a whole sex stories and talking about, and at a minute, and some part of it, you guys are using the one word too. You guys are using words that people get, you know, they get, they channel or, get some type of way of slow down a type of way when they use these words. But I'm trying to think about, man, y'all letting these y'all expose yourself. Y'all let these people I'm on YouTube do everything. Song will pass, somebody will stop at the stoplight playing a song. Y'all don't even copyright the channel. Y'all have them running the same story. I'm like, damn, if that was ever a big content creator, like, or anybody else, or even like me and myself, or anybody in the class, and then if a song even stopped, they would have been like, slow to try and bring the views down. And you know what I mean? Send it that, oh, they have these channels back up the next day. You know what I mean? A lot of violation. People are swimming in the background. Raw TV. This Diddy trial raw. You watch Fox. What all these channels, watch them outside the courtroom. But they ain't editing. How you gonna edit? I thought, you know what I mean? So I'm like, damn. You know what I mean? You gotta ask yourself as a content creator, peep game. Look, Raw TV, there's so much violation of guideline going on. These guys out there live, you know what I mean, covering this freaky trial or freak off trial. Bro, there's so much there's so much. I'm like, I'm just watching. I'm just watching. I'm watching. I'm watching. I'm watching. I'm like, damn, ain't nobody saying nothing. They know, you know what I mean? They ain't getting in trouble for this. They just letting them ride, letting them do whatever they want. Crazy. Wawa East. Yo, you know what I mean? It's crazy. So much guidelines are broken. YouTube, y'all allow it because it's Diddy story. We talking about the sex trafficking. It's just like no sex trafficking. It's just bare freaky stuff, bare nasty stuff. You know what I mean? So it's just so if we're talking about. It's like they might as well sing a song. Every time they sing sex and freak off. Yeah, you should just play the song. Let's talk about sex, baby. Yo, they crazy. They TV, they media game, and they intelligence of being a journalist. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to them. They just into themselves. You know what I mean? And it's just man, a whole mess, a whole mess out here. It never used to be like that. It never used to be like that. It used to change. They just out there. I don't know if they're acting. If some of these media outlets out there that act, or if they're real media people that read the news for these cameras, or they just actresses and actors out there pretending they're media outlets. I don't know. I'm just saying, allegedly. I could be wrong, but this don't make no blood clot sense. This is how we doing the media. This is how we reading the news. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe some of them could be real, or some of them might be actresses and actors. Some of these news reporters that are out there, bro, there's too much. You know what I mean? When are we gonna get to the point? You know what I mean? When are we gonna get to the point? This shit don't make no sense. Nobody want to hear about ain't nobody playing with themselves or playing with each other, playing with themselves while they girl get off on the next man. Man, ain't nobody want to hear that shit. You know what I mean? That ain't have nothing to do with what you guys are talking, what you guys told us. You know what I mean? What months or a year ago or something like that? You know what I mean? So this is just getting out of hand. At some point you're like, yeah, but at some point you're like, really, like, we gotta watch this shit. Like, we really going, like, so they better hurry up. I mean, we gonna have a week with Cassie's husband, understand? You know what I mean? They better hurry up. Like, it's not, I'm saying, I don't know. They better hurry up. And Justin Bieber trying to saying him and Diddy have some type of freak off, well, whatever at a young age. Well, Justin Bieber mom gotta go there too. Gotta be involved because she's the one that brought, you know what I mean, her son to Diddy. So all that, we gotta figure, and that don't make no sense. I don't even think that was going on. You know what I mean? I don't think that was going on. I yet to believe that. To believe that story. But we would hear about text messages and all that type of stuff and all that stuff. We would have heard about all that. You know what I mean? I don't believe none of that. But it's just sad to see how the industry is shifting in front of our eyes. Yeah, we're getting a reset, a makeover. You know what I mean? They're gonna replace them like man, they're gonna replace them like Jenga and chess pieces. You know what I mean? They're gonna be shifting. It's gonna be different. Cause their goal is to neutralize Bad Boy, take that whole thing over, use the same money and change everything. You know what I mean? So there'll probably be no more Bad Boy. Or they give it to somebody that don't really matter, that really can't really do nothing. Like, look what they did. Look what they did to Snoop. They gave him death row. Is Snoop really doing anything major with death row? Is anybody really popping? You know what I mean? That's on death row that we're saying, yeah, you know, he gonna be, you know, on the social media gonna have everybody banging. No, that's what they want. They want you to run it. You know what I mean? Cause that's dead. So bad boy, that's what they want to do with bad boy. They want to do it like that. They want to kill it like, or they kill death row. You know what I mean? But yeah, we gotta like we can't. What we gonna do? Go hear this nigga complain about? Yeah, I didn't know she cheated on me. Nigga, that bitch was a hoe. You stupid or what? That's why y'all, some of y'all Captain Saver hoes. Y'all want niggas to have feelings for y'all. Dumb. After you, I swear, if you take away a girl from, listen, if you take away a girl from a nigga that's been fucking on, you know what I mean, fucking her, and she been fucking on you, and she mad because she was fucking you and he's fucking the next bitch, and you know what I mean, y'all fucking, you fucking someone else and she fucking someone else at the time. You think that's gonna be a healthy relationship? Come on, you think any woman is gonna sit there and take up a man that's gonna be doing all that and no, you the dumb nigga. You should know. You know this girl was a hoe. You know she was in love with Diddy. You still know she was sucking his dick. Why y'all? Y'all just trying to play the game and thought you was gonna get a next bag. Y'all thought y'all was gonna get 50, the 30, the 20, and he went down to 10. You know what I mean? You are part of it too. You know what I'm saying? You are dumb. Cassie husband is a dumb. He's a dumb. Straight up, you're a dumb. Our Captain Save a Hoe niggas is the worst. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Captain Save a Hoe. It's crazy. You're not even a Captain Save a Hoe because he didn't save her. She was still, you know what I mean, knocking this nigga off on this nigga kind of like, you know what I mean, see that this girl, you know what I'm saying? Once the suspect what she was doing caught on to the play and said, nah, y'all. You know what I mean? And then that's when she, you know what I mean? Yeah, you guys are crazy. No, man caught on to y'all play. You know what I mean? Yeah, but I feel sorry for y'all. They gonna hang y'all. You on Monday too. That's why you was out the courtroom. Yeah, you gonna have to figure. Now y'all can't be together. You know what I mean? Until this shit is over. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You can't have the witnesses in the same room. You know what I'm saying? Like complicate shit. Mm-hmm. He's a dumb. He was Diddy trainer. You try to hook up, you know, you crazy. What, you training Cassie too? Weirdo. Y'all niggas think y'all could win that. Yeah, they gonna you think the government like when you play, they gonna fuck it. You and your girl gonna get. If they don't get this nigga Diddy, you and your girl gonna feel it. You know what I mean? Diddy might sue that back Cassie back for the 10 mil or 20. You know what I'm saying? Or she might have to give back some of the money and only keep 2 or 3 mil. You know what I mean? She better these government people and they use you up. Anytime them to use you, they'll make sure, especially when you're lying and you're trying to use them as a way to get money off somebody. Oh yes, they're gonna let you feel so. It's just crazy that shit, you know. There's a lot of crazy stuff. I don't believe nothing. I don't believe that the husband did that. Not no. Where was you at? You're a married man. So you tell me that you're married and your wife is gone. You don't know where she is at a certain time of the day, but you're married. What's the point of being married? You're still making her running around like Sharon Stone. You know what I mean? Giving the coochie just any and anybody. Like, come on, make it make sense. You know what's going on. Stop it. Y'all want you was a trainer. You know what I'm saying? And you ain't never seen money like that until Cassie. You know what I'm saying? You and Cassie. You know what I'm saying? You was probably still had her on the drugs after all that. Like, stop, stop. Y'all got an epic fail plan, and they gonna be able to figure y'all out. Simple and plain. They're about to figure y'all out. So, man, you know, as I said, I knew something was messed up when they're like, oh, no, we're not, you know, the video with him and her in the hotel is not the real charge. You know, he's not getting charged for that. So I'm like, why the hell was we even listening to this kid? People don't, and people still watching this and taking this serious. You know what I mean? Show the real evidence. We're trying to blindside the jury and show them a video that we're not going to charge them with. But where's the real evidence? You know what I mean? Shouldn't we have him some coming out of some cars or some surveillance taking pictures of him putting these girls in these what do you call it, SUVs or you know what I mean, big Mercedes truck, and you know I'm bringing them across here and from there. Like that's how it works, right? I mean that's how we see it in the movies. I mean that's how we hear it. That's how we see it in surveillance cam when the police them are doing it. in New York and everywhere else in LA. And I mean, they set up shop, they take pictures and watch them, they follow them, they take pictures. I mean, I don't know. I guess we want, I don't know. This is just weird. We don't want to hear no more sex stories or who's getting cheated on, who cheated on who, and why did you cheat on me because I was jealous. You know what I mean? Uh, you told me that you wasn't with this guy no more, and then that's stupid. It just seems like it seemed like they was trying to get back together too, or whatever. It's just a whole mess that shouldn't be on the media. His relationship here is just sad. Like I said, king freak and queen freak, and that's it. This if we gonna give people time for this, then we should just give time for someone for to stepping on someone's shoes. Uh, I don't know, accidentally, you know what I mean? Um, like when you're walking down the street and you just there's a whole crowd and someone just walks and just brush beside you. Yeah, we should charge them for that too. I'm just saying, it's crazy. You know what I mean? So, but I'm saying that means they condone. That means to me when they showed the Diddy video, but then said that's how he treated his victims, but we're not gonna charge him. But we're the victims. We're the victims. Right now we're seeing a girl that's just like she is crazy in the head. She sounds like she still needs to go back to rehab. I think they might take Cassie out of the rehab too early. Her treatment's not done yet. Cassie treatment is not done yet. They should go back and her treatment's not finished. Hell no. Mm-mm-mm. Her doctor's got a lot of work to do because she does. Yeah. Maybe she just, maybe they set her up. Maybe they set her up. Maybe they set her up. But yeah, the trainer, which was Diddy trainer, and that's his Cassie. That's his Cassie's husband. They've been together for 11 years. Diddy was cheating on Cassie. My bad. Diddy and Cassie was still having a relationship while she was with her husband for a whole year. I'm telling you, that's why I know he caught on. Maybe he caught on and she lied about whatever he did all that and what I made a whole different story. But I don't think the husband even knew half of this shit. If he knew this shit, I mean he was involved. And they gonna try to see if he was involved. But that's the main thing they put him up there to see if he was, if he was a part, if this is a shakedown, if this was a part of, if he was planning, a shakedown. That's why they put him up on there to see if he's lying too. But I don't know. I think he probably caught Diddy texting her and saying certain things, or got mad one day and just came home and told her, oh, she went to go get this back. And Diddy did this to her and whatever and whatever. You know what I mean? And all that. That's crazy. So emotional. She's in her feelings. That's why they say, man, gotta be careful. You might think a girl is freaking psycho and always wanna, be on your ship, but if certain things go down, it might even get crazier than that. More, crazier and crazier. Like they might think, they do anything, say anything. Probably think they could check your family or your mom or your kids or anybody. So you just you gotta watch out. As I say, one of the prettiest women is the most evilest female. You know what I mean? The devil don't come as an ugly female. This girl right here, man, she is crazy. She's crazy. So I was never a fan. I didn't like the way that she was you know what I mean? That she put herself in that predicament anyways in the get go. That's why I kind of like, yeah, Diddy. You know what I mean? You ain't, this girl gonna be her downfall. We already know Cassie was gonna be Diddy's downfall. She's gonna, she was just, yeah, crazy. Because everybody will know how she is. Imagine that. Yeah, I mean, a girl calling you every time is asking you about everything has to be about, free costs and free costs and all that stuff. That's what I'm saying. He must have had while after I think the whole year and the year that's because they said 11 years. Well, if they didn't want to play along her and her husband to set up Diddy, I think that would they probably give it a try again. Because remember the husband was with her for 11 years, so they're probably like, all right, let's give it a try. But then that's why she probably got married after that. But she probably wasn't married to him, after probably were together for 11 years, but married for 10 years. You know what I mean? But still, in her eyes, well, I was married, so I didn't do anything wrong. You know what I mean? That's the type of girl you want for your wife. That's crazy. It's madness. But I'm just trying to show you where they're pushing. 'Cause I don't know. I don't know if grown women will agree with that, with what she said. Could they be like, that's not, you know what I mean? A girl would tell you, my mom would tell you straight up, that's not, I would tell you, that's not how I couldn't do that to, to your father or, you know, other women out there too. Grown, that generation, like, be like, nah, I wasn't doing that to my husband. You know what I mean? So it's just crazy for her to say that. You know what I mean? Because that's why, women are looking at her ways because, you know, damn, you were doing all that to him before you married to him. So what was the point? You know what I mean? Because you were doing the same man that you complained against. You were doing the same shit with him. Yeah. They wanted she wanted her back. She wanted like that's why they keep saying I don't think she got no money. The money keep getting lower and lower. I think some of those prices that they're throwing out there, I think they're saying, well, the money was 30 before, but now, you know what I mean, it's 20 today. And then the money was 20, but since she's losing the case, it's going on to 10. So I think every time, you know, she might not even get 10 because I don't think she really got that money yet. I think the settlement, you know what I mean? But did she get it? It seems like every time, if the settlement, why the money keep going down? Why am I hearing 20? Why am I hearing 10? So as the settlement keep going down for Cassie, y'all think that? Her husband gotta be I don't know. He must really, 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 love this girl. And if that's a trainer, that means he been banging. Like as I said, his questions are gonna be crazy. They're gonna ask him, when did you start having sex relations with Cassie? Because you're Diddy's trainer, right? So when did you start having sex? Like it's gonna be a lot of a whole same shit over again. Sex questions after like bare nasty shit that has nothing to do with, what I mean, what we really want to hear about. The photos we want to see, the pictures, what I mean, and other stuff. It just seems like they say 8 weeks. I don't think it's gonna make it to 8 weeks. I'll be honest. I mean, as I said, grown men that doing shit with each other. You know what I mean? It's not, especially when there's no kids involved. There's no crime. There's no crime. When you have adults that are freaking each other, woman or man, or whatever gender, it's not a crime. That's what they want to do. You see what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Real talk. Real talk. That's all I'm saying. It it's kind of it just kind of that's what I'm saying. It seemed like we don't have the Jay-Z with the 13-year-old. That was the grab right there to make the Jay-Z build. Because remember we had the Jay-Z and the Diddy, and certain girl was somebody was watching. You know what I mean? While Jay-Z and Diddy, was doing whatever to the whatever they said they was doing, even though that was false information, that was a lie. Jay-Z sued for that, and I said that was looks like one of the major points that they wanted to use to hold him when it comes to the young minor. But that's what people really want to see. People don't want to hear about no adults. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Doing nothing and calling and texting at each other like, yo, because they're probably saying, damn. You know what I mean? I know some woman or some juries like, damn. I remember back in the '90s when my husband used to call me and say, yo, hey, I got no, your wife used to, even the man is like, damn, even if, what are you wearing? And then the lady might, say, oh, well, she got no panties on. You know what I mean? They're not together no more. You know what I mean? That mean you go back and charge them for what they said to their college, when they was in college before they got divorced, what I mean, in university. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. So you know what I mean? This is why I can see why the juries are getting mad. The media outside now, they're the one that the freak is shit, their mouths are watering like they're having their favorite dish. You know what I mean? While the people are up there bored. That's what I'm saying. They got to do something about that. Nobody want to hear that. You know what I mean? Nobody want to hear that. Nobody want to hear that. Nobody want to hear that. Do you want to? I want to hear the real stuff. I want to hear the young. As I said, that was the main part right there. The Jay Z, and then it's gonna come up, and that's gonna come up too. But that has to come up, right? That's when Diddy's lawyer is gonna be like, well, you know, my client was, brought up in, as I said, a lot. That's why this shit's gotta end quick. It can't. It won't last 8 weeks. You know what I mean? It probably will last like 5 weeks. I say 5. It won't last 8 weeks. 8 weeks. I mean, if it doesn't last 5 weeks, it probably last 6.5 weeks. You know what I mean? And then they'll talk about it for a week. You know what I mean? And then end it the next week. You know what I mean? There we go, 8 weeks. We end the trial, and then 6 weeks or 7 weeks, or 6.5 weeks, and we talk about it. You know what I mean? For like a week. And then then we go about our business. I'm just saying, it's crazy. Because there's nothing really that's a crime here. Just, crazy shit. It's just crazy shit. And it's always going to be like that. It's always going to be like that. Whatever is going on with these grown men, young women, you know what I mean? Not all of them, but it's always going to be like that. You know what I'm saying? Always going to be like that. Real talk. Because niggas been knocking off niggas' mom in the hood, and girls been knocking off niggas' dad in the hood. You know what I'm saying? It's always going to be like that. Not, you know what I mean? Just in adults, like 20-year-olds and even 19-year-olds. You know what I'm saying? But it's always, you know what I mean? So is that, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You go to your way looking for that person and try to mess with that person ignore you, and then you keep going. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And that's what some of y'all girls do because y'all don't, y'all think y'all find love and y'all think of, oh, such and such, this is the right person because they got all the cars, the money. You know what I mean? So you keep putting yourself back into that, not knowing, like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? It doesn't, not everything lasts. You know what I mean? Because it's just, especially when you put yourself out there like that. You know what I mean? That's like when a nigga, you know what I mean, just start using his money, just using his pockets. And she gonna always expect something. So, you start off using your pockets, so you're gonna end up finish off using your pockets. You know what I mean? That's what I said going in, as putting up yourself as that freaky girl that, I'm just gonna do anything and whatever you want. We could do it anywhere. You know what I mean? Like that 112 song. That's why I said that 112 song was crazy. I'm wondering if they was talking about Cassie and Diddy when they say we, you know what I mean, in the party, in the bathroom, at whatever, they could do it anywhere. Well, they was talking about them too. You know what I mean? I want real talk. So I don't know. It's kind of like make me like, I don't know. It just, this is just to me. I don't know, man. I can't wrap my head around this seeing him. I see why he never pleaded guilty, and I know in the jury they're gonna be like, okay, so that's why you never pled guilty. You know what I mean? Because as a juror, you want to see like you want to see why if this person is guilty. You know what I mean? And that's why gets them mad more. And that's why because now it's gonna be like, all right, well, what are we supposed to judge him on? Don't be surprised if this jury don't get dismissed. You know what I mean? Don't be surprised if they get dismissed. And that's gonna be the next crazy thing. Don't be surprised if this jury gets dismissed. Because these juries might be like, they all might want to just want to go home. If they get to next week, nothing come out about nothing. That's no strong concrete evidence because the whole world and everybody could see it right now. Even the mainstream media and the biased media is asking for evidence. But they looking stupid. But they was talking their shit and doing the most. So they want to see evidence because they want to back up their lies and they want to put more lies out there. So yeah, you know what I mean. So whatever. If he goes down, he's going down for something. Um, you know, that's why when I did my my what do you call it? My thing 13 days ago, I was like, why is Cassie allowed to testify? Because I already know like Cassie testifying was gonna kill their case. Because have they not heard some of the stories about I guess you gotta be in New York to be hearing that type of stuff in the background because the streets talk the street this Jay Z wasn't lying. So the streets watching, the streets talking, he wasn't lying. They talk. You know what I mean? And when they, and that, when they talk, that means when they say something, not only, the social, the what do you call it, celebrities, like everybody know. The HUD, people in the corner store, you know what I mean? The homeless people, you know what I mean? The crackheads. Yeah, they all know what's going on with this Cassie and Diddy story. Real talk. That's all New York is. I mean, they know what's going on. You think, you know what I mean? They never asked her before. That's why they don't pull up no interviews when they ask me about, how they feel about him being older and she younger. Because that would have even crushed them more. You know what I mean? If you notice the prosecutor didn't bring that up because she had been on tape saying, you know what I mean, this is what I wanted. Da, 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 all that other stuff. So it's just a lot. And even if Diddy goes on for her, it's gonna be more shit come up, you know what I mean? And he was gonna get an appeal anyway. So and it's not gonna be like, oh yeah, because yeah, he's been in there for a minute. You know what I mean? Every time he sleeps in their account. You know what I mean? Even though, you know what I mean? That's why they didn't want to let him out. Because if they would have known they would have got something strong evidence on him, they wouldn't have let him out. It's not charged, Jen. It's not charged. It's not ready yet. Give me like 10 minutes, okay? That's why they would have given him bail. That's why they thought. That's like what they thought they had something on ASAP Rocky. And they gave him bail. If they know they would have never had nothing on him, they wouldn't have given him bail. Trust me, they messed up on that. They're probably like, damn, we should have kept him in. You know what I mean? Because we thought we had him, but we didn't really have him. Yeah. That's it. They're trying to get everybody, y'all. Y'all ladies putting y'all in it like Megan Thee Stallion. I don't care about Cassie because Cassie never really did what Megan Thee Stallion did.
You know what I mean? Like, no offense to Cassie, but she ain't never did. She not on the Megan Thee Stallion level. As much as I don't fuck with Megan Thee Stallion, I gotta talk it like the facts. That's why I'm like, damn, you know, you really like let them use you up like this. You know what I mean? But Megan is not even like that's why I said I don't really want to put Megan in a 95% because she was low key trying to tell people. Say, yo, tell the people, and but you can't hear it from her. It's like people gonna say, well, you was forced to say that, or somebody goons threaten you. When Megan said that, they said Tory Lane told Megan goon. That's what that was the video a while back. You could look it up. Tory Lane goons pull up on my goons and saying that whatever. Why? But that's what they do when you tell the truth. So like it's crazy. It's crazy. You know, used up you know what I mean? And not like we're gonna sit here and say she needed Tory Lane. No, she didn't. But it's just, you know what I mean? She was doing her thing different from Cardi B. You know what I mean? She still do her thing as a sex symbol. Sex symbol is what they want. But it's just like it was kind of weird to see a tall girl in heels, you know what I mean, do all that shit that she does. So it's just like it's still kind of weird. Like certain things you really can't, you know what I mean, put even models or strippers beside Megan because it's gonna look awkward. That's what I'm saying. She's kind of or what it's kind of crazy. But you do have some tall girls. I'm not gonna say we don't have any tall girls. But it's just kind of awkward to put other females with her. You know what I mean? Because she's taller than them, especially like in because men, we prefer short girls, like a girl shorter than us. Like you said, I'm saying so. You know what I mean? It's just me though. For me, like that's how I said. You know, you know, and some men are like that. Because girls like tall men. They don't like a man that's short. Some of them don't like men, and some do. Some like you know taller women like short men. There's nothing wrong with that. But I'm just saying, Megan look kind of awkward. You know, it's messed up. Her career got to do all that damage there, 'cause that's a damage. And now the fan, so he's going to make it look like Megan, as a black woman, has fans and have people that will put hit on you if you say anything about her. So if you say yes, I'm coming. That shows you anything, will expose anything you say about her or her gender or whatever she is. They're gonna put. People gotta watch what's going on. People gotta stop. That's kind of gross. See, that's kind of you know, weird right there. That makes it look the community look some type of way. Like that's not a good look for her career, regardless of what. That's what I'm saying. Why would that fan just wanna donate money or raise money for an inmate? That don't make no sense. People gotta pay attention to these things. There's a lot of crazy things going on. They're like, what the hell is this? Yeah, this is crazy. And someone said violence against women, but ain't you never shoot her? And we already know Tory Lane ain't never shoot her. So the evidence shows you and everything says are you still gonna that's what I'm saying. The man, it's like it's crazy. You know what I mean? Man, I don't know. It's
some stuff going on here. It's crazy.
It's wild. Not a lot. It's wild. Shit is happening like never before. We got cases that they got out here that they putting in that has no evidence, no facts, and they still going to try. As I said, this is all acting. This is a stage. It's like it's a stage trial. It's crazy. Well, to them it is. I don't think to Puff and his family it is. But they just having so much fun right now, talking about nonsense. If he wasn't Diddy, Sean Combs was a regular dude, all that media would never be there. This story probably, you probably didn't even hear about this story on the news. The media would never cover the story if this wasn't a rich man. Why cover it? You're not going to get no time anyway.
It's crazy. Chris Brown, man. I know they were trying to get Chris Brown a long time ago. I knew they were trying to get Chris Brown a long time ago. I know Chris Brown was trying to, that's what they do. Tory didn't look like they getting away. Tory ain't about to come out. And they look like, Diddy slipping away from them. Yeah, they would have grabbed the next one. So as soon as the next one done, get on to the next one. Gonna be cases after cases. Everybody, if this person got off this case, they got a next case of this person. There's that going on. I don't know if the American media is gonna fly to the UK to cover this case. Chris Brown, bro. I don't know why. Why Breezy got to be up and get him, But 2 years ago, I'm just trying to figure out Breezy if he settled. Did he settle also? Did he pay them people out some money and then came back? I'm trying to figure out if he paid them people out some money when they came back. But yeah. I guess we don't want no more of those singers, no more of those, R. Kelly type, Michael Jackson type. If he's like he's like a good R&B singer, like he's up, R. Kelly, Usher, Chris Brown. Yeah, they're like, yeah, Jodeci. So, yeah. Crazy. What is that? What are you putting in your room? All them guys though. Yeah, they really good singers and performers. But man, all that all them people will be off the wall because I guess they're trying to put away, you know, Chris Brown for like a while, or, you know, I don't know, 5, 10. Seems like everybody started off at 10 years or some ridiculous number like that. They kind of start off at 2 or 3 or 2. Wait, which one? That one right there? You know, here. Here. Why they gotta start off at that number if they never commit no crime with being ridiculous? You know, I'm pretty sure any other no, because when the black person I notice when they get charged, they start off a high number. They kind of start off at a number where, this person, never really being in no trouble. So can't we just start off? You guys just start off. That's how it's all about the money. High fucking numbers. Chris Brown, though. Chris Brown. Chris Brown, one of them talented R&B artists, and they try to take your boy down for the 2025. Also, as I said, damn, I thought they would have left Chris Brown already, though. I thought they would have left this man already. I ain't gonna lie. But yeah, he's facing these charges in the UK. And then I mean, this is madness. So that's the next one. I'm not really an Orlando Brown fan, so I don't really care because he says exactly weird ass stuff. He got arrested too. Like, everybody getting pick up, like, when you go down the block, you say, oh, these niggas down here, they're not supposed to be down here, they selling drugs. Everybody getting pick up like it's a hood. Like, like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, they're down there, it's crazy. Like they violating probation. They find like they violating their parole or they do something. Get up there. What are you calling me for? I don't know. Yeah, I guess Chris Brown time is up. I don't know. I guess his time is up. Everybody that has that, like what they said. And if y'all notice, if you ain't, it's gonna be like this. If you have that that 90s flow, you gotta go, or that feeling, if you have, so I guess it has to be a certain era, like everything has to be from the millennium, like 2000 and up, type of, feeling. Because if you notice, everything in the old school is gone. Everything is going from the old school, the old days. They all gotta go. So all the stuff is getting on the Chris Browns, the Diddy's, the Smoke Robinson. people still listen to that. You can still go to a show and say, you know what, you know, it's- especially when you got, and I've been telling you guys this, new artists that they love, that they promote to you guys, that they tell you everybody love, nobody's booking them. So when you get rid of these people like Chris Brown, Diddy's, and all these other people that they talk bad about, but people are still booking them, and paying money to see, that's where it comes. So you got to get rid of them. That's what's going on. All going. Some crazy stuff. I see Drake chill out. Drake made an album. Drake did a couple of things and he chilled out. Paying attention to what's going on. Because you got to pay attention. You don't know who's coming. You know what I mean? Who's whatever. People are saying Kanye is not the real Kanye. I don't know if that's true. That is, that's allegedly. You know what I mean? But whatever. There's a lot of stuff. It's crazy to see how these guys entertain us, give us all these good records, platinum after platinum. It makes some of y'all find love. Real talk, because R&B singers, they make you find love. You know what I mean? And they might make you get some love for one night or even like a month or so, whatever. But you know what I'm talking about. Growing up in them high school, college days, university. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. So it's crazy. All that's gonna be gone. Chris Brown, Diddy has some good artists. And now it's just like, what we gonna have? How we grew up with Mary J. Blige, like all of that. 112, a lot. The list goes on. Like, you can't say he's a bad producer. You know what I mean? And I'm saying it's crazy because if Cassie, she never went to a producer. She never tried. So obviously, it's just crazy stuff. So, but Chris Brown, though, I can't lie. He's one of them artists that I could say, yeah. When he first came out, I was like, oh, you know what I mean? But I'm like, damn, all right, you got talent. Like, you know what I mean? Because for me, you got to be able to break, as an artist, if you want, like, Michael Jackson them did it. They did something that people came before them did. Rick James, everybody else, So, Usher, you know what I mean? So, Chris Brown now, when he does, like, stuff that relate to R&B and certain stuff, you know what I mean? And then he's collabing with R. Kelly and all that. And then I knew, too. I knew it. I said, yeah, man, he did this with R. Kelly. It was, you know what I mean? They're probably going to want to get him because, you know what I mean? It's a big record. I mean, it's a big track. So, as I said, like, they don't want that stuff around. And that's what's been going on in 2025. People, what's going on across the world. Everything is like people want that new flavor. I mean, the old style. You know what I mean? But with a new flavor to it, or just made it just keep something old but remake it. That's what we see what's going on. You know what I mean? In the music game. So, or people might be doing stuff with old artists because they sick of it, certain stuff. But yeah, people like Chris Brown, who just got arrested in the UK, and facing serious jail time. Yeah, they don't want that type of stuff. That's why I say you need to chill out right now. I wouldn't be surprised if I don't hear nothing from Drake for like 2 years. You know what I'm saying? Because he already know what time it is. I wouldn't be surprised if I said like certain stuff going in for the 2026. Certain rappers, we're not gonna hear from them like that. You know what I mean? I'm telling you. And if you're a rapper out there thinking, oh, this is the way I'm just gonna promote, you know what I mean, violence and show a whole bunch of pew pew in their videos and naked girls and all that. Yeah, that's all good and all that. But guess what? When you get to that bag and that time when you're putting other people on, they come to Rico. You know what I mean? And try to get you before you get to that level. So people need to pay attention to that. You know what I mean? Pay attention to that. A lot of things. I said, this Chris Brown stuff, we all know they've been trying to get Chris Brown. You know what I mean? And I'm understanding the UK shouldn't have no problem giving this man bail. They deny his bail, but you shouldn't have no problem giving him bail because he ain't never committed a crime in the UK. So, you know what I mean? I guess, yeah, he might have to fly. Well, I guess they don't want him to fly back to the US. They're going to keep him in there until the trial. Because it makes sense. He don't live in the UK. So it's just crazy. I don't know. I don't know. I know some secret or some shit. Yeah, gonna get locked up in the UK too. Now be careful all y'all talk. But yeah, that's crazy to me though. There's a whole bunch of niggas getting locked up the whole month. Like, damn, it's gonna be like, what they're gonna use to sidetrack us? I know Black Entertainment saw, but damn. Mm-mm-mm. 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 Every 2 days or every day, or every 24 hours. Oh, this such and such rapper is charged with such and such. 2 days later or 24 hours later, oh, this rapper is such and such and such. All black man. Nobody say nothing. And people say, oh, I knew it. These guys and this and that and that. Bro, someone manipulate you into certain stuff and trick you to sign certain stuff, and you ain't know about certain things, you think you're just gonna be this person or just get this money or this is what you want to do. You're not gonna know until you know the business. It's like when I went in, went in the thing and said, we just gonna sell food. Right now they're like, you need permits, you need zoning, you need license, all that. Yeah, I mean, we know we need zoning and permits, but we didn't know we needed so much all them things. Fire inspector, you know, uh, fire code check, all that. Health inspector, all that. So when you don't know the business and you go in, and you don't know certain things, yes, you're gonna get tricked, you're gonna get caught. You might sign something that you think that, um, yeah, you're only doing this because of your talent. That's why they choose you because they think you're gonna be the one to, change certain things on social media, be certain influence. Chris Brown influence was always Chris Brown influence. Tell me, y'all. I mean, every single girl they see this nigga, they want to take a picture with him. They will pay him money to take a picture with him because rappers don't want to touch you know these girls, regardless if they say it or not. So they will pay him money. When they pay him money to touch this, you know what I mean, to put their leg up on this nigga, you know what I mean, for them to grab him and hug the female, like, you see what I'm saying? Like, he promoting, like, that's the type of stuff. You a person, you getting money, but girls want to pay you to take picture with you. You know what I mean? Single women putting up their legs on you and doing all the other stuff. You see what I'm saying? It's crazy. What's up? So, right. Then him leave me alone. They didn't like that at all. Hey, boy, Chris Brown was out there doing all that. That's what I said. I'm like, damn, the only nigga that I know female will pay him to take pictures with him. Right? I mean, all females.
When's the last time you see a female pay R&B? You know what I mean? Because I'm just trying to show you how the time is. So now we went from the fans just want to take a picture to, you know what I mean, distant because, hey, we don't know who this fan is. They might want to give you charges. So now you guys are forcing the fans to pay the stars to take pictures with them and photos the way how they want to do it. See, it doesn't work like that. You guys cannot stop what people want to do. You know what I mean? So now you guys are mad because you guys have people, artists, or a product that no one will pay. Um, no one's gonna pay you guys as artists or whoever you guys got out there that are singing or doing whatever to take no fans. I mean, to take no pictures. Like their fans are not gonna pay you guys as artists to take no pictures. But Chris Brown is out here, and he's got, you know, grown woman, every woman, older woman, younger woman, and everybody else paying him. You know what I mean? And he's not taking a picture of no kids. I'm talking about, girls in their 20s and all that, and 30s and and 40s are paying him to take pictures because of the way you guys set it up. You know what I mean? You guys make it set it up. But certain women are not like that. They're like, You know what I mean? They'll figure the way out. You know what I mean? They'll break it down to you. Because if you say no, you don't want the money, they're like, well, we know you don't want to get a charge, and you might think this is gonna happen, so this is why we're paying. They're like, all right, well, I understand why y'all are paying. But only man. You know what I mean? It's not mentioned beside Michael Jackson. You know what I mean? I think R. Kelly too. You know what I mean? They was low key paying him. I mean, some of the people was paying him, like, you know what I mean? But not like this. You know, real talk. Just to hug him, because it will make it that you leave that alone, please. It's charging. Leave it alone, because you're gonna come back to me crying, talking about I need to charge. It's charging. I'll give it to you when it's charged. No, you're not. You just ate a while ago. You just ate a burger and the little chocolate thing that I gave you. The Well, go eat your cheeseburger. No, well, take the lettuce off of it. No, you're not. Yeah, ain't nobody paying these artists that are quote unquote popular that are performing, and ain't nobody paying them to take photos with them. People are taking selfies, but they're not paying with them. Paying them or line them up like a whole line. That's celebrity status right there. Even though celebrity status, yeah, people taking selfies with you, but when you got a whole bunch of people like, yo, we gonna have to pay him this man to take a picture of him because we don't want him to think that we're here to take his money or sue him in the future. Or come up with some allegation saying he touched me the wrong way. Like, you see what I'm saying? That shows you what the status, like his level of how females and people think about him and how people know, you know what I mean? That's why he got this, because y'all couldn't get him with a female. You know what I mean? Because y'all were trying to get him with a female to connect. They say, oh, this is what he did to Rihanna. That's like what he did to Rihanna, right? Nope. That's why he got hit with this charge. Because y'all see on the females are still treating him like, you know what I mean? Real talk. So this was like, it's crazy. This is crazy. But yeah, he's one of them artists that I say he's up there. I don't think that was paying Usher no money to take pictures with him. Like, I mean, it was a different time. But Usher could have touched back then, could have grabbed him. Usher still got on there grabbing females. You know what I mean? He don't have to, you know what I mean? But people, the younger generation, and the people I'm now could see and read everything the media try to do to men. You know what I mean? Especially certain men. So for a group or a whole bunch of women to say, yo, we're gonna have to pay this man to take a picture of him so he don't think that, we're gonna do this or anybody is sending us to slip charges. If the one that don't want to pay, I be like, all right, because you already know this is going on, and you know it's Chris Brown, and then you got a problem right there. So I thought that was them girls right there, or whoever saw a woman or started that trend is very smart because you know what I mean. You're protecting the black man, real talk, because you already know, you know what I mean, what they out here trying to do. So whoever, any woman that tired and say, yeah, we need to start paying this man because you know what I mean, we don't want this, that, you know what I mean, and that was because you know what I mean. And nobody, like as I said, when he goes, it's only in North America. He has to do that shit. Yeah, I mean, or probably in the UK, he probably did that, but when he goes to anywhere else, like in the Bahamas, the island, anywhere, you know, anywhere, Russia and them places, he don't got to do all that. They don't have. If a woman hug you and touch you and tell you to grab her, you can't go back and charge them because you said so. Like, no, that's what I'm saying. But we talk about wasting our money and all that stuff. That's the next thing we do to the economy. We take money and do stupidness, but then we say, oh, you know, oh, the economy is going down. Well, dog, we take our money and do stupidness, like fight against billionaires and all them stuff. Yeah, I mean, that make no sense. But yeah, I don't know no artist that is, you know, did by Chris Brown. That no R&B artist in this time, no new school artist, because Chris Brown's not a new school R&B artist that has females saying, "Yo, I'm gonna take some pictures with you because I don't want them to, you know, to think I'm trying to get nothing off you or whatever." No, I say, you know, the game is changing. It's changing. They try to change it too, but at the same time, they could only do so much. People don't want to be up in that. I mean, people don't want to be up. People don't want to be up in that. You know, yeah, it's just too easy to you know create a picture into that. We seem like we got more, you know, we could create more picture of someone instead of having evidence. In today's world, there's more stuff created, even when it goes to certain cases, than you know. There's more like propaganda in any case than more evidence. That's a fact. I mean, when it comes to social media, especially especially the you know when it comes to celebrities. I know Chris Brown thing is real. That ain't no act. You know what I mean? There's facts on that. You know what I mean? The Chris Brown thing, there's no lies on it. You know, that thing right there, he kind of messed up. You know what I mean? He messed up. Like he shouldn't have do that. Like, when you get drunk, you know what I mean, and you know what I mean. And as I said, people that do R&B are like that because they think niggas looking at them as a soft fry. You know what I mean? So they gonna flip out on you. Yeah, they gonna flip out. It's crazy, girl. That is crazy. But yeah, damn. I hope you know Chris Brown gonna have to sit down. Like probably gonna have to sit for like maybe probably gonna have to do 2 years. And I don't think he's gonna have to do
You know, because people always put big numbers out there. Oh my God, he's gonna do life. He's gonna do 10. That's what I'm learning. I can't go off of what they put up there. You know, they do go extra and they say certain shit to make the case look like there's something real, there's something going on. That's what I'm saying. So I'm not gonna sit there and say, oh, Chris Brown is gonna do some serious time. I know he's in trouble though. He's gonna have to do some time for real. This ain't no cakewalk. This ain't no Diddy's case. This ain't no Diddy case. This is my nigga saying, yeah, I mean, you know who I am? Yeah, I mean, that nigga probably trying to give him some ridiculous number too. So I said, you gotta watch out for some of these overseas people. Can't let them get to you because they talk the shit. You know what I mean? But really, they're not used to that type of aggressiveness. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Their aggression. You know what I mean? From American or Canadian nigga will terrify them niggas because they're not used to that type of action. You know what I mean? So, them people, they get scared very easily. You know what I mean? Because it's not an everyday lifestyle. But yeah, Chris Brown, man, this is this is crazy. This is crazy, but yeah, the next one, it's 2 years ago. I'm surprised this never said. Why we putting out a warrant now? Why we locking him up now? Like I don't get it. So it's just like I said, everybody's gonna be gone for a while. We gonna have some new faces. You know what I mean? You gonna have someone sounding like Chris Brown but doing something totally different. So this is crazy. Yep. This is why. Like I said, I'm not Orlando Brown. I don't care what. I don't care. I'm not really a fan of it. Not really a fan of him. No, no, no. So, but yeah, Chris Brown going to miss a lot of money because that all he has to do is perform. He ain't really got to do it. Every now and then he might be he talented. You know what I mean? He talented. So every now and then he might come up with something and just sing it out or write it out, put it on a record. But people gonna miss him. I tell you this: 5 years. If he does 5 years, and if he gets 5 years even if he just gets two, he come out. Oh, people gonna book him. Oh man, he's still gonna make his money. You know what I mean, because the ladies love him. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? The ladies love him. So, and niggas just fuck with Chris Brown in general. Chris Brown's one of them artists that you don't hear nobody really talk bad about down here, in Canada, Jamaica, in African countries or America like that, where like, yeah,
Chris Brown, an R&B artist, but you know what I mean, that nigga will punch you in your face. You know what I mean? So it's just crazy. Now that does make that UK producer look weak. Because any artists that say you're a street rapper that's signed to that UK artist thing that's promoting that type of music, you got to take a second look at him too, because you know what I mean. He probably rat out his artists. You know what I mean? If you seen something, I seen the craziest thing down here. There was a shooter in a studio, and the nigga gave the camera to the police and everything. He's a producer. He was his studio. So it's just crazy. It's just crazy. But yeah, Chris Brown is a legend up in a legend. Chris Brown ain't never fall off. You know, he just got smart. You know, basically ain't never like, you know what I mean, kind of like, yeah. You know, at one point he's like, I think at one point, I think at a certain point they want him to write certain things, but I think after a while he just started singing like right time. I think that was his like this, you know, him just spitting game right there. Like as I said, that nigga right there, Chris Brown is a legend. Like yeah, but you know, legend. They said legends don't live forever. If he gets 5, I'm just trying to figure out why is he gonna get life or why should he get some major time? It make no sense. Because we already know UK is not like, you know, there's a bottle. People get hit with bottles in the UK all the time, you know, and they don't what do you call it? They don't get like time like that. Like I said, there's videos out there circulating. If I was Chris Brown and lawyer, I'll show up all these other videos of UK and these people I'm circulating get hit with bottles and people taking photos and posting it on. And cause that's the thing right there. That's the thing in the UK. You know, a nigga would hit you with a bottle or a Hennessy bottle, or, you know what I mean, a cognac or a Douce bottle, like, or a champagne bottle, like real talk. It's a regular thing. So remember, they're like old school. It's a fight. They'll swing a bottle at you, and then you swing a bottle at them. Right? You know what I mean? And they probably started off like, you know, they started swinging a bottle, and then he started swinging a bottle back. But he got the best of them, so you know, he's facing the trap. But it is like that, you know. But it's crazy. That's how you can't blame Floyd Mayweather for not throwing back a punch or just taking a slap in his head. Like you see what I'm saying? You can't really blame him for that. Cause that was a smart looking at that now. Like yeah, Money Floyd was smart. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah, you're gonna get your 2 minutes of fame, but guess what? You ain't getting no my money. You ain't getting me no jail time. So that right there was kind of smart from Floyd Mayweather. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Chris Brown just, yeah. Yo, when you street, you street. You know what I mean? When you come from that cough, you come from that cough. Like, you know what I mean? You might be in a good mood, someone trying to kill your buzz, like, yeah, you gonna, you know what I'm saying? Enough time I get on my character, I'm like, yo, I should do this. I'm like, you know what, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? So what? There's a lot of them, you know what I mean? Now, that producer that nobody knows, or, you know what I mean? Somebody probably knows in the UK, and people, you know, people gonna know who he is now. But people don't talk about him like that over here. People don't be talking about him now. I mean, that's what I said. For him, it's gonna be some type of dent too. If niggas ain't going to fuck with you. They'll be like, yo, you got Chris Brown locked up. Like, you know what I mean? And unless you're a Chris Brown hater, and then Chris Brown ain't got a lot of hate. The only people who don't like Chris Brown like that is the racist white people. That's it. If women didn't hate on him like that, like they said he was this and abused, like they was trying to promote, you know what I mean? And what's her name said, and then that's why I respect Rihanna. She said it. If you a man and a woman grab your nuts, what would you do? You know what I mean? Because if you're cheating on a woman and she grab your, because people don't know Caribbean women. You know what I mean? The first thing they do when you find out you cheat on them is they're gonna grab your balls and shit. You know, they'll twist it up and they'll ask you a bunch of questions. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? She already explained, like, yo, you know what I mean? What would you do if a woman grab you by your nuts? You're not, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? And they try to twist you up and, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna beat them up to get off of you. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. They never told us that on the media until she had to say that out of her own mouth. You know what I mean? Because they want to make, that's I'm just trying to show you. It goes both ways. That's how I respect older people. They'll tell you, you know what, you and two is fighting, but at the end of the day, it takes two, you know what I mean? Nowadays it seems like it just take one person. One person get the blame. That's how you gotta respect the OGs. And I'm talking about the OGs up in their 60s, 70s. You see what I'm saying? They'll tell you, yeah, like, I don't know what's going on with you young people back in the days, but back in my days, me and my sister used to get in trouble, you know what I mean? You hit one and it's not nowadays the next person hit you, you hit back, or the next person try to choke you and you're trying to fight for your life is like you're the bad guy. It don't work like that. It don't work like that. Now, I mean, that's why a lot of y'all, some of y'all kids, you know what I mean, teenagers, boys are soft and they be doing stuff because they don't have the right father, or a lot of y'all just don't want hating so much because you know what I mean. The nigga was fucking around and he fucked up. Y'all trying to fuck up that relationship with the man too, with and his kid. You know what I mean? Because that's crazy. And some of y'all be the same shit. Y'all fuck up. That's why they be mad at Chris Brown because he like a nigga that just push. He don't hate on women. He still respect women. He never went the next one and said, I don't trust no black women. Look what they all did to me. Rihanna did such and such. No. He still stuck with the sisters. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. He still show the fat girl, the skinny girl love. Take pictures with all different type of girls. Skinny girls, fat girls, you know what I mean? Show them all love. Don't discriminate a woman. You know what I mean? So when a woman sees that, what is she gonna think? And a woman knows if I grab a next man, you know, private ear and start twisting it around, obviously I'm gonna get smacked in my face. You know what I mean? So that Chris Brown stuff with him and Rihanna. You know what I mean? And Rihanna purposely put that out there too because she was still, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I know they're not really friend like, but she, you know, she was still talking to him and helping him out in certain ways because she knows she shouldn't have did that. Cause that put a dent in her career and his career. You know what I mean? Because, and I said that's why, she kind of like stayed away from the music business. Just start having a family. You know what I mean? And nothing going on. So Rihanna just took a step back and they said, fuck it, I'm gonna have a whole bunch of kids and just relax, enjoy my paper. You know what I mean? Make me some makeup and you know what I mean, and just put my business in the Caribbean to the African country. You know what I mean? And when I feel like it, you know what I mean? But she got a lot of stuff that she do outside North America. A lot of stuff. You know what I mean? And she has a lot of stuff over like in the Middle East too. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Because them people, when they see that you're married and you have a family, one thing about them people up in the Middle East, people talk shit about in the Arabs, once they see that you're married and you have a family, and the Muslims, they will do any business with you. They'll be like, what? You like to take care of your family? I'll do anything with you. And if they hear that your man is out there and you're doing this and you're a woman that's, you know, and you're not doing that, you see what I'm saying? But they will do business with her because she's seen that she stands for family. That's why she's one of them only women that could go to that country and do business and she could still sell her products without nobody getting no money off of it over here in North America. You know what I mean? Because she knows she stands for family value. I mean, certain countries, man will respect a woman if they stand up more for family and values and certain things. They know they could trust. That's how a man trusts women in other countries. You know what I mean? Trying to get money off her and giving her everything and, you know, trying to making her look sexual. You know what I mean? So everybody, so you can make it is not the way some people look at the value of certain women. You know what I mean? Other countries. But Chris Brown, man, you know what I mean? You still have people, you don't hear nobody say, oh my God, da da da. You don't hear the haters and certain people saying, you know what I mean, making videos and trying to break down certain this and say, oh, you know what I mean, trying to say, oh, you should have been had this from Rihanna times or whatever. But it not not stating the fact that Rihanna said that she had this man by his nuts. You know what I mean, squeezing it to the you know what I mean, to you know what. And then he had to like kinda like slap her to get off stop because you know what I mean, he was you know what I mean, having sex with somebody else. And as I said, in the Caribbean, that's what they girls will do to you. You know what I mean? That's what you can't really fuck with them. You know what I mean? Because they'll fuck up your shit. You know what I mean? And they will, you know what I mean, grab your shit and do that. That's a well known island thing. So I think that's what got him out of that trouble with that. You know what I mean? And that wasn't really no get back. And both parties was like, you know what I mean, kind of like embarrassed about it. So yeah, fucked up what happened with Chris Brown. But you know, you can't make mistakes like those. You know what I mean? In country like the UK. That's a very popular thing right there in the UK. Fighting with bottles and hitting you with bottles and things. You know what I mean? And I mean, it depends on how the bottle was, you know, and everything. So I don't know, unless the person is still having problems and can't, you know, can't do certain things. But to locked up now after 2 years later, you know what I mean? It's just, it's crazy. It's crazy. I don't think Chris Brown should get locked up for this. I think he should pay a simple fine and sit like, you know, people say this is a distraction. And I don't see this distraction. The Diddy case, you know, even the Megan and Stallion, in a way it is. You know, I don't see who's what do you call it? Paying. You know, I said this the stuff that they come up with make me like really saying like, yo, they really are here trying to come to you know, trying to they really are here trying to, you know, taking people for idiots, talking about some fans of hers made a donation. Like, you guys are wicked. You guys are wickedness. You guys are crazy. I ain't gonna lie. Stuff that people believe and people actually sit there and try to say it's true is just ridiculous. That's how no people don't think for their own. That's why it's so easy to the media to say, well, such and such did this, brainwash this person get brainwashed because it is crazy. It is absolutely crazy. I ain't gonna lie. It's crazy. A whole lot going on at one time. Diddy trial. Tory Lane, Chris Brown. That's a major, major blue loss for the R&B industry. If you like R&B, you them females are like you like good R&B and you don't like to hear that. Get high and have get high and friggin' have you know sex or freak offs and then get charged later. You know what I mean, Chris Brown music was not like that because he was not telling you to get high. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I don't know. This is a loss, a big loss. The music industry. It's a big. Chris Brown is a big L. Who else? Yeah, I mean, see, that's why I guess that's why Usher stopped making songs. Usher could be out there making hits too because Chris Brown was still making his hits, dropping, getting his millions. His songs are still getting played. So sometimes you gotta just rest it. Because if he would have never went to the UK for that, to do whatever he went over there to tour, perform, or anything, and whatever the argument that he got into with the promoter or producer, this would have never happened. It's crazy. But they did say they was aiming at the music industry, so people know what are we gonna do? What are we gonna listen to? What are we gonna listen to? What are we gonna listen to? So I don't know. I just want to see if people, if people are still gonna go to these Megan shows. Well, of course they are. People don't care. Let's just show you today media is that this was back in the days, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and you did something like this, their shows, no man, they're off the market. But you could fake the numbers today, you fake the screens and all that. So even when you do something messed up and they want to push you and they could still make your numbers pop. Even when nobody fuck with you, they could still make your numbers pop. And then some people, when nobody fuck with you, they see your numbers still popping. They see your numbers, they'll be like, oh, that person's still popping, and I guess their numbers. So it goes like that. But yeah. I don't know if we going to have some of these people. I just want to know who's going to be performing in the next 10 years. I mean, the next 5 or 2 years, because ain't nobody make money like as much as how Kendrick Lamar record was. He wasn't getting booked like how Drake was getting booked. Drake was getting more shows than he. You know what I mean, sellout shows all over the world, not only one country. You know what I mean? It's just like Chris Brown. He not only sell out in the United States, or he didn't only sell out when he came over here to the ACC or Vancouver or Montreal. He saw everywhere. I remember when he went to when he went to Jamaica. It was like how much? It was 500K in US. You know what I mean? They had VIP for the VIP tickets. Yeah, yeah. Uh-huh. Real talk. That's the type of money there this man was making, Chris Brown is making. Nobody making that. Not at all. Nobody making that. And no island. Anybody gonna be like, you know, no. The ladies was paying that. Imagine that. That's why I said some of these Met these people I'm lying to you about these African countries and these these islands are poor. Where's people getting 500K US to pay for Chris Brown? All right. I just want you guys to know that what's going on. You know what I mean? Chris Brown is that guy. That guy. You know what I mean? The only person Chris Brown is not really bigger than on this thumbnail is probably Diddy, which is probably bigger than, you know what I mean? But I mean, on a producing level, Diddy's bigger than that. But on a level, all the artists, Megan, Tory Lanez, yeah, Chris Brown, the top of the chart. He could even rap too. I mean, he was the first R&B artist that dropped a couple, line rapping and, you know what I mean, and shit, and sound good. You see the females are like, oh, I forgot what one female they say was rapping. I'm like, in my head, damn, that's what y'all want, but Chris Brown been doing that. So, I don't know. Chris Brown, these girls, they want to rap about not having a baby. They don't want a family. They just want your back, your money. People like Megan Thee Stallion and these girls. Listen to when they rap. Oh, I just want your money. I don't want you to put a baby in my tummy. You're gonna mess up my. That's all they talk about. You know, Chris Brown ain't never. He ain't never sing that. Tory Lanez ain't never talk like that. That's not his style. Like, you know what I mean? And y'all gotta check. Those are them people that they don't want. They want out of here. You know what I mean? They're resetting this. They want them people out of here. The people I'm saying, yeah, I want to, you know what I mean? I want to go half on a baby like R. Kelly and them people like that. You know what I mean? Or Chris Brown. You know what I mean? I would make a song that say sorry, and you know what I mean, and rap about our Tory Lanez. You know what I mean? Nah, they don't want that. They want to hear people like Megan Thee Stallion. Scam people. You know what I mean? And ratchet girls like Cardi B. You know what I mean? That get people drunk. That will say that stuff. And still Cardi B is not on trial up to this day. But Cardi B tells you she was putting drug in and getting them drunk off and thinking them. She was saying this. But you see no man come. You see they find no man that come forward and said, oh, John Doe can't show his face. Yeah. Y'all better stay away from these weird ass. You know what I mean? And I don't blame Cardi B for that. So what I'm saying is it's a regular thing. And niggas might be like, damn, that bitch got me, but that was it. They know. They fucked up. They ain't gonna be out here like that. Chasing on girl and saying, hey, you did this to me, let me get it back from you. You know what I mean? Real talk. But I'm just saying, females will do it. Yeah, but it wouldn't look good on Cardi to be getting charged like that because she supports that family thing. That's why, she really had to. I wouldn't be surprised if she go back with Offset. But those girls, this girl right here, Megan or whatever she is, you know what I mean? Because Rice is right, Stallion is a horse name. That's a man horse, male horse. So, yeah. Yeah. But Tory Lane, them people just straight like, they rap about family shit. When they talking to a girl, they breaking it down like a nigga macking a girl. If you hearing Tory Lane, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, like, you know what I mean? You smirk on some shit what they say in their line because you're like, yeah, like this nigga know how to talk to a female. This nigga ought to run game on a female, like, you know what I mean? But they're not trying to, like, when we mean run game, like, you know what I'm saying? Know how to talk to her, make her listen. You know what I mean? Without manipulation, no threats, or, you know what I'm saying? None of that. Make her feel comfortable. Make her want to chill on her own will. You know what I mean? That's what them old school old heads, they call game, like, you know what I mean? Real talk. That's what they used to teach us growing up. So, they like that. You know what I mean? They're not gonna still. You're not gonna hear them saying on the record, "Well, we're gonna drink the Percocet You know what I mean? Even though they might say 1-2 song, but it's a time. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. But they're not really. Their records don't really based on drugs. You know what I mean? Drugging females and making the producers them rapping about certain stuff like that. So I don't know. They all rapping about drugs, singing about drugs. But yeah, these Tory Lane all about family. He's all about family because his mom and pops was together. You know what I mean? Even when they they you could still they still have that whole family thing. You know what I mean? Nobody, that's it. When you have that, nobody could break that. You know what I mean? Nobody could break that. That's why people got love for them people like that. That's why Chris Brown still have love when they try to turn all them females on him. Try to make him, you know what I mean? When they try to go Me Too on him, they're like, Now we heard what she said. We heard what Rihanna said. You know what I mean? And Rihanna ain't never said nothing bad about him or wish nothing bad about him. Even when they try to try to manipulate her, she ain't never said nothing bad. Because she knows she messed up. Because you know what? When you grow up with a real, black woman as a black mom, or any woman will tell you, or any Mexican, any Italian, and especially the Puerto Rican, they'll be like, if you put yourself in a situation, don't try to get out of that. You know what I mean? Don't try to make nobody feel sorry. Feel sorry for yourself. You put yourself in that situation. Be a woman about it. You know what I mean? That's why I said Rihanna a woman today, and she was always gonna be a woman. I mean, that's why what's her name is going crazy over her and giving her babies. Real shit. Because she stand for her man. You know what I mean? We seen that. And I said, any girl that stand for their man, gonna get a good man. Or any girl stand for, their culture of man. Why a Caucasian woman, she stand up for, anything that man go through and it's not real. A man gonna see that and be like, yo, I wanna get with that female or a black or same thing with it, that's why it's like Rocky knew that he could have choose her because she wasn't those girl that was gonna be mad at him and throw charges on him and said, "Oh, we got in an argument. He yelled at me and he said this." You know what I mean? Da da da. Because it's nature. It's human. You know what I mean? Everybody's walking around like they don't yell at their husband or their wife. Fuck. Or they don't have a misagreement. You know what I mean? Like, come on. They don't tell themselves like, "Oh, or they don't talk to themselves and like it's crazy. Like we don't live in a perfect world. Cut that shit up. You know what I'm saying? That shit needs to cut up. That's why she is married. And there's certain women in the game today don't have a relationship. They've been in the game and they've been Miss Popular and Mr. Popular. You know what I mean? Because they have an agenda. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? They're all about themselves, into themselves. When they can't get their way, they use the media and they use what the system has to offer. That's why I'm saying Rihanna never like that. She's not like that. Nicki Minaj not like that. You know what I mean? Because she could have been doing a lot of stuff. And she, you know what I mean? She talks her shit, but she's not gonna use, certain things and give Meek Mill's allegations because and say, that nigga Meek Mills was talking to me like this and I made some type of threat and put an allegation. No. That's what I'm saying. We gotta be honest and talk and look. There's only a group of certain women that do these things. And it's only North America. You know what I mean? Real talk. Women knows. Your mama, a real woman to tell you, your mama taught you. If you go in a place, if you want to be a hoe and you get in trouble, that's on you. If you go in a place and you make man take advantage, you didn't complain, that's on you. I mean, if you do something to a man that could put his life in danger, and he puts his arm on you, his hand on you to make you stop, you know what I mean? As long as he doesn't, you know what I mean, hurt you in a physical way where he kills you. You know what I'm saying? But he might bruise you. It's on you. You know what I mean? But we don't tell these girls this. We tell them, that's why, we tell these young men and these young girls, oh, do whatever you want. And like, there's no consequences. Like, they can't, like, no one's supposed to. You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? There's no consequences. You know what I mean? Like, nothing's going to happen to them if they go and steal a next man's stuff or they go break somebody's heart or they manipulate somebody or if they just, there might be some backlash or somebody might hate you. Or, you might not look as the girl that you looked at, they might look at you a different way. So if there's people that still out there that educate their kids like that, and you could talk because you see how they walk, you know what I mean, and you can see when they are driving or whatever they're doing, and they're going and the respect they have, and they wait for other people. But you could tell the people who don't get taught that in their household because you can see the difference. But people like, you know, once again, Rihanna, if you notice, she ain't never really brought up no allegation on no man or anything. I mean, if she wanted to, she could bring mad allegation. You know what I'm saying? And Jay-Z, she could have done the same thing that Cassie is doing to Diddy right now with Jay-Z because, once again, here goes the newsflash. Ring the alarm that Beyonce made was talking about Rihanna because there was rumors going around that when Jay-Z and Rihanna was in the Barbados, they was having thing together. And Rihanna was at a young age at the time, probably the same age as Cass. You see what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So, you see what I'm saying? So, you don't see her saying, oh, yeah, because Rihanna knows she put herself in that situation. You see what I'm saying? She probably felt the thing for that man at one time, but, you know what I mean? She was young and she didn't know more, and she moved on. You know what I mean? You're not going to say, well, he manipulated me, he made me do that. No. You see what I'm saying? Move on. Now, y'all going to make, and this is why, as I said, people will sit down and invite her to meetings because they know that she's not there to bring down nobody. She takes responsibility for her own actions as a female. That's why I said Rihanna could do so much and say so much if you know what I mean. That's why she's not really living. She moves around, and you know what I mean. And she goes and she does her stuff with her family. You know what I mean. And she does because once again, she could have been doing the same thing that Cassie did. She could have said, "Yo, Jay-Z did this to me when I was first coming. I was Rockefeller, and they manipulated me at this age, and da da da." So, yeah, that's that. I mean, you can't really put yourself out there like that and make up stories and call them things and people. You see what I'm saying? And do all that. You got to see the trend of what people do and how people do it and where these females are from. As I say, you guys got to watch yourself. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You're going to lose our people to other races. You know, black women, I say this over and over again. People like Megan Thee Stallion, they'll make young niggas start looking like, yeah, you know what I mean? I'm just going to continue, you know what I mean, going a different race. You know what I mean? Probably even going to a next country to get a black female because, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? That's what's going on. Even Charleston White is killing this girl. And I don't blame him. You know what I mean? People's calling her pure evil. You know what I mean? So we got to understand who send this money to Tory Lane. If people are on the internet talking like that, you know what I mean? And you could blame Megan, but you can't. But, Megan should have jumped up and said something. Even though at a certain point you can't talk. But if you're on the stand testifying, bro, you got to, you know what I mean? I'm trying to see if none of them take the stand, bro. You got to, you know what I mean? As I said, when these people are coming out wearing glasses and hiding their face, and there's no sun around, you see what I'm saying? And you got people like Tory Lane coming out, his lawyer, they always have something to hide. You know what I mean? Because you can see that lies in their eyes, that they lying. You know what I mean? People might you come out of court and go and understand with glasses on, you lying. You know what I mean? That's why in the Caribbean, they'll be like, take them glasses off when you talk to me. I want to see your eyes. I want to see if you're lying. You know what I mean? Real talk. Take them shades off when you're talking to me. Let me see if you're lying. Now, this is just crazy right here. You know what I mean? Crazy. That's why at the same time you gotta teach and because if you're a single black woman right now with a son, what do you say to this? Because that man is gonna be like shit. You know what I mean? At a time like this, he's gonna run. You see what I'm saying? he gonna run to a next race. It's be like, damn, these black girls, they're gonna tell lies. You know what I mean? Y'all don't even see the flip. As I said, the flip and the switch is on right in front of people. And nothing wrong with it, but I'm just saying everybody should be comfortable with what they want. And nothing wrong with nobody want to be, but this Megan Thee Stallion shit right here, it looks stupid. It's funny, you know. It's just stupid. Why are you guys out here sending money? Why don't you send money to the people that need it? People must starve. Like, donate, raise some money to help some of these homeless and put them somewhere, do something. Y'all are donating money. That's how I know this world is twisted. When we could allow somebody to help raise money, you know what I mean, for that ain't never heard of. That's why I said she gonna have a hard time coming back over here anywhere in Ontario. You know what I mean? Or anywhere to get a thing. You know what I'm saying? Because it's gonna be straight booze. I hope she have other places. I hope it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy for her in the UK too. You know what I mean? That shit only flies in America. You know what I mean, that's the only way she gonna get some love now. Real talk. That's the only way she gonna get. That's the only way Megan Thee Stallion gonna get love is in America, not over here. You know what I mean, real talk, not over here. Not in definitely not in the Caribbean. Definitely not them African people. They're gonna be like, see, we told you. They trying to bring down the black man for no reason. Who gonna take care of their babies? Who gonna take care of their community? I told y'all. That's what them girls saying. You know what I mean? They gonna be laughing at y'all. So you think you know what I mean? You definitely not gonna hear your music. They definitely gonna, as I said, the only way you gonna get Megan Thee Stallion shows is if you stay in the US and move around and do, you know what I mean? Outside the country, it's gonna be hard for you. You know what I mean? That's why you're only popular in the US, girl. You know what I mean? Cardi B, she's popular. At least I could say she's popular in the African country and the Spanish countries. You know what I mean? Jamaica, Trinidad, Guyana, Barbados. But Megan Thee Stallion, like, your rating just went down. In the US, it probably went up because you're doing, you know what I mean? Because of that shit. And it went up for the wrong reason. Your ratings probably went up for, this donating and raising money, which you had nothing to do with it. But I'm just saying, you know, people think they make money. We think Michael Jackson made money. You think Janet Jackson made money. You think Beyonce made money on tours across the world. You know what I mean? Not only in America. They made money everywhere they go. Michael Jackson, R. Kelly, um, Chris Brown. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Uh, Diddy and them. You know what I mean? When you bring the artists and them, Mary J. Blige, like you gotta understand, like your career is not. You gotta understand at a certain point, and that value, is based. Your career is based on politics right now. Well, you better pray the Democrats them come back in because right now the Republicans are going to do everything they have in their power to get you tied up into this trying to see which fan if and try to hook up to you guys Rock Nation sending money to take out Tory Lane because one thing I know is Donald Trump don't like Jay-Z because he's a Democrat. He don't like LeBron James because he fuck with Democrat. Obama and them. So you guys are, it's only a matter of time, Megan, until they deal with your case. You think them white ladies are gonna be laughing at you? You never bring nobody down in their race. You know what I'm saying? They don't care. They do not care. So, lady, you better, as I said, Tory Lane, they get out and he could go to Russia. You can, they won't even like after this. They're not gonna let you in Russia. You know how Russia feels about women and Japan and them China. They're not gonna let you in their country. You know what I mean? In America, they'll let you in. You can tell all the lies, and America will still put you on TV and still making like, oh, we should listen to you. We should, you know what I mean? Canada too. Let me get that quick. North America. Canada, America will put you on after you lie. As long as you the person that they like, you know what I mean? They will have you lie and still make you the good person. They will turn around and even write you a check after that. You know what I mean? So I'd be surprised if Megan is starting to get some type of donation after this and some type of check or something just to boost her up. But, it's sad. It's sad. It's sad. Sad. Y'all wonder why no one listen to these music. You know what I mean? Who wants to listen to what type of, what, you know what I mean? What is he doing for the community? You know what I mean? And listen to Beard Dykes. You know what I mean? A bunch of it's crazy. It just seemed like a whole bunch of girls were chilling together. They didn't want to get the other girl in trouble, so we just gonna get the dude in trouble because you know what I mean. They be that's more of a story to believe. I say, you see how this shit work? You know what I mean? A gay person can't shoot a gay person. A lesbian person can't shoot a lesbian person.
Yeah.
Yes, Jen.
Yeah.
Let's talk it like how it is. You know what I mean? Because Cassie and Megan look like they, and they were sleeping with each other. No offense. You know what I'm saying? But once it's easier to put it on a straight person. You see what I'm saying? Because it looks more believable. No, it's not. If two gay no, it's gonna look away if two females harming each other and domestic violence against each other. You know what I mean? Especially down the line, we find out they was freaking each other. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't look good. It looks good when it's a man and a domestic violence against a woman.
Mm-hmm.
But the minute a woman domestic violence against the next woman, they to them it's like, oh, but that's what I'm saying. This right here is just showing you how society is. They would have put a domestic violence against a man than against a woman. You know what I mean? That's why I said, why would I want my kids to be programmed and send my kids to their poison ass schools? Make them poison my kids, you know what I mean? So then pretend them against me, crazy. What do you want, What do you want? Want some juice? What do you want? It's charging, it's not ready yet. You just stop saying you're hungry. You just ate a whole big burger and everything. I'm not making no, we're not doing this. Here.
I want a 10.
What? A half one?
Yes.
I mean, so that is crazy. You guys want to see this? You guys, stop, Jen. Go with that one. Y'all want to see this? It's like they rather let you stop, Jen. They rather let you see that, paint you a picture of a man being an abuser of a domesticer when it comes to a woman, than two women doing it to y'all. Don't see this? This is crazy. I'm trying to say y'all better, educate these young men. You know what I mean? Y'all better educate them. Y'all educate these young men, they're in trouble. You know what I mean? Protect y'all. Y'all say protect the girls. Y'all need to start protecting these boys. You know what I mean? Real talk. You know what I mean? Real talk, Protecting these boys, And there's no way Tory Lanez should have got charged for that. You got cameras, right? That's what I'm saying. When you have a court and you don't see the whole evidence and the whole thing and shooting, and the jury ain't never seen nothing and nothing like that, and that never showed up, they don't allow certain evidence in the courtroom, you know what I mean? Then something is wrong. And they say, oh, I got a footage of this, and they could show it, and then it's a bluff. But there's no way this dude right here, should be charged for that. You know what I mean? Real talk. As I said, they know how to make the black woman take down the black man now. You know what I mean? So good luck with that. So when a lot of y'all talking, y'all should have stared at these stories and let them finish and wait till the trial date comes and wait till everything happens and see what, even when the case is over, just wait to see, because this is sad. This is sad. You know what I mean? That's why you got people looking in, people in the UK, people like, and he's not the only one that say, you know what I mean? We got other black men that will say in the UK that will say, yo, you know what I mean? I don't think I could, have a black woman in America that's as my wife, and that's sad. And that's sad. They never, you know what they're saying? They never said nothing about that white woman. You see what I'm saying? You know what I mean? That's crazy. That is crazy. Some might say American woman, but when an ex-black man said they will never date, you know what I mean, a black woman in America, because it is, it's stuff like this, why they wouldn't date, then you gotta understand why. You see what I'm saying? Real talk. Stop putting y'all man business out there for no reason. Stop doing certain things. Stop putting, you know what I mean? That's why the majority of people that are on social media do that. They can't hold a relationship. They got the views. They're making the social media money, but guess what? Ain't nobody want to be with them. If you be with them, you be with that person. Guess what? They telling everybody, their business, and they telling everybody your life. That means you're with everybody too. That's what I'm saying. You come and you do certain things. People that will come and tell everything. You know what I mean? Their relationship don't last long. The girl might get fed up and just leave one day. Like as I said, it happened, come from the playroom community, because when you're on here talking everything you do and your whole business and your girl's business, your wife's business or whatever, shorty going, you know what I mean? Or the dude or the husband or whoever might get up one day and say, you know what? You know what I mean? Real talk. That's what I said. A lot of these girls on here low-key hypocrite. You know what I mean? Because a lot of them, right? A lot of these girls, I don't know, people might get mad at me, but the real is the real. Even people in New York, they'll say, oh, Diddy this and Diddy that. But real talk, you know what I mean? Mackin was doing the same shit. Diddy was doing to Roxy, live in a living color. You know what I mean? Kicking her, dragging her on the sofa. Niggas still went and hang out with the nigga. And this nigga had the nerve to make a video about me and talk about me. And these girls were still laughing out with him. You know what I mean? That's why I said a lot of you guys got to watch what you guys do on here, because the shit doesn't go away. You know what I mean? There's videos on here, this man draping up his girl and kicking her and dragging her just like that. Girl walking, lipping on my neck. That's why I said I see why a lot of you guys don't say nothing about Diddy case, don't comment, and don't say nothing. But if you're going to feel bad about Diddy, you should feel bad about Roxy, because we saw that happen with at that episode on here when Mackin did her like that. Dragged her and kicked her. You know what I mean? And did all that shit. Real similar to what he did. Yeah. And picked up the shit off it, picked up the thing, the towel off the sofa and used the spray bottle and spray it and dumped the sofa. Yo, you guys, that's why I said I know. I know. That's why I said a woman that holds back their kid from their man because they fuck up, or the man might have an ex-woman, or they might cheat and the man don't want to be with them and they're mad and go hang out with a man that abuse an ex-woman, is a loser, is a hypocrite. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying, real shit. That's why some of y'all, y'all gonna lose anyways, because you know what I'm saying, doing that now, when y'all gonna lose, because when the nigga gets older, he gonna want to be around y'all. You know what I mean? Y'all gonna be lonely either way you take it. You see what I'm saying? Real shit. A lot of y'all it's like that on here. It's losers. You see what I'm saying? Y'all were quick to jump some story, but y'all will go around. You know what I mean? Y'all will go around. Y'all will hear somebody and his girl argue. Don't see them hit each other. You know what I mean? But see a man, I know that man hated a girl and dragged her. But you know what I mean? So how come Sony or YouTube don't have Mackin up there and said, oh, you did this. Let's give Roxy 10 million. Or this is how he does to other women, and this is how he does to all his wives. That's what I'm saying. I don't see you guys. Y'all don't see you guys saying nothing about that. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, you know what I mean. Black Holly headline. Yeah, but people do that stuff. The downfall of listen, people are taking these people out because they know what they're doing. Because they're trying to change the game. They're trying to change the flavor. It's not no downfall. The new products that they've been putting out for years ain't popping. Ain't nobody booking them overseas, but in America or Canada. So, but the old artists is from the 90s, like your Ushers, your Chris Browns. People are booking them in Japan, all these other countries that none of these new school artists that are so-called singing and doing such a good job that they put on, you know what I mean, is getting booked. Because that's where the real money is when you get booked over there. Because you got to get 10 times more, more, not two times more the money that you make in North America. But yeah, some people are hypocrites. You know what I mean? Back to what I was saying. Some people are hypocrites. People do that. That's why I don't jump up. I don't quick to, you know what I mean, do certain things. You know what I'm saying? And that's why nobody could never change my mind from talking. Nobody could never say, oh, this and that. And, no, because I seen you guys hanging around with people on here that do shit that Diddy do. You know what I mean? That's why I talk the way I talk. Real talk. And y'all hang around, y'all share them out, y'all do all that stuff. You know what I mean? Y'all still go, you know what I mean? As long as some of y'all females, as long as it ain't happening to y'all don't care. And that might be some of y'all black females like this too. As long as they ain't white girl, y'all don't care. As long as the next black girl, y'all with it. Real talk. Real shit. As I said, the females that be mad at their exes or their ex-man or their husband and holding their child back or trying to keep them out of their life or trying to, you know what I mean, hold them for a security blanket. You should feel ashamed of yourself when you go around and hang with a man. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Nobody wants to see the lips BS in the ears anymore. That's what I'm saying. This is why people are booking all artists, because they feel that the people are just lip singing or whatever you want to say. But anyways, a lot of people do bullshit on here. A lot of people do dumb stuff. A lot of people will do some ridiculous stuff in real life, but they'll come on the internet and chill. As I say, I see a lot of that. That's why I say I watch out for a lot of y'all, and that's why I do, and I present myself and I act the way I act. That's why a lot of y'all got to delete y'all accounts, because at the end of the day, you know what I mean, y'all got embarrassing lifestyle out of tune. You know what I mean? Yeah, out of tune. You know what I mean? A lot of y'all are embarrassing y'all lifestyles. And y'all seen this, and y'all think if y'all delete y'all name that the videos ain't pop. They still surfing, popping up on the internet. Ah, disgusting. Man. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said that's why I watch and I said, we're quick to jump on this, but not knowing that we got people among us that's like a people I used to say, well, that person should go to person for doing that. When I'm like, shit, if I used to be in the street back in the days and I was on block, I'm not gonna sit down here and promise a man to get taken on. No, not because I'm old and I changed my lifestyle. Shit, that's his young days or he or she young days. You know what I mean? They want to go to the streets and do all that. You know what I mean? Real talk. Yeah, it's all fake. All of it. All of it. As I said, I don't believe, that's why when people should listen. If you could, people around you or in the neighborhood, or people that, you say, oh my God, that person died and that. And, you might have, and then you're on the internet, doing all this. It's going to be, crazy. It's going to be crazy. So, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, but what I know is this thing right here. People gotta watch. I say you leave certain things alone. It's like he would have done, if he's supposed to do time for that 5-10 years, and we got other motherfuckers that put their hand on their woman and they never did no time. I'm pretty sure they got reported for it, but guess what? You know what I mean? Yeah, music ain't as I said, music ain't like what it used. That's why people will, you will get the old school artists, as I said, you will see a people like a Chris Brown, you know what I mean, get booked more than a artist that say, oh, this artist is signed, he's popular, he's on the media. No, the media is a lie. The media, like the Instagram, the YouTube, the followers don't get you the money like that. You might get the YouTube money, but you know, a artist from the 90s might not have much followers as this artist right now that the media, that whoever the media is trying to push. But I guarantee when he get booked overseas or anywhere else, he's bringing in at least way more money than this new artist that they're trying to push. Way more. Yeah, the music is just, I don't know. The music is just, man, oh man. I don't know what to say. You know, I don't know what to say. But yeah, people, you know, I've seen a lot of crazy stuff. And, you know, if we're going to put jackets on people, you know, call out so that celebrity should get time for domestic, we should look and say, yo, when's the last time somebody got 5 years for doing a woman like that? You know what I mean? When you do a woman like that, reality, you're getting out like a week. You see what I'm saying? You're not even doing a month in jail. You see what I'm saying? So people gotta understand that. People gotta understand that. Unless when this Diddy case is done, they gonna make a whole new yo. I don't know. What I'm saying is, what was I saying? I was saying the first time. I was saying something. Yeah, I said, but these artists ain't making money like that. They is not getting booked. They getting booked in the United States. You know what I mean? They don't even get booked like what as I said. I heard the last person I was booked over here was. It's so crazy, right? Because I'm gonna show you something. Holy fuck! There's a Chris Brown concert, right? That I wanted to go to on August the 20th. Holy fuck! I know there's something about Chris Brown. So there's a Chris Brown concert on the 20th of August, my daughter's birthday. And I was telling my girl, I'm like, yeah, you want me to take you to a concert? The Chris Brown concert? She's like, no, to do what? To go watch the next nigga perform? I was like, all right, you know what I mean? I just wanted, you know what I mean? Because she likes slow songs. You know what I'm saying? She's like, we ain't doing that. We ain't gonna get no hotel just to go to a Chris Brown concert. So that was kind of to me like, all right, you know, you're right. We ain't doing that. You know what I mean? So, but yeah. Yeah, I forgot that Chris Brown had a tour down here. You know what I mean? So they just made him lose a bag. I forgot that he had a tour come. I forgot that he had a concert coming on here on the 20th. Oh my God. People gonna have to get their money back. You sure they fuck with the man though, bro? You sure they do my nigga Chris Brown, bro? Oh my God, yo. Oh Lord, yo. I forgot this nigga had a show down here coming in August. Ah, tickets was selling, you know. Them tickets sold off, you know. Them Chris Brown tickets, they was announced. I'm gonna tell you, they was announced. By the time I asked my girl, I'm like, yo, we're gonna go to the Chris Brown. She said no. It was sold off. It was sold off. Sold out. The show was sold out. That's why I said, man. That's why I low key I kind of like lose off to Beyonce. Like, bro, Beyonce could still go in certain places, but again, Beyonce is trying to change certain things. That's how you know Beyonce is. You know, she a part of the agenda too, because she's slowly reset. It's like all black people is gonna have to be going to country. You know what I mean? You heard the rapper do it. Something I'm telling you. Look, Beyonce is not the only girl that went to country music. Look how many American rappers switched to country music. You think the people I'm in the UK and the people I'm in fucking Russia or Germany or you guys? Oh my God, man. You guys must be thinking this is the only place that you guys make music for, bro. Well, you guys gonna come over here and perform on country song? Country song is not pop. Country music is not popular over here. So I don't know what are we trying to do. Yeah, I mean, just like if I hear a next rapper going country, I say, yeah, well, like that's the thing. They're gonna have to go to that style. Yeah, because I see everybody low key wearing cowboy hats. See all these Beyonce fans in their podcast with the cowboy hats on. I say, see, it's crazy. You know what I mean, it's crazy. If Beyonce wear a dashiki, every black girl wear a dashiki tomorrow. If she wears something that represents a black woman, that was a black woman I was wearing. You know what I mean? It's just crazy. But she don't do all that. You know what I mean? But you can't switch the culture. We are switching time right now. That's why everything's so bored. You know what I mean? Real talk. Real shit. Music and everything is shifting. Like I said, people on here, on the media, they will. That's why. I'm like in my head. I'm like, okay, I remember why people are quiet and don't comment when I, and defend and say certain things because yeah, I remember there's a lot of people. A while ago, a lot of people was in the thing, you know. But some people, as long as it's not their woman, it's not their friend, and some people don't care. Even if they're family member, they don't care as long as it's not them, which is crazy. And that's the lacking. And that's what I tell people all the time. That's the lacking of black woman and black man because it's like nobody. People look the other way. As long as it doesn't happen to them, that's why when it comes time to happen to you, no one is down there to stand and fight with you because you don't care about nobody else when it was happening to them. And that's why certain places like Africa and all these other countries, they will still have a group of people that will stick around to them and fight certain things because you stick up for certain things. You're not supposed to, well, that's my friend, I can't, or this person is cool, or you know what I mean? No, you guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. Not once of a man get 5 years or 10 years for what Diddy done to a woman. You see what I'm saying? And I guess that's what they're trying to make it as where, if you do a woman like that. And I said the laws are gonna change. Only thing that's gonna happen with this is laws are gonna change all over the world against violence against women. That's the only thing. The good thing is Cassie's gonna get for her is her. People saying, well, because of a Cassie, even though she whored out and did whatever she did, she's still a thought, but at least she changed violence against women. That's the only thing that's gonna happen with this case is they're gonna look at certain things like this, what Diddy doing right here, that they call just a minor or simple assault. It's just gonna be a upgrade or charge in the future where, you know what I mean, they're gonna make it where all right, we can't continue making things like this happen because you know what I mean if he would have done if Diddy would have done it harder like what that, then she should have had a concussion. But CNN, y'all get caught in a lie because y'all left her along. Y'all in the new video, y'all left her long on the video, but in the original video, she got up pretty quick. I said once again, but nobody said anything. I'm not gonna make nobody play with me and lie to me and not tell the truth. Like you see what I'm saying? I see something. In the CNN video, they made it like Cassie was lying along. It meant like she was not moving. You know what I mean? They did definitely did something with that video. So we gotta call out CNN on that. In the original video, you can see Cassie got up off the video, got up quicker than the regular video on CNN, and it didn't, she was engaged. She just like, you know what I mean? It's just she was holding her head, but whatever. But it's just, certain things you could tell she was just used to it. You know what I mean? It's like she kind of used to that, or like, you know what? So what? On to the next thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's not somebody that whole video right there. That video right there, releasing that video again. Too bad the jury couldn't see the real video, but releasing that video again to the public done a whole lot of damage to the, you know what I mean, to what people have seen, what we produce to people. That's why I said we gotta watch what we see, watch what we pay attention to, and be careful that we judge it. And be careful we're going around judging people. You know what I mean? Because if we're going around judging Diddy, we're gonna have friends on the internet that put their hands on their wives and their girlfriends, and we still gonna be saying hi to them and hang them up. But when we see a celebrity that's a billionaire or a millionaire, we think you should get life or go to jail or whatever. You gotta ask yourself a question. You see what I'm saying? Real shit, because a lot of these niggas on here on the internet, you see what I'm saying? Majority of them, you know what I mean, on the player. You know what I mean? As a one side knows that, you know what I mean, either push, draped up their girl on camera, you know, or do something or some type of slap or something, you know what I mean? But as I said, I seen one person did what, you know, Diddy did. Drag this girl, you know what I mean? Thing that, you know what I mean, whip her down. She got up, the camera came back on, she was hopping, you know what I mean? But and then we see the next episode where he kind of, you know what I mean, did the same thing. He ain't never gotten on time. She's still walking around him. You know what I mean? These things I said, you know, nobody ever got 5 years. You see what I'm saying? You do you get a bill, you do your peace bond, and that I guess that 10 million was a peace bond. But even then, that probably gonna go down. She probably won't even get that much. When the end of this trial, if her, you know, she probably going to get a 5 mil. But yo, listen to me, people. It's crazy. The only thing that's gonna happen with this, they're gonna have to upgrade the violence against women. These wicked ass people I'm in the background that are worse than Diddy don't want that. You know, they don't want that because if any woman go talk about them, you think they want Diddy to go down? So a new law, so these weirdos in the background, you know what I mean, could get exposed to and get in trouble. These motherfuckers will die in jail. They'll kill themselves. They could never do 2 days or a year like Diddy did. Not for these Caucasian entrepreneur, you know what I mean, people in the background, you know what I mean, that's involved in these things. They could never, you know what I mean? They'll do, you know what I mean? They'll think, they'll analyze themselves. Mm-hmm. It's the truth. So, you know, and I'm just asking people, name one person that have slapped their woman that have done some jail time. 5 years. No more or 10 years. Now, as I said, that's why they're telling us, oh, we're not gonna charge him with what's on the video because they know that charge is not close to 5 years. You know what I mean? Unless you have a domestic over if you are domestic, you go to jail for like you get bail, you get domestic over again. This woman, like 4 or 5 women, 3 women, that's when they start taking serious on you and try giving you like 2 years, 3 years. But after your first charge on a domestic, you're not gonna get that much. You know what I mean? It's a simple. You know what I mean? You never break nothing or nothing. You see what I'm saying? And some, you know what I mean? Real talk. And sometimes, and as I said, we ain't never seen Cassie with no picture of when she went to the police where she took any nothing with no bruises or anything. That's why people gotta know what. Listen to it. Don't be fooled. Don't get tricked. Don't act like you're an idiot. Like you don't know. You don't have any sense. Like you're not grown. You were grown. If these kids could tell you what a domestic is and they in college and university, and you could watch something and let the dumbass media tell us, oh, somebody could get 5 years or 10 years for that. You know what I mean? What is we doing? It's not like we're not alive. We're alive. You know, and we could tell when a law changes. You know what I mean? The government tells us. They might tell us, oh, we're gonna change this law such and such. You have 24 days or you might have 2 months. But we need to pay attention to these things instead of, you know, getting used by the media. Like I said, some of us don't need a chip. It's easy to manipulate because sometimes we know these things, but sometimes we'll hear 4 people talking and we'll be like, oh yeah, it's true. You know, how could I forget that? Yeah, because we're now sucked into the TV and the media so much we're forgetting to use our own fucking brain. These things cannot happen. This is why the jury is scratching their head and they get mad, yawning, screw face. You know what I mean? Not at Diddy, at the fucking prosecutor. You see what I'm saying? Like, why am I here for this? So, you know, because these are the things that we know that you shouldn't have a jury for that type of thing like that. This is not. That's why I said I wouldn't be surprised if they get dismissed. Remember, I'm the first one that said the whole jury shit gonna get dismissed. Remember that I said that. I wouldn't be surprised they're gonna get dismissed. So I don't, you know, Just everything is just foul and just fake. You know, we have a whole bunch of actresses and actors of reporters out there, y'all. You know what I mean? We should know better. You know, we should know better. I ain't gonna lie. Some of us act like we ain't know better, and we ain't. We got up yesterday, and you know, we never went to school. And I'm starting to think most of us never went. You know what I mean? Don't know nothing. You know what I mean? Because hello, you know law. You don't need to be a lawyer. These are the things that you take. If you went to school and you were like, you know what, let me just take this just to educate myself. I might not get there or be interested in it to make it my career, but let me just take it anyway, just to educate myself in class. You see what I'm saying? Like, like real talk. That's the next thing I'm gonna tell my son. Like, yeah, I'm gonna tell him to take a little bit of law and educate himself. You know what I mean? So he could know the law. You know what I mean? Yes, we gotta like the real thing. You gotta let them know before they reach 18, before they adult, before they could get. You know what I mean? Because we know they're not gonna really fuck with them until they're like an adult 18. You know what I mean? Because they know they could get in trouble by fucking with these minor kids. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta let them get ready and educate themselves for that. You see what I'm saying? So man, the people I'm acting like they don't know law, like they never went to school. You see what I'm saying? You don't need a lawyer to tell you. This one people's like, what do you mean you ain't gonna get no time? No, we have lawyers coming out, and yes, a lot of you guys should know that I was just a simple, you know, yeah, he didn't even need to give her no money. He didn't need to give her no money. Because in real life, you know, when a woman and man fight like that, they don't woman gets no money. They just get whatever. You get that little, you know, probation, you might get, you know, stay away, peace bond. And if you know, you go see that woman, that's why some women they know nothing ain't gonna come out of it. So they manipulate you, you know, you come see them and they find out, so you're gonna get back with me and you be like, no, you know, I'm saying court case. They be like, but I'm seeing with this new girl. The minute you leave the door, they call the police and say he's around me. Because you know what I mean? That's when the shit builds up. But it doesn't build up when y'all first time get into it. You know what I mean? Unless he's on case and you guys are seen in public and someone's like, oh, they're not supposed to be together, or you call her he or she. That's what it works. It doesn't work like that. People got to educate themselves. You got to know these things. You know what I'm saying? This is why you learn. This is why you're in school and you sit down and you learn. And this is why you listen to this kids. Even the, you know, you sit down sometime and you try to learn what these nerds were learning that we were calling nerds. You know what I mean? The lawyers and the doctors, I will take the extra time to read the book at lunchtime. Sometimes you're like, let me see what this nigga is looking at. And then you'll get yourself like involved in that too. Because you're like, oh shit. You know what I mean? He learned he wants to be a lawyer. I might know him someday. You see what I'm saying? So you might get into that. You know what I mean? That's why, you know what I mean? You should know these things. You shouldn't have a lawyer to tell you these things. These some people like, oh, what are you talking about? Oh no, yo, no, you can't. You can't name one person did a woman like that and got 5 years. Unless that person kidnapped or you know there's a rope involved or there's some type of drug used that you know like a kid. No, there's no kidnapping here. There's just two people on drugs, spazzing out, ODing each other, and they flipping out, and they probably don't even know that they're acting like that on the drugs. They probably just do all that because they, you know what I mean, they're high. You know what I'm saying? Diddy would look like he was in La La Land, sitting down, swinging his leg, you know what I mean, on the chair. You see what I'm saying? That was like a big ass kid right there. You see what I'm saying? That's underneath. Is underneath. He's intoxicated or he's underneath some drugs. You see what I'm saying? So all that in the video it shows you right there that CNN. You see what I'm saying? They tampered with the video for sure. But you can't be mad at Diddy. You gotta be mad at the system saying yes. Oh, so if a woman now, that's why when a woman, they wanted Cassie to be on point because a woman that been through abuse. That's why when the women them were like cursing Fox out and said, you know, you guys put anything on and try to manipulate people, a real woman that go through this stuff. That's why they're mad at Cassie because yo, they thought, you know, this was actually gonna be where no, but instead you manipulate the woman and then tell them, oh no, he's not gonna get charged for that. That's just a simple minor assault. Huh? What? But we making like it's a big grand finale evidence, like it's a key piece of the evidence. So that confuses everybody. So that's what I'm saying. Real women that got, you know what I mean, kick punching, you know what I mean, knockout and get up, you know what I mean. Not, and I mean, and you know what I mean, and they bruise lip and they bleeding and shit like that. How they supposed to feel? You know what I mean? Women that got they like what did it to Cassie. You know what I mean? So y'all failing them. You know what I mean? Real shit. Because if she couldn't even get her whole 30 million off that, you know what I mean? That means, you know what I mean? It's just, and even that, as I said, the first video made it look like a lot. This video, right? When you watch this video right now, you're like, wow, okay, well, that happened, but you know, even the kick didn't seem that much force. In the CNN video, that kick looked like it was like like a force, like, you know what I mean? Like he was about to kick a football. You know what I mean? So it's just crazy. But not once. Not once. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I've seen Caucasian, I've seen blacks, I've seen Mexicans, I've seen Chinese. You know what I mean? And not once. I had this one Caucasian couple they're going through it right now here, where I don't know what happened to them, but they used to argue a lot, you know, and she used to make him do everything, like, you know, whatever. And then he must have got spazzed out one day and must have slapped her, and they call the police. You know what I mean? Bro, still walking around. You know what I mean? Yo, kicked her, slapped her. She fell on the floor because she had like a little walker, right? But she's around that age, 60. He's around that age too, right? Whatever. Anyways, but that nigga ain't doing no wild lifetime. She still leaves and go meet him. Every time I do catering, I'm going in the morning to get my stuff. I see her waiting on him, meeting to have a coffee. I say, you see this shit? You know what I mean? You see this shit? You know what I mean? This lady got box in her face. You know what I mean? And she's like in her 60s. You know what I mean? Now, if that guy never did it downstairs, where the camera could see it, and you know what I mean? Imagine that, you know what I mean? She would have called the police? You know what I mean? No, that was happening. That's what I'm saying. As I said, people are still going through this shit type of stuff. But that right there is still not. If man was been going to jail for 5 years for doing shit like that, the only way they put away a man is they you know what I mean, they really harm the woman, like, you know what I mean, whatever. The only thing they really do when a woman, the only thing that woman gets out of what Cassie get in real life, if they're not famous, is a restraining order. Let one woman tell me I'm lying. So y'all should know better. Don't let these government and these people, women, because that's what they do to y'all. You know what I mean? They use these women to manipulate you guys and lower you guys, because that's what it is. If it's not a man, it's not a man talking. So yeah, that's like what they did to Cassie. They set her up. They said, "Oh, we don't want a man's gonna be too hard." But look what the female thing did to her lawyer. Went harder than a man, harder than a man. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to show you. So when you're trying to say, "Oh, a man goes too hard and a female is not gonna go hard," that was a big. That's why people are saying this has to be all about gender. This Cassie shit has to do about gender and thing, because and it shows right there in the case where they says a man can't talk to Cassie. They need a woman because it. But she, and then what did Shorty do? Got her comfy and they start ripping her apart. You know what I mean? Ripping her apart. Real talk. But I guarantee the dude will probably, you know what I mean? I'm just trying to show you. There's a big difference. Just like the Tory Lane case. A woman could do a woman like that. Box her up, kick her around, you know what I mean? Basically, because the Tory Lane lawyer, I mean, not the Tory Lane, Diddy's lady's lawyer went hard on her. Some people saying that was way too harsh. But if it was a man, you guys would have had a problem, right? She's doing her job. Let her do her job. She's a lawyer. Next thing, it's just weird the way you guys try to pay stuff and paint your pictures and do certain things. You know what I mean? It's only in North America. We gotta change that shit. You know what I mean? People need to wake up. Use your friggin' head. When's the last time a man the most thing a woman get from a man when they don't have no money, when they're not a billionaire, even if they're rich and they're not a billionaire. And when I say rich, I mean like, not celebrity rich. I'm talking about riches as in, like regular people rich. Yo, it's only a restraining order. You know what I mean? And then you go to jail if you break the restraining order. You're not. People need to put these together. Females act like they don't know. And I guess some of y'all must have not been through certain things, never been through, not been not educated. You know what I mean? By your aunts or your moms or your grandmas or whatever. But yes, this is what it is. It's been like this. Ain't no man going to jail for this shit for no 5 years or whatever. It's really a restraining order. The only way the government and the system, not a man, which is a man who controls everything, right? A rich white man, right? 'Cause they're, you know what I mean? They're the one that makes all these sex shops and all these freak offs. They're the one that started from. We weren't the one that came up with the idea and said, you know what, we're gonna film porno movies of niggas running trains on females and one man having 3 men having sex with one girl. That's also a freak off. That's, you know what I mean? We gotta, that's what I'm saying. When we talk, you know what I mean, about these things and all these things, we gotta watch what we talk about, watch what we paint picture of people. Because we grown up seeing these things. You know, our mom and dad grown up watching these porno movies and these Playboy movies. So what is we talking about? You know what I mean? We gotta educate ourselves. When's the last time someone went to jail for doing a woman like that? The only way a man is gonna go to jail for doing a woman unless he analyze the lady. You know what I mean? Even if he cut her up, whatever, he's still gonna get her early. Unless he try to attempt on her. You know what I mean? Even if he broke one of her arm, he still ain't gonna get that much time. You know what I mean? We need to start using our brain and stop letting the comments and the views and oh my god, there's a whole bunch of views. You know what I mean? No, use your brain. What is in reality? What's been the law I've been going with that they haven't changed in the last fucking decade that they've been holding on to a whole woman again, you know what I mean? So they can't get in trouble with women. Because we know when they don't change the laws against women when it comes to certain domestic, you know what I mean? That's why you have to analyze a female or attempt or, you know, what's the next one you call it? Not the, attempt or aggravated assault to really get some time off of a woman. Anything else of that is a restraining order, you know what I mean? Or a woman, the only way you really gonna get something off of a man, even though you're not even gonna get money off, you know what I mean, beating a woman unless you have a kid with her. You know what I mean? She might have to break up with you and take you for child support, but really, you know what I mean? Cassie ain't even supposed to get ain't even supposed to get not even a cent. Really. Because if she's supposed to get money, you gotta ask yourself, then your neighbor I was getting beaten up by her husband should have got some money. You know what I mean? Your friend in college that was getting beaten up by her boyfriend, you know what I mean, should have been getting some money. You guys gotta think. You know what I mean? Start using your brain. It's not, and I know a lot of you guys have, you know, just use it. Just use it. You know what I mean? But I think my girl's common. She's not like every other female because she uses her brain. She knows. She had friends that been through domestic. We have friends that been through certain things. So we know people that been through certain things. So now, when you just don't know nothing and you just been in, you know, in that world where nothing like that never happened around you in your neighborhood, or you never know no Caucasian or no black person that happened to those things. I know a white lady that got beat at least 4 times, 3 times, and you know, did some time. The nigga did a week, came up back, shot after her car with her boyfriend in there. Did, you know, that's when he did time. He must have did like only did 2 years for that. You know what I mean? And then he came out. You see what I'm saying? So I don't think he even did 2 years. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that nigga did like almost a year for shot up her car. Even though, and that's only because they had at least 5 domestic, you know what I mean, problems before. I'm just trying to show you how it works. Before that was restraining order. You know what I mean? And the restraining order is the one that get you in problem. You know what I mean? So you guys need to start using your brain and start, you know, it seems like some people we know right from wrong, but it's like we just want to be cool so bad and want to be known so bad. I will sit there and write a whole bunch of lies, knowing that we went to school, knowing that you pass your exam, you pass your math test, your English test, your history test. You see what I'm saying? Your fucking law math or exam test. So you should know these things. Why are we letting people on the media telling us laws that we already know that we went? I mean, unless a lot of us didn't go to school or know anything. That's why a lot of people are like, damn, you know what I mean? You're a Jamaican nigga, and but you know a lot. That's why I know it's up. You know a lot. You actually listen. You actually know a lot of stuff that I thought people, black man, didn't know in Canada. I'm like, yeah, you know what I mean? Because people like it's like people. That's how people know it's a new norm though. People will know red is red and black is black, and they will let somebody tell them, no, it's not that color. And they will go and see 10,000, a YouTube channel have 10,000 views, and a whole bunch of people comment and said, oh, yeah, it's that color. And they will know themselves. And know by the end of this podcast, it's going to be, you know what? It's not that is. And it's just crazy. So people are living for lies, you know, and fake shit nowadays. We all can see that. You know what I mean? Because how the hell in you growing up in the 90s, you know what I mean, seeing people getting beat up by their woman, by their husband and boyfriend, and seeing them get out like 2 days, 3 days later and not have to pay no money. How the hell is Diddy paying 20 million and 10,000 for Cassie? If that's a minor, you know what I mean? If that's minor stuff. Come on, yo. Make it make sense. That's why I said we are, you know, they could play with some people's head, but he can't play with my head. That's why I don't, you know, that's why they figured me out and they trying to like watch my channel low key. You know what I mean? And take piece and give it to other people. But they know it's not like one time when I be like, you know what, let me go what they go in and talk it like how they talk it, or allow people to talk it like how they talk it. No, that means don't work like that. But you should know a law though. You don't have to know a law to be you don't have to be a lawyer to know a law. You could just be in your, you know, in your thing. Because me, I talk to everybody. I never talk to the dumb girls. You know what I mean? I always talk to the girls always, you know, they smart, but they're not really like, you know, nerd smart, not, you know, whatever. Like they were smart, but they also, you know what I mean? They want to have fun but they also educated. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just like Miss TMG, she likes to have fun too, you know what I mean? But no, she don't drink or smoke no more because, you know what I mean? She you know what I mean? Because I said, woman, certain type of woman like that, that's books, have been in school, and they in a point of their life, in their career, they're not going to do all that, drink and smoke and party like that. That's what I'm trying to show you. You know the woman who don't want to do all that, who put that lifestyle down. Look, Rihanna, you know what I mean? Beyonce really put that lifestyle down. You know, she don't have to, but she really did. She don't really party and drink like that. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. At a certain age, you know, women, it doesn't matter who they is, what color they is, they don't do certain things like what they used to when they was in their 20s or their early 30s. You know what I mean? They kind of like, you know, they'll tell you I'm not young. And my girl talks up like, you think was young? You know what I mean? She says that all the time. I'll be dying. I'm like, listen, woman, you know what I mean? I'm older than you. She's like, what? You know what I mean? You think we're young? You know what I mean? But it's crazy. But that's what I'm saying. Certain women think like that. You know what I mean? They think like that. So it's just, you know, there's a different, you know, but some women, they just want that lifestyle that, like, you know, that's why that general rush, they want to feel that, you know, that they want, you know, that attention, you know, high, you know, buzzing, you know, in that outfit. Everybody start looking at them because we got it out here too. You know what I mean? And so you're so crazy sometimes when you go out. I remember last summer, me and my girl went to this barbecue, went to Coast by Buffalo, right across the border. And there's people, whatever. And it's crazy because the girls, they had see-through shit on, right? But the ass and everything was showing underwear. But I think it's crazy how a woman will literally look at you, try to get you to notice them what they wearing. It never used to be like that. That's why I'm saying. That's why a lot of y'all is single. If y'all walk around like that, let's see it. I'm telling you. And niggas have they women walking around like that. It's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time. Sorry to tell you, it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time, bro. Yeah. It's only a matter of time, bro. Yeah. Just y'all need to educate yourself when it comes to law. You know, ask yourself. We didn't need the media to tell us. We shouldn't have, but we do that. We don't. It's like we're in a new time now. We don't use our brain no more. You know what I mean? That's why people got mad at other content creators when they said Diddy ain't gonna do no time, because they know they probably have sisters, aunts, moms that been with ex-boyfriend drama that doing stuff like this ain't never got no time. That's why a lot of these ladies got mad at Cassie and they was confused because they thought this was a changer. No, this ain't no charge. Ain't nothing gonna change so it's gonna be the same old where, you know, it's the same old. If a woman does if a man does what Diddy do to a woman, if Diddy does what he did to Cassie in the video, to any man do that to a woman, he's just gonna be a simple domestic. So there you go. So if it's not about money or fame or jealousy, what is it about? What is this about? What did this guy really do? Nasty shit. None of us ain't gonna do in our relationship with our wives and our girlfriends. You know what I mean? And we supposed to be jealous and hating over that? That's just nasty. Why would you want to hate over that? Why would you even consider that as your priority? They say, let's bring a man down. No, that's them too. That's girls. And if he goes on for the same shit, she needs to go to jail too. But she's just as bad as him. You know what I mean? She just used this relationship here, used the man, I mean, a poor husband to save herself, and it never worked out. It never worked out. She used her husband. Cassie, used her husband to make people look at her different. Like, she changed her lifestyle. But if you really change your lifestyle and you went to rehab, this one like you try to Diddy, you made Diddy go OD and everything. And if you trying to change your, I feel sorry for that dude. I do really do. I don't feel sorry for him, but I do, because you know what? You can't be a trainer. It's like you're a butler, right? You in somebody's house, and then one day you turn around and say you want their wife after they gave you the job. The fuck? You know what I'm saying? So it's not gonna work. This is bad. You know what I mean? This is bad. This is just all out. This is just stupid to be in the media, like make it a big highlight. Whereas it's just stupid. I see why, and I see why no woman is there with no shirts or anything. I guess they must have waiting to see if he's gonna be guilty or not. But still, really and truly, you know what I mean? This would be crazy. You know what I mean? But not once have I heard a man did 5 years. You know, my girl had a cousin. You know what I mean? I don't know for a second cousin or something like that. It's a true story. You know what I mean? Like, that's why my girl, like, she is strong. Y'all will never know when this happened. Strong. She ain't a girl that come and put everything on the media. That's why I said, a man will let a woman lead when a woman do that. When a woman could do that, you know what I mean? Keep shit like that and don't cry to everybody and just keep it between her family and her husband or her boyfriend. Yeah, you're going to lead all the time, because you're not everything you're going to explain to your friends or to everybody. And I said, even though sometimes you got to talk to somebody, but But anyways, let me get to what I was saying. My girl's cousins, you know what I mean? Second cousin, you know what I mean? Because, she's Nova Scotian. Her boyfriend, her second cousin's boyfriend, had a domestic. You know what I mean? They wasn't supposed to be against each other. Beat her up so many times. He wasn't allowed to see the kid, So he invited the girl over. You know what I mean? Had the little girls, while the girl brought the daughter over to see him. The girl came in to drop the daughter off or whatever, went to go see him, even though they wasn't supposed to be together. Dude, choked her out. I guess he must have poked her up or whatever he did. Put her in a suitcase, put her in a trunk, and put her in a parking lot. Real shit. But you hear my girl come on here and say nothing or talk about no man that being through no domestic or anything. As long as the facts, because she knows real shit. She has people real to it. Like, you know what I mean? Like I said, when the people did that to her cousin, the boyfriend or the baby father, that man ain't never paid no money. Beat her up, got out, did it again, got out. And then the final, you know what I mean? That when he analyzed her, that's when they gave him the time. You know what I mean? So I'm saying that maybe if he was a rich man, he would have been able to do this. You know what I'm saying? But real talk, it's real shit. You know what I'm saying? When you could hold like that and not be, emotional to everybody, and you could, keep that between you, and, you know what I mean? It's gonna be crazy. As I said, a lot of women go through real shit. They know real shit. Their family member go through real shit. That's why when you hear, you know what I mean, women like my girl, trashing Cassie and other women, it's like they know, because they might have other family member that got analyzed in domestic and shit like that. So they get mad when they hear shit like that. They might lost a family member or a sister, or aunt, or a cousin, or somebody that went through that. You know what I mean? So when you don't have a family member and you just sitting and just talking and don't know the thing and don't know the laws and just going after what they say, you know what I mean? Yes, they might say that. The views might get up to that because everyone's saying, yeah, don't know where that's what the key. But really and truly, the evidence, if the evidence don't show this way and show him doing certain things and show that he was involved and he was pulling back in yourself even when he was trying to end it, you know what I mean? You was pulling back in yourself and you got mad when he didn't want to do certain things. You know what I mean? It just looks certain type of way. So that's why the females are mad. And I understand why they're mad. They have a reason to be mad. You know what I mean? So it's like we want a fake story and we just want we want the whole generation to be black woman versus black man. You know what I mean? We don't want the black man to trust the black woman no more. We don't want, you know what I mean, the black man to even trust the Spanish girl or the Puerto Rican girl no more. That's what it seems like to me. You know what I mean, that's what it seems like to me. This is crazy. That's why when people was like, oh, black people in Puerto Rican and this. How much people you see promote them things? I never was the one to be like, yo, y'all I'm cool with them. I'm cool with them. You know what I mean? Because one thing I know, we island people. That's, I never told nobody this, but in my head, I'm like, yo, I stick with my people. Yeah, I know who my peoples are. You know what I mean? Real shit. That's one thing you ain't gonna worry about me. I know my peoples are. You know what I mean? If they're not black, I know who they is. Even if they're not black, I know who they is. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. Real talk. Real shit. So, but people need to know, man. People need to stop acting like letting the media controlling them, letting them telling them what to do. Use your own brain. I mean, not because the media is saying, "Oh, this is happening. This ain't gonna happen." Oh, peace of God, my nigga Hazy.
Yo,
Hazy, what's going on, my nigga?
TMG was good. Salute, man. Was good with you, man.
Yo, I just I'm like, damn. The reason why people was like, sometimes I really gotta start explaining myself because people was asking me why was I saying Diddy was before this happened, right? But in my head, I'm like, damn, bro. Like, even my girl was like, I guess people don't know domestic because I don't know if you know this, Hazy. My girl had a second cousin, right? And she got the same thing happen to her, cake punch, because you know what I mean, because she want to leave her baby father, right? You know what I mean? And again, never had to pay no money. Only thing he got was, you know what I mean, and he did it again. Only thing he got was a restraining order. You know what I mean? So one day she wanted to drop off her kid. You know what I'm saying? He choked her and cut her up and put her in the bathtub, and then they spot him buying bleach. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, like,
Damn.
yeah, nobody gets, you know what I mean, even close to 2 million for a domestic against women. It don't work like that. The only thing you get is a restraining order. That's why they say, yo, that's why they're saying, she might not. That's why I believe you, Hazy. She might not get the 20. I believe it's going to go down I believe it went from 30 money to 20 to 10. And I believe if the person fucks up on this, she might not even get the 10 million.
And I forgot this. When they asked her, did she receive her money from the hotel? Yeah, she said no.
Yeah.
I told you they don't be giving you that money right off the
rip. She didn't get it.
So, yeah. But I do gotta correct something though. I gotta correct something when I was talking about this situation the other day because I did not know that she already had 2 kids with dude.
Yeah, I told you.
You know what I mean? I was talking like this was his first baby with her.
I told you.
But
this is her second kid, no?
No, her third. Oh, she pregnant with the third. Wow. If I ain't mistaken, yeah.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. So look, I'm gonna tell you something people ain't peep out, right? Everybody already came to the conclusion that she was doing freak offs.
Yeah.
With Puffy.
Yeah.
And all of that while she was messing with you.
Remember what I said? Well, Hazy. Remember, Hazy, what did I say? People gonna be surprised that she was having sexual freak offs before when Diddy wasn't there. How did somebody remember? Somebody sent Diddy that tape and she got mad at somebody. And so how did you get that tape?
Let me see it. If you don't send it to me and show it to me, I'm gonna effing kill you. That's what she said, right?
Right.
But
And she told the person, no, she told somebody else that they better tell her how Diddy got the tape.
yeah,
I don't know if she told Diddy that, but she told somebody that they better tell her how Diddy got the tape, or she gonna kill him. She ain't gotta do it herself.
yeah. No, she
Whatever,
told that
whatever.
to Diddy. She told that to Diddy. If you don't tell me who gave you the tape, I'm gonna think. This Diddy she told that to. She took in the text message. It was right there. She said, "Oh, I."
She told somebody else too, yo.
Yeah,
she told somebody else that too.
She told Diddy that too because it says Sean right there. The text to Sean. You better tell me.
Oh yeah, and yeah.
Yeah,
You ain't lying because they did say something
yeah,
to Sean too.
you better tell me who sent you this tape. I don't have to get it done. I could get it somebody done to you. You know what I mean? You know how it goes. I don't have to get my hand dirty. I'm like, yo, what? You know what I mean? And you know she know Mexicans, bro. You see what I'm saying? She probably has some type of. You see what I'm saying? Got that to me right there. What she was doing, sounded like she was low key somebody related to the cartel. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where she is moving.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you what else. Yeah. She might gotta get a second look. She might have something to do with Kim for the death.
Yeah, because she was jealous of her lifestyle. I think she did it to.
Yeah.
She did it to Kim to get to Puffy. I think she did that. I think she might did that. I don't know. I thought, you know what, maybe I'm tripping. Maybe people just saying this because the way she fucked up on the trial. But when I seen people saying, yo, Puffy might not even know what she did. She's the one that made something happen. Because if she said that, if she threatened the Puffy like that, you see what I'm saying? If she threatened Puffy like that, like I could get you something nobody will know, I don't have to get my hands dirty. Yo, what? You're right. She probably got some money to do something to Kim. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's crazy. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. I never looked at it like that, Hazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Gotta get a second look at her.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Some of the shit we think you're responsible for, he very well may not be responsible.
Yeah. He was trying to, the man told the people to stop selling her drugs. That's what I'm saying. And then and then she gave him so much drugs. He basically said, you know what I mean? And I know she's the one that did that to Puffy. She tried to OD the man. You see what I'm saying? Bro, that girl OD the man. Yeah, people don't imagine if that was Puffy. If that was Puffy on the other hand, that almost had her ODing. Send that threat to her. Bro, the jury right there, the case would have been like, all right. You know what I mean? But come on.
Guilty.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's what I'm saying. I think just like the Tory Lane case. It just seemed like this girl right here, Cassie was fucking Megan, and just because it's a woman domestic versus a woman domestic, you know what I mean? We gotta make it better because a man domestic versus woman sells better. You see what I'm saying? It's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy, bro. Crazy. There's no way. It's why I know this is a paid. You from the streets, bro. I'm not from the streets, bro. You've been in the streets. We know. You street smart. The best way to hide your money is put a hit on a nigga is to say is a fan. You see what I'm saying? It's to act like say, yo, I'm just a fan and I pay the money. You know what I mean? No. Yeah, that's a lie. No fan ain't going regular paying money because of Megan and Stallion. Megan and Stallion ain't no, you know what I mean? Ain't no pop star like Michael Jackson and like, you know what I mean? Like, stop it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean?
Megan Thee Stallion is a pawn and all this.
They're acting like Megan Thee Stallion is a fucking, what do you call it? The Taylor Swift girl. Yeah, you guys are acting like Megan Thee Stallion. Knock it off, bro. Only Taylor Swift fans are gonna do that shit. Or Beyonce fan. Knock it off.
Maybe Beyonce. That's what I'm about to say. Maybe Beyonce.
Knock it off.
Maybe some Nicki fans. You might got a couple Nicki, couple bugs.
Even a Taylor Swift fan. I don't say the Taylor Swift fan more than, you see what I'm saying? I'm not expecting no Megan Thee Stallion that don't even have 500,000 people to come watch her like Beyonce or, you know what I mean, like when she go overseas. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, out of here, like, fuck this. Like girl, I said I feel sorry for her because once they get her, if all they gotta do, Hazy, is to get a regular fan that took a picture with her and get that fan to go put in that work. You see what I'm saying? And she don't know about it.
Yeah.
It's over, bro. It's over. The setup is real. The setup is real.
Yep.
The setup is real. I said,
People don't believe in conspiracies like that, though.
Yeah.
When you say shit like that, you either paranoid or conspiracy theorist, or you reading too much into it.
Yeah. I'm not. I know what
You
I
know what I'm saying? But that shit is really real.
As I said, I'm not gonna let nobody tell me what nothing, bro. I know what I know. And I know is it seemed like Diddy, when the thing happened in the hotel, Diddy caught on in the hotel, and that's where everything went left. Diddy caught on,
Mm-hmm.
which was just trying to,
Trying to shut him up.
trying to set him up, and this nigga was involved. And then she was trying to escape with certain things in the bag because she had a hoodie on. If you're not trying to steal nothing, why the fuck is you coming with the hoodie up in your face like that? And I know she was because the way the security, if that hotel manager would have came up with some police, then it would have been locked up. But that nigga never came out. So something happened in that room, and something was said to that hotel manager for him to say, all right, y'all got to take it down. Though. I can't have this. You know what I'm saying? Real shit.
Yeah.
Bro. You know what I mean? This is crazy. You know what I mean? This is just crazy. People gotta understand, bro. Like the nigga tried to help her out, even tried to get her off the drugs. This girl got this nigga back on the drugs and got him OD. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Bro, like how did
She was plotting this shit. It ain't her by herself. She got some people helping her. And it ain't just the trainer dude either.
Yeah.
She got some folks helping her, yo. She definitely got some folks helping her.
Her and the trainer is just there to they're just the fall guy, you know what I'm saying? They're just the fall
Right.
guy. So we know already. What did they do? Now we seen the mainstream media saying is she gonna get jail time, is she gonna face charges? Well, we was the first one saying this, Easy. Me and you and Rice and everybody
Right.
was saying she gonna
She
face
ain't
that.
innocent.
Yeah, we were, bro. Now we seen everybody using my title. Cassie ain't innocent, bro. Me and Hazy and Rice was just saying that the other day. And we had a title called Cassie and Innocent. Stop. You know what I mean, bro, this girl is crazy, bro. This girl, and then her thing with her husband is like, oh, when they said, why was you cheating on Diddy? We wasn't married. We wasn't married at the time. Bomba clad. Yo, you guys don't see the setup? You don't see the manipulation, bro. A woman goes compared to me and you're abusing me and you're cheating on me. But she's going over there fucking Tom, Dick, and Harry and everybody else. But then when she get caught, the media gonna say, well, she's not married, so. But we as a man, or we get her dick wet and a woman cheat on us, so we do it back. We supposed to get in trouble for that? But a female could just say, you know what? It's okay for her to do it. She's not married. Y'all are crazy, y'all.
Yo.
I don't know what's going on.
You want to know something for real? You want to know what's really going on right in front of our faces? It's a big display. It's a big display of Adam and Eve, yo.
Yeah, bro.
On a large scale, yo, it's just showing everything right there from that point of view, yo. It's an Adam and Eve thing, yo. Cause she wanna be. See, this fucked up because they tricking a lot of women into believing that the fight for women's liberation includes being conniving, vindictive, sneaky, and a liar, and you know what I mean? That's not the fight for women's liberation. Y'all not gonna get nowhere like that. All they're gonna do is breed more resentment. You know what I'm saying? It's no different than men thinking they can even it out by putting the woman on the bottom.
I believe you. If they wanted to do that, they wouldn't have said what Diddy did to Cassie, the simple domestic. You know what I mean?
Right.
And they're still keeping that as a simple domestic. That's why I want y'all.
She manipulated that, yo. She manipulated that, yo.
Yeah.
If she said that she ain't leave because she ain't want him with nobody else, and he started messing with other girls, and then she hit with these charges, she might have did it just because she ain't want him with nobody else, yo.
Yeah. I think she.
You know what I mean? She might have took it to the next level.
And I think she knew she was gonna get it. I think Cassie knew taking that stand she was gonna get in trouble, but she didn't care. She didn't care. I don't think her going. They said that was the worst witness the FBI had ever had in their whole life.
Yo, she probably got grabbed by some other agents.
Yeah.
She probably guilty of some other federal crime. And you know what I mean? She can get grabbed by some other agent because remember, the FBI is under investigation right now too.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? For how they handled the Trump situation and all of that. So everybody in the FBI not gonna be privy to everything the FBI got going on.
That goes back to the Dirk situation when they said the feds planned cases on them, planned evidence on Dirk. You know what I mean? So,
That's some shit.
yeah, a lot. That's why Dirk is about to come home.
Yeah, I think Dirk gonna be this shit, but they gonna try time to FBG duck shit. So when he come home, he gonna be right back in court out there.
Yeah, they're gonna be right back in. They said
I think they gonna try to grab him up again. So he gotta be wise how he spend his money and how he move when he come home. But you know when he come home, he got some M's waiting. All he gotta do is drop a project and he gonna, you know what I mean, that shit gonna go up something crazy. Right. But he definitely gonna have to lawyer up again and walk light.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, lying.
But yeah, Shorty tripping, man. She the more I think about it, because you know, when we first get the information, we got our initial thoughts about this shit. Then we speak on it. Then you got time to sit and ponder on it while you getting new information to add to it at the same time.
Yeah.
So now that I think about it, she really was bugging, yo.
Yeah.
Now he was bugging too, but she haven't said no crimes that he did. Not that I can think of. I mean, maybe somebody can bring it to my attention, but she haven't said nothing that
he did wrong.
He did, but I'm pretty sure Justin Bieber.
Justin Bieber, right? Justin Bieber shouldn't be allowed to do nothing. He made a country song called "One Lonely Nigga." Fuck Justin Bieber. He shouldn't be on nothing. All them black people, right? Y'all shouldn't even listen to Justin Bieber. Yeah, y'all remember?
He said what?
He made a country song called "One Lonely ER," my nigga. Okay.
When?
He did
recently?
No, this is when he came out back in the days when he was younger. You know what I mean?
Oh, I ain't know that.
I don't give him no pass for that. I don't give him nothing.
Well, I ain't no fan. I'm just saying that I think that's where the trafficking gonna come in. That the
trafficking can't come from Justin Bieber, because that's the case. We gotta hit his mom up too, because Justin Bieber mom was.
He was a child. That's where the child shit come in. At it's gonna be him and Usher. It's gonna be him and Usher.
And that means his mama gonna have to be involved. You know what I mean? I don't think they even gonna get that. I don't think they're gonna get that. I doubt it. I doubt it. No.
Cause see what he did, what Cassie might have did too. She might have been slick. She might have been fake, pouring her heart out. Like, you know, it's a lot of shit she ain't said. We know it was way more shit going on than that, but it just wasn't all bad. It wasn't all crimes. The shit that they can't relate to a crime, she ain't gonna say. You know what I'm saying? So we know way more shit went on than that. So she probably was withholding information. She probably just up there acting like she pouring her heart out. So other motherfuckers could be brave enough to either pour their heart out or lie.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because we looking at it from the aspect of she the star witness and what she did for the case or not. But at the same time, the prosecution look at this whole case as a puzzle piece. So she just one puzzle piece.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? They looking at it like they got other puzzle pieces to put with it. So for all we know, her testimony might be weak until some other shit come in along with it. But it seemed like she lying, and that's why her shit weak. You know what I mean? Or she covering up her portion, and it's gonna hurt the case because of that. But in the prosecution,
they doing it on purpose because they don't want other people's name come up involved, yo.
Right. They is definitely trying the Prince.
They doing it on purpose. We're gonna save the Prince. The feds doing this on purpose because they don't want other stuff coming up. So they put, because remember, they choose these stuff. There's other stuff that could ask, but those other that's why the people are saying other stuff can't get bring up in courtroom. You're gonna have to be, you know what I mean? That's why I said I believe in a way they're doing that on purpose, like what you said, the prince, right? They don't want to expose certain people. So they doing this on purpose. They definitely.
Well, it ain't about them want to expose them. They got pressed up on. You know what I'm saying? And on top of that, that could be Chris Brown could be leveraged for that. Like nothing but not come out about the Prince.
Yeah. Yeah, bro. That's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing but not come out about that.
Yeah.
Expect bad news about Chris Brown.
Right. Holy shit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. People don't even see what's going on right now. But Chris Brown shouldn't be in this position. You know what I mean? And that's in UK. When they're talking about life, I'm like, why would he get life? It doesn't make no sense.
Whoever set up the tour could have set him up.
Mm-hmm.
Not saying that they did or I think they did, but I'm just saying it's a possibility. A high possibility. And all they gotta do is run around, act like they mad.
He's not lying. Motherfucker does. I don't know.
So who the next witness? I heard one witness backed out. One woman backed out. She said she ain't testified.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, because it could hurt them. You think they're gonna let a witness that could save them back out, Hazy? You know that. Come on, bro. Come on. You know what the feds is, bro. They're not gonna let someone back out that could help them. That person probably couldn't even help them. They don't give a fuck.
So they gonna act like the witness. They gonna act like the witness.
So that's what they do. Know this. I don't know why people act like they don't know. Don't let them tell you that. Don't be like, come on, bro. Man's been in cases. Man's been in court, bro. Man's been on like pressure, like you know what I mean. So you know, like if they want, they know they could say something to you. It's just like if they come to a lady and the lady is like, no, you know what I mean. I didn't see anybody, and they say you see this. If she's like, no, they'd be like, you know what, we can call immigration and get you sent back right now. Oh, you think some of these people?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Or you think y'all see some of these people that show up that be fucking pointing their finger at you that can't even speak English properly because they told them they're going immigration on it. That's how they do it. You know what I'm saying? That's why they when they keep fucking evil ass. They evil, bro. That's what they were. And the shit the shit crazy. The shit won't change today, and the shit won't change tomorrow. And that's their strategy. They have no other. That's when they hear them say, "Oh, proper training." For these guys, they're not going to be no proper training because they only know one way. You know what I mean? That's it. There's no proper training.
Crap ball shit.
Yeah. So, you know, as I said, the husband's going to be a witness. I feel sorry for him. And they going to kill him. They going to be mad at him. You know what I mean? And it's crazy because they said the prosecutor after the testimony was grilling Cassie. That's not a good look. You know what I mean? Because remember, they're supposed to be.
Yeah.
That's supposed to be.
Like you ain't say what I told you to say.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I know. Cassie did that on purpose. Cassie did that on purpose. And they probably thought that she was on the same page, but she switched on them. Something happened, bro. She switched on them. But you know what I mean? She probably like, I can't tell this lie. You know what I mean? I have to go back to Mexico. You know what I'm saying? Yo, them people are different in Mexico, you know. They probably got Didi and some money. Who knows whoever she introduced Didi. Think about this, Hazy. The last trip from Didi and Cassie was in Mexico. The only person that was around Diddy's family member was Diddy's family. She had all Mexicans, my nigga. You think that Mexican people that got their money tied up in shit don't make Cassie, you know what I mean, do them like that and come back to Mexico? You know what I'm saying? This shit bigger than that, bro. Bigger than that. She, like what you said, the Fed, they probably know she tied up in some shit. You know what I mean? That Diddy don't know about. You know what I mean? And using it against her. That's what I'm saying. But I'm starting to think this Cassie girl, you know what I mean, is on some crazy shit. Like, some crazy shit, had some crazy plan from the get go. You know what I mean? And might put even allegedly, you know what I mean, help got rid of Kim Porter, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's crazy. You know the person that they caught, and then the evidence shows it's all against this person, but when you really check the case, you're like, wait, this person was the mastermind all along. You know what I'm saying, Hazy? I mean, I don't want to say Cassie was, but it's making her look crazy, bro.
She got a lot more power in the situation that she laid on.
Yes, bro. It seemed like she got a lot more pull in this sex thing that's going on than Diddy. It seemed like she used Diddy to make it look legal, it made it look okay, like it was not, like whatever was going on. It seemed like she used Diddy to make it look like it was just, but really was illegal. Because you gotta remember, she was what, Mexican, right? And they invest their money into a lot of shit like that. Woman, man, you know what I'm saying? Believe it or not, nigga, Mexican women, they do a lot of sex trafficking.
Yo, they tired of him messing. They tired of him messing with their Latinos too, yo.
Yeah.
They tired of that shit.
Yeah, but them niggas be, you know what I mean? Because you know why they're tired? You know what I'm saying? Trust me. And the reason why Cassie probably stick with Diddy, because she probably been through somebody worse than Diddy before she got passed on to Diddy.
Oh, she was plotting on that bag.
Yeah.
She was plotting on that bag because when she say, that's why I kept on saying what made her wanted to please him so bad. What I was getting at when I keep asking that question is, she was plotting on the bag. She had to still be around to be able to get enough shit on him to be able to get a lawsuit.
Yeah.
So if she ain't keeping them happy, the only reason she want to keep them happy is because she got to stay around and get that bag.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Everything else she complaining about.
We're not lying. Not lying at all.
Because she is nothing that she said of why she love him so much. I heard her. She said she loved him so much. She wanted to do everything. She wanted to be with him every day. She wanted to do all of the freak offs. I know you wanted to do the freak offs because that's part of your. The freak offs. The reason why she wanted to do the freak off so bad because that's part of plotting on the bag.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's part of, you know what I mean? That's part of the evidence she gonna need. So of course that's one of the things she was gonna want to do. She wasn't gonna be cool with, you know what I'm saying, him doing what he wanted to do and all this other shit. But I'm trying to figure out like what she ain't give no testimony as to, you know, man, he treated me so good and I wanted to make him happy.
Yeah.
None of that.
None of that. Everything was just straight rugged and, you know what I mean? But then she said, though, I didn't want to leave him because I didn't want nobody to have him.
But why not? You see what I'm saying? Why?
Yeah.
She ain't, I hear her saying that, but she ain't saying why.
Bro, I'm telling you, some girls think like that, bro. Hazy.
I mean, why ain't gonna say that?
I know, bro. Hazy, and I know you know girls from the block. I mean, like, yo, you know what I mean? This nigga fucked me up, but you know what I mean? He got the whip, the car, and the house, and he's making all that money. You know what I mean? The minute that nigga go to
she didn't even say that. She didn't even say that, though.
Yeah.
She didn't even say, look, I love the lifestyle. She just acting like she just was dead in love with him without reason.
Yeah, I hear you.
You see what I'm saying? She ain't saying nothing. Why. This is how you trying to put together that it was the fix was on.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That was the fix from Jump Street.
You're not lying. You're not lying at all, my nigga.
She was gonna stick there until, you know what I mean, it was something. Because she already heard She already heard about stuff. She probably felt like J-Lo
That's why she went. That's why she went and had.
J-Lo could have sued him and got.
They probably told her, "Don't have no kids with him." You know what I'm saying?
He probably. No, I think he's smarter than that. I think he the one. It's starting to look like he ain't dumb as we thought he was.
Yeah. You know what it is? I'm telling you, Puffy caught on. Puffy caught on the hotel thing when she was coming to see him and texting him for free cough and inviting him to the hotel. He caught the play. That's why they got into the fight. That's why they got into that fight. He caught the play. He figured out. You know what I'm saying? And somebody probably told him, like, yo, this girl is saying this, she gonna get you for this and set you up, stay away from her. Like, you know what I'm saying? Somebody she was freaking off with, and somebody she was fucking said something to. And that's what happened. Whoever told Diddy fucked up her whole plan. The whole plan. Her whole plan, bro. And that's even this video. Yes, the video leaked.
It was the hotel people.
Yeah.
Remember, he got the video. He's supposed to got the video taken care of or something.
Yeah. But I hear nobody complaining, Hazy, calling out CNN for speeding up that video. You know what I mean? And in that original video, it made it look like that nigga Diddy give Cassie a bigger kick in her head. You know what I mean? In the original video, Cassie got up way faster. You know what I mean? And she seemed way more stable. And it seemed like she was, you know what I mean? It seemed like she wanted, you know what I mean? A regular girl that's hurt like that, you know what a girl saying in the hood. You're not a girl like that. Even when the police come, she gonna still trying to fight. You see what I'm saying? So,
and the main thing about that video that I really get mad that the media don't bring up and the women don't want to hear is that she was trying to get away with that bag.
Yes.
That's very important, man.
That's why she won't get charged. You could charge her for that. That's why women said, that's why they're like, oh, you could charge her for that. But that's why people are saying she stole something. That's why she's not getting charged. You know what I mean? And women gotta look at that. Like, yo, she was trying to steal something. You know what I mean? Real talk.
Of his, and he caught
You know what it was? She was trying to steal something to go back to give to her husband. Or whatever. You see what I'm saying? That's why, and people gotta remember, 2016, that means she was still with her husband back then. So why she's trying to go back to her husband, steal that nigga's money, and bring it back to that nigga. You know what I'm saying? And Diddy probably like, damn, you went to trading with that nigga? Nah, I mean, such and such, like, you betrayed me for that. That's what I'm saying. People gotta understand. You know what I mean?
Hey, yo. I also gotta correct myself about the Tory Lanez situation because I heard back what the father said. He did have defense wounds on his arms and shit.
He what?
He did have defense wounds on his arm.
Yeah. Yeah, because you gotta think about it. Protect yourself. You cover your head. You know what I mean? Tory Lanez was covering his head. So if you're covering your head, you're getting poked. That's how that nigga got him once in his face. If he wasn't protecting his face, that nigga probably got him more time in his face. Yeah, I mean, so. Yeah. I'm just trying to show you, man. It's crazy out here. You know what I mean? Crazy. But I'm saying we gotta be smart and start using our brain. Stop letting this TV using our brain for us and reading this stuff for us. You know what I mean? That's why they give us all this thing where AI can read it for us now, or we gotta go check the Google and see it. No, use your brain. You know what I mean? In real life, your neighbor beat up his wife. He gonna come back next week, but he gonna have a domestic. You know, he gonna have a restriction in the world, and he gonna have a peace bond when everything is over. And then if they want to go back, we will go back to each other. You know what I'm saying? And if they fight again, the court is probably gonna look at the woman like, well, what happened the first time? Why did you guys get that? And it's gonna be the same shit again, where you guys have the same old shit again. Yeah, she ain't gonna get no 10 million. Your sister or your mom ain't gonna get no 5 million or no 2 million. You see what I'm saying, Hazy? People need to understand that. Like, we act like we don't know these things. Like we don't have regular these women out here are not, a human being, or that would not apply for them. They wouldn't get millions, but they would get some type of compensation. So we need to stop doing that, people. Acting like we don't know these stuff and get mad at people, and then, you know what I mean? No, we need to admit that. What Cassie, it sounded like Cassie was just, and it sounded like she was stealing from Diddy too. The way it sounded like, if she was doing that shit, having the free cops and taking money by herself, it seemed like he was stealing from Diddy. And that to me seemed like that was her business only. Real talk.
Yeah.
About it. Crazy.
Innocent.
If a girl is doing something, bro, and you know she's doing it by herself, I don't you don't think so, girl. You know what I mean? If she calling you and she acting like you're the only one of her doing these things, and she's only trying these things with you. When you're finding out this girl is like over here, you know she fucked that Michael B. Jordan guy too, the actor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And he didn't even know about that, did he? Like
He knew.
He knew?
Yo, he know. Listen, Pete Gang. He know everything she was doing.
I want to watch the video that he has with her. Oh,
Niggas ain't gonna try to go behind Diddy back and do nothing because they know the nigga got ears and eyes everywhere.
Mm-mm.
So everything she was doing was getting back to him anyway. He ain't gonna say that, and the niggas ain't gonna say that, but he already knew.
Right.
I think he knew.
Yeah, but
I'm talking about Fuzz. I'm talking about
she gotta watch.
I'm talking about Fuzz doing stuff behind.
But it seemed like she was just selling herself to everybody digging out of him. The nigga with the most money. She was, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what she was doing. The same shit, bro. The same shit as she was doing. That's what I'm saying. She was doing them other niggas. The only thing
She don't understand. She don't understand, just like most people that do that type of shit, that the person you try to sign up with ain't gonna trust you if you backdooring the person you with now.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's not going. It don't. It's common sense.
I don't know what's wrong with that girl. I can't believe this lady. Like, girl, you know they're gonna be looking at you. You know what I mean? Man, there's a lot of hoes.
No trust in the industry, no loyalty.
There's a lot of hoes in the game, though. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of these hoes. They're pretty for no reason. You know what I mean? They're pretty for these girls have no fucking. They just fucking their way in the system, in the media. You know, fucking their way in the industry, bro. And they're trying to get a bag for that. How the fuck is Landa Lauren fucking puppy? You see what I'm saying? How is she fucking puppy?
And the fucked up part about that, when you take that route, it's too late. You can't take it back. You know what I'm saying? Like the females that go that route, they already done. You know what I mean? They already done sold themselves short.
Right. Damn. These girls are just like, they're crazy, bro. You know what I mean? That's the thing. Y'all think y'all whole secrets ain't gonna come up. Like, our whole secrets is up. That's why I said, this is the year of the snake. This is the year of the snake. And that's why Cassie got what she got. You know what I mean? She thought she could have snaked.
That's another thing. When I say Adam and Eve on display, it's the whole industry can look and see how the female gonna do. It's almost like the feminists got a whole bunch of females together behind the scenes, and they waiting for that ultimate moment when they get there. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy.
No, it's like they're going to a community and online backstage community and just keep getting feed into this stuff. And that's what I feel like. It's like they all know about getting brainwashed. That's what I'm saying. Well, what's the problem? Like y'all don't see what's going on? They making the black woman looking crazy out here. They're making a Stallion. You know what I mean? They're making it that just know you're a young nigga. You like, damn, am I gonna trust a black girl after all this? That's what I'm saying.
It got down to it's to the point where women would rather be led by another woman than be led by
bro.
Yeah. They don't like the advantages that man got.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So
they hate on women.
Like
they hate on women.
Girl power is against men, damn near sometimes.
Mm-hmm. And like, and I believe women, they have some type of agenda against women that has make a man lead in the relationship, or you know what I mean? Or do that. That's crazy. I'm saying, man, me, I don't even know what y'all want. I'm sorry, y'all don't know what y'all want. But they've been making it look like that. Like it's okay for, you know, it's not okay for a man to leave. They don't know what they're doing. And they can't do nothing. A man can't do it. And why you getting a dildo? That's what.
Yeah.
Make it make sense. You know? You're copying everything that you say a man can't do. Make it make sense. Y'all make no sense. Make no sense. It's like it's crazy. That's why I said I can see why, you know, and it's like it. They crazy on you. You know what I mean? Like,
I guess that's one of the situations where the internet is a bad thing.
Say it again. You say what now?
That's one of the times where the internet is a bad thing. The negative persuasion.
Yeah.
And the females be talking they shit, but I don't, you know, I like me personally, I say this time and again, I don't got general, I generally don't have no rivalry.
The black females don't hate you.
With
You gotta
females,
stop
you
getting
know
out
what
of
I'm saying?
that bullshit. You know what I mean? Because when they don't stick up for their black man, that's when the white girls are telling the black man, see? You know what I mean? They don't even stick up for y'all. And you know they telling them that. You know they telling them. That's a part of the plan, man.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Real talk. That's a part of the plan. You know.
I don't got that rivalry though. I'm not bad no rival with the women. You know what I'm saying? I just know a lot of them on bullshit. Niggas on bullshit too, but the females on extra bullshit. Like they fucking it up where as though it's about to not be no procreation. It's about, you know what I'm saying? They about to stop having black babies. The way how they turn it.
Right. Nigga. You guys don't even know what's going on. They out here trying to make sure, you know, everybody's in place. Everybody and their mama is in place. Nothing going on.
Can't fall victim to the propaganda, man. It's a, you know.
I just can't believe how much niggas they locked up in 1 month. I mean, first how much niggas they went after the Smokey Robinson. They just locked up Antonio Brown. And they did Chris Brown. And, you know, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's a thing they calm that Shannon Sharp shit down. Because that Shannon Sharp shit down was wrong. You see what I'm saying? They finding out that shit was a lie. All about money. All about money. All about money. They told us she was 19, and then we find out the girl was 26.
27.
They do 27, yeah. 27, my bad, yeah. They do those things, bro. They put fake
No, I
age.
said 20. I said 20 something. I don't know the exact age.
She was like 27. She's 27, right? But I'm just trying to show you how they do that. You know what I mean? All they gotta do is put an age on it, and then nobody be like, "What?" And then it's like a whole, you know, you are a nigga that, you know, you got people, you are walking around, you're like, damn, people looking at me because of what? You know what I mean? But really and truly, you know, I know. A woman in the 26 is a grown ass woman, 27. Real talk. Regardless of what she wants to do. Hold on, Jen. what I'm saying, Hazy? A whole grown woman.
Yeah.
I don't know what they doing.
They just wasn't trying to give you that 100.
I'm telling you, Hazy, they ain't trust me, boy. I don't know.
They
Shit that
wasn't
they,
trying to give them that 100 million.
huh?
They wasn't trying to give them that 100 million.
Yeah.
That's all it was.
Yeah, and they figured a way not to give it to him. Even though it's like,
Yeah.
fuck off anyway, I don't need that money. He's making, you know what? He's making more numbers than his son and they're trying to pay him. He's still making them numbers.
See, I'm gonna tell you how you know that's the case. Cause that's why he offered a 10 million, because he can go in and still take the 100 and get 90. They ain't want to give him the 100 at all. So
Right.
they said 50 million. They said 50 million, so he can say no. So they can go public. So he can lose the contract.
Crazy. That is crazy.
So I guess he kind of played. I think he kind of played chess with him.
Oh no. Man. He's out here trying to take people's money like that. Out here trying to take people's money like that. That's kind of crazy to me. Crazy. When they're out here trying to put charges on people like that and make it all about money and putting up fake.
Man, they not giving niggas. They not giving niggas them big pockets, man. Them big purses, yo. They not giving it to them, yo.
Oh, could you turn on your camera, please? Turn on Miss Mana or whatever. Turn on your camera, please, real quick. I can't see your photo. I can't see you in the back. You're gonna have to turn your camera and turn it back on quick, and then I'll let you in. I can't see nothing. See, I'm not doing that. Y'all think I'm just gonna let y'all in with just a blank screen? I know, but you gotta turn your camera on and you come over here.
Turn your camera on so he can see.
Yeah, you had a one black. You turn your camera on and your shit was dark, and then I don't see who you is. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to remove you because you don't want to turn your camera on, and you gotta type in the chat. They don't even know who you is. They're probably trying to sabotage us. But we probably said something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't. You know, you gotta type in the chat first. Yeah. Oh, was this the person I was in there? Let me see if this was the person I was the missed person I was in the chat. I don't know. You gotta turn your camera on in the background before you know. Yeah, you gotta turn your camera on first. You know, you gotta come up with your camera, turn it on. Because I got
You don't have to be on camera while you speak, but you gotta show him. You gotta show him your face.
Yeah. I be getting a lot
Show him your face so he can let you in. You can cut your camera back off.
I be getting a lot of spam. Yeah. I be getting a lot of spam. You gotta show like I never seen you, so I don't know you. It's my first time seeing you.
Just turn your camera on so he can see you. Once he let you in, you can cut your camera back off.
Yeah. All right, much respect. No disrespect. It's just that people have been coming on my panel and they've been doing stuff. I don't know who they is. But some people just come with just ignorance, and what it is. Some might be kids. Some might just be, it's just not a vendetta against nobody or, oh, turn your camera on if you can't come up. No, but I do know. But I just, once the camera's on, and I can see who you is. I'll, you can turn it on, turn it off, and then you can come when I let you in. Shout out for coming through. I appreciate. I was, if I look back on your channel, if I see any, I will sub to your channel. Let me see what's going on. Hey, do you see what's going on with that channel? Take a look at it.
No, I can't even.
I got it. Let me see what
I ain't got no second device.
Oh shit! I didn't know that. I didn't sub back to you. Good. Yeah. Okay. I think there's a lot of people sub to me that I'm not sub. All right. Not bad. I gotta check your content out. Not bad, people. I'm gonna start getting back to the people that I sub to me. I didn't even notice. See what it says. Yeah, but let me check this channel. Okay. All right. So damn. So damn. Hey, you can see the subs now.
Say that again.
So you can see the subs. Like you basically see the subs. Like I don't know how that pop up. But I can see.
I'm gonna connect to him.
Okay, that is let me make sure. Okay, I got you. Okay, you can come up. Hey. Okay, I get. Okay, I seen the channel. Okay, what's up? But damn, they never. You right. You never got your camera on all your. But I'm gonna sub. I'm gonna sub to your channel as well. Yeah, come up. You can come up. You can come up. Damn. You can come up. I know who you is. I got you plugged in. But yeah, man, oh man. I know. I want to hear some. I want to hear some of the Cassie stuff, the Cassie feedback stuff from the ladies. My bad. As I said, I'm very skeptical with this new people and anybody coming up. This is somebody from the UK too. Yeah. All right. I see. Come on, but forward. Big up yourself. Hit the link again if you want to come up. You know what I mean? Hit the link. Forward. I just gotta check. Boy, I don't check these days. Crazy ass time. But yeah, man. We got a serious problem. With the music industry right now. Everything is falling apart. You see what I'm saying, Hazel?
Yeah, that shit foul. You gotta have a foul hut to make it foul in there. Or you gonna have to endure some shit.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna have to endure some shit. You gonna have to either get some shit done to you or you gonna have to do some shit to some people.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I just didn't wanna. Yeah, I understand that you understand, yeah, but you hit my. I sub to your channel. I understand. It just YouTube could be weird sometimes. And I know grown people are different from the child and the children, but some of these people, them grown people, could be crazy sometimes. You know. And I used to always just let new people up, but it's just that people that they be just some people in the background that is crazy. They just watch for the wrong reason. I can't really. I gotta watch, but then YouTube be hitting me for it. I mean, so like I said, I seen a lot of things happening with this Cassie case and what these people have said on the guidelines, and they never got in trouble. You notice that, right, Hazy? Man, the whole case of them breaking the guideline outside. I'm telling
No penalties.
you. No. Oh, you know, when it comes to a regular person,
No violation.
yeah, no violation whatsoever.
She bugging though, but she kind of helped save it a little bit though.
She what now?
She kind of helped save the case a little bit.
Oh, what did he
For
say?
him.
Did he say? Yeah,
For Puppy, yeah.
she did say. Yeah, she did say Puffy. She did say Puffy loves people. What fuck? She's still in love with him. She's still in love with him. Think about it. Why would she? She's still in love with that nigga, right?
No, she gotta testify to what the dude said. The dude said she paid him. So she can't get up there and say something different. She gotta tell the truth. I don't know. I mean, she might. I mean, I guess you can think she loved him. She was trying to get that bag. I think.
Mm.
I don't think. I don't think she loved him.
Right.
She was doing too much shit behind his back. Now, if she wouldn't fuck nobody else and really wasn't trying to, then I believe she loved him.
Bro, she make women look bad, bro. Because women that went through that stuff, I don't take money for that. I was just, you know what I mean. Like there's women out there that's prettier than Cassie. I won't even do what she does. The minute a woman felt like that man's violating, they're out of there. He just made women like it's just crazy. I can't believe they actually put her up there and they say all that. That's why I believe Hazy. This case is kind of crazy in a way, like on some made up shit, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No, yeah, crazy. It's madness. It's crazy.
Somebody gonna say TD Jake's name.
TD Jakes, he gonna be up there too?
I don't know. Somebody might say his name.
TD Jakes. TD Jakes. I don't know, bro. All these people that are showing up, it's wild to me. A waste of time. Waste of time for the camera. Like, some of these stuff shouldn't be on TV. Some of this stuff should not be on TV.
Yeah.
Not be on TV. I'm sorry, like not be on TV.
A lot of it is low key promoting perversion.
Yeah.
They ain't had to say that last shit. I ain't even hear that.
What is y'all doing?
I thought they went too far with the pissing in the mouth. They wasn't.
Yeah, that's we shouldn't even put that on TV, bro. That's
They
so
took
gross.
a step further than that.
Come on, y'all. You guys are just trying to make everything normal on TV. Normal, bro.
You guys have no filter when it comes to certain
For the
things.
youth to find that out. For everybody to be talking about it so the kids can hear it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what
And
I'm saying?
then they're acting like the kids are not gonna hear. They're gonna hear.
They're
They're
gonna
gonna
hear
hear.
it.
I don't get
Bunch
that,
of
bro.
extra shit.
What makes you guys think the kids are not gonna hear all this stuff? I don't get it.
Hey yo, it also sound like, no disrespect, but it also sound like Puffy got some restraints, like he might got some type of medical condition where
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
he can't engage in all that sex. He gotta sit on the side because
Yeah. Yeah,
you know
right?
what I'm saying? He letting other people do shit.
Yes. You sound like he got right? Right? Exactly. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, but if you got a medical condition though, baby, you gotta look at it. I mean, he's standing up. If you getting hard and watching other women and men, you don't have no medical condition. You know what I mean? 'Cause you already got so many kids. You see what I'm saying?
He tripping though.
You already got all them kids. You already got all them kids, man.
So her shit is over.
Say what now?
Her testimony is over, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know who's the next witness, but come Monday is back on again.
I think they said that's her boyfriend is the next one.
Her husband?
Yeah.
They're not gonna get up there and incriminate themselves.
Yeah. I don't know. Right here. She was
He
testifying.
might get up there and say a bunch of shit that get her back on the stand again.
Yeah. That's how I said it could be that.
She told me XYZ, XYZ. She's scared to say it because he got long reach. Pause.
Yeah. Holy shit, dog.
I heard somebody was alluding to him and Puffy was working together.
Who the husband?
Yeah.
How was that?
Like he knew she was gonna do that shit. She was gonna go behind his back. And he put him up to it. He left all of the openings.
I don't know.
That's what you gotta do when you got money like that. They niggas be testing people, yo, to see, you know what I'm saying, where your loyal people are. You loyal, you in a good spot. You not loyal, you know what's gonna happen.
That's madness. Madness, madness, madness. I like to say it's all madness. You know.
I don't know how true that is, but it's a possibility. We'll see, depending on what he get up there and say.
Right.
Cause he should be right now. I don't know how he should be feeling. I don't know if she told him all of that shit.
Mm.
And I don't know if he told her what to say up there.
Mm. Mm. Huh. I don't know, yo. That would be very. If they working together like that, that's very strange and weird. Weird as hell. That's just weird, weird.
Yo, that's how it go, yo. It's a lot of yo on that level of money. It's a lot of snake shit be going on. You gotta have a lot of shit in place, yo.
Year of the snake.
You gotta know everybody who gonna try to snake you, everything they gonna try to do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Cause you know that's big bread, yo. Nigga was chasing $1 billion. You know what I'm saying? It's real on that level. Like,
Shout out to you for that. I appreciate for the super chat. I appreciate respect on that, man. Respect on that. Respect on that. Yeah, Diddy ain't anything but the money. For real. Yeah. We know that. We know that. I respect. Let me give you. I got a special clap for you right here for that. We know that. Everything. We know everything in this case. Everybody's all about the money. Like we know definitely. So I hear what you're saying though. I guess you're agreeing with Hazy with that. About him for the husband and all that. Where's my little clap that I got? Hold on. I got a little celebration clap for that super chat. Where is that? I've been so wild since I played that Hazy. I can't even find that. Let me do. I'm gonna do my. I can't find my. There we go. I found it. There we go.
I ain't
Clap.
gonna lie.
Yeah. Yes. Respect on the super chat. And I appreciate that. Hey, I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, come up, man. Come up. I'm sorry for that. You know what I mean? Come up. I'm gonna drop the link for you again, and you come up. We could talk. You know what I mean? Because I see you engaging with the conversation and all that. As I said, I understand that you're happy the rules. Ain't no bend that. As I said, it's just that's why I had. That's the next main reason why I had to explain to people why I changed my name because that was. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I just I ain't me and Hazy go through a lot. Like everybody go through a lot with their channel. Like I said, I just ain't changed my name. I see low key a lot of people changing their names too on their channel, but it's just the thing that
I don't even think he really gotta be loyal as long as he feed people.
Yeah. Appreciate it. Dang. Appreciate it. I see you in your England, Jamaican. I seen that. All right, that's it. Yeah, that's why I said shout out to all the Jamaicans, man, wherever you at. You know what I mean? That's why I said one thing when it comes to our people though, is we always like, engage in the conversation. That's what I'm saying. When you're supposed to do that, you know, you're supposed to. And big up everybody, and I appreciate. Let me let show you. Hey,
Hey, salute, brother.
hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you. No, I do respect the whole, being cautious because there are people pouring bomb every day, don't they? They come on channel, they bomb the channel, and they destroy the channel. So I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
get it.
I'm kind of low key on the way back up to that, where I had to certain things because there's so much things going on in the background. People coming up and
Yeah.
doing
No,
stuff.
I get it. I do. A salute to you, brother, and salute to the other person on the panel.
Hey,
Respect.
What's going on? What's going on?
Everything's good. I was listening to the conversation about the whole P Diddy trial, and I haven't been following it so heavily, but I know that there was a lot of black people, especially in England, who was like, "Oh, white people are just making up stories. It's not real. They're just trying to bring a black brother down." And I'm thinking, nah, I think P Diddy really is a pervert, a pedophile, a predator. A predator. But I had a lot of black people in England saying to me that I'm a hater. I just want to see a black man down. That's not true. No.
I think
I hear you.
I think it's a lot of. I think it's a lot of people who've been omitted, but it's kind of early in the trial to say too. But it's a lot of
Yeah.
people who've been omitted in order to only take down P Diddy.
No, that's what they're saying. It's like, I mean, this is before. Okay, before the Cassie video. Remember the video that got released about Cassie getting beat up? Before that, video, people were saying to me that I'm a hater. I just want to see a black man get taken down. And I was like, no, just listen to what Cassie is saying. And they're like, no, you're a hater. You just want to see. Then the video came out. Then people were saying it was AI. The video is not real. It's fake. I'm like, then what does it take for you to believe that this man is a psycho? The man is dangerous. What will it take?
What's really tripping people out though is that they're not charging them for that. That's what's like,
Right.
what is we doing promoting a case like while we listening to the sex stories? As we're saying, it's a minor assault. It's like basically saying it's slap on the wrist assault. That's what they say.
There you go. And I mean, I don't
According to
remember.
her,
I don't know if it's real. I don't know if any of this is real. This could all be AI videos. This could all be staged, manufactured. I'm only saying that based on what I've seen and what I've heard, I believe that he's a predator. He's dangerous. He should be in prison. But then you've got black people who are saying, nah, this is all fake. They're only trying to bring a brother down. I can't argue. I don't know what to say.
well, in the sense that they only going after him, it is trying to bring a brother down because it's other like they won't bring up the prince as much as you would think they would with his name being involved. So with that aspect of it, it is trying to bring the brother down and it's
Okay.
omitting other people's names out of it at the same time.
So do you think that because they're trying to bring a brother down, if the brother is doing wrong, do you think that we shouldn't bring him down because he's a brother?
I don't think what we're hearing so far constitutes life in prison. Like
Okay.
everything we heard so far, matter of fact, we heard more stuff.
I see that Jamaican flag, right? But I know exactly how we think. Or some of us, I think, but I know exactly what you're saying. Like, you know what I mean? But
Yeah.
because we know people that witness these, horrific beatdowns.
We hearing more stuff what other people should go to jail for.
No,
More so
I
than what he
get
did.
no, I get what you're saying, but just okay. So say someone is a pedophile or predator or whatever, should they not go down because other people, white people, are doing it too, or other people are doing it too? So why
No,
should he
that's the
go
proof.
down?
That's the
Yeah.
proof we waiting for. That's the evidence that we waiting to hear.
Okay, but they
That's
what
what
about those
you see
videos?
what I'm saying?
What?
That's what
Okay,
everybody
but
waiting to hear.
what about
They
those
waiting for
videos
us.
of him? What about those videos of him hitting Cassie? People said that didn't
Well, from
exist.
what I
Remember when it first came out when Cassie said that she was abused, and people were like, she's lying, she's trying to get money, she's a gold digger. Then the videos came out, and people were like, how do we know that's real?
That was just one video.
well, no, it's real. I ain't trying to say, I'm not
Yeah.
one of the people trying to say the video ain't real.
No,
The
people are
video
saying it's
has
not
been
real.
doctored. That's a fact.
No,
It's
there are people
definitely
who are
been
saying the video's not
documented and
real.
shown
They're
in
saying
different
it's not
sequences.
real. They're saying it's not real, and
They're
it's
saying
just
this
trying to
video.
bring a brother down.
They're saying this video is not real. This video is real, but the first video was
Yeah.
kind of tampered with.
Okay.
Yeah, it was tampered with. They changed the sequence. They speeded up certain parts. They slowed down certain parts. They
Yeah.
froze on certain parts. And they didn't tell that she tried to steal that bag. She tried to leave while he was in the middle of whatever he was doing. She tried to steal that bag that she was leaving.
Yeah. Okay, no, because I don't know these people. We don't know these people. But if she says something happens and we don't see evidence of that, then we see evidence of that, and we're still saying, yeah, that's AI, that's doctored. We don't know if it's real. What does it take? What would it take for us to believe that he's an abuser? What would it take for us black people to say, yeah, that's an abuser, he should go to prison? What would it
I
take?
know, but what us black
But
people
he should
like,
be on trial for being the abuser, though.
what us black
He's
people.
not on trial for being the abuser.
Okay.
He on trial
Okay.
for rap.
If you would have told us black people, like, you know what, he gonna
Yeah.
charge Diddy for the video that he beat him, that he's doing to Cassie, right?
Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
it would have been like, all right, we understand because we've seen him do that. But when you tell us
Right.
black people, like, we're not gonna charge him for that. We just want you to hear the sex stories, and it goes over your head because
Yeah,
now
that's true.
the crime is going on that you're supposed to be looking at. You can't really, you know what I mean, judge it. But only thing we're judging is the sex conversation and the texts and you know what I mean, what goes down to the hidden and what leads up to the all of that stuff is just unnecessary. I don't think if we're not having a charge, as I said, if
Yeah.
women, it's not gonna if a woman, right? Because
Yeah.
they say, you know what, we're gonna make it better for women and whatever. All right. If we're gonna keep
Yeah.
if we're gonna make it okay for what Diddy do to a female and say, you know what, that's a minor assault. We're gonna excuse that and we just wanna show you that just use it to put no, we can't do that. We gotta, you know what I mean? Then black people are gonna be like, all right, then everybody will start like, all right, you know what? You know, he's a beater, he's that because you're getting charged for it. But when you're not getting
Okay.
charged and you hear of stories of neighbors getting beat up by their husband or whatever, and then they're back up.
But
They're back up.
TMG, do you remember when people were saying that she was lying? Do you remember when people were saying she's lying? She's just looking for a bag.
You know
She
what?
never got abused. She's just looking for a bag. Then the video comes out, and people are like, "That video is fake." What do you know? What I mean? It's like,
I
where
did
does it end?
Maybe you can explain what she loved about it. What is it that she loved about it? If she wasn't just chasing the
Maybe
bag,
she loved the money. Maybe she loved the money. Maybe she loved the money.
that's
Maybe she loved
chasing
the
them.
fame.
That's been after the bag.
No, that's what I'm saying. Maybe she loved the money, maybe she loved the fame, but doesn't mean she needs to get beaten to get that. Do you know what I mean? Like, even if I love the money, say for example, I love money, I love fame, doesn't mean I need to get beaten. Not everyone gets beaten to get to what they need to get to. What he did was a crime. Would you not agree? What he did was a crime.
They don't see it as a
So
crime.
should she go to jail for her crimes too? For
They
her
don't
wrong?
see it
No,
as a
okay, but what? Okay, but they don't see, like, for example, from what I understand, like a woman exchanging money for sex or having been trafficked. That's not illegal, apart from the man. He gets charged for that. But she said that she was a sex slave. They said that he keeps women as sex slaves. They have no choice. They have to do it.
but they
And
have no.
again,
But
and then
that's not what she testified.
They
no,
have
but
She
okay.
didn't testify that
What
she
about
ain't had no
crossing
choice.
state line? What about crossing state line? There was that too.
She,
Crossing state line and so on.
that's not what she testified to, though. She testified that
Okay.
she wanted to stay. She
Oh
wanted
God.
to please
Yeah.
him.
She testify
But
a
then,
whole thing. Yeah, she
oh,
testified what we heard about the state line and all that. She testified a whole
yeah,
different thing. A whole different thing.
there you go.
And what Cassie was mad about is that Bucky find out that she was having her own free coughs and that somebody
Sorry.
sent her a video. Somebody send Puffy a video and Puffy told her about it. And that's when the whole thing went down the drain.
Okay,
Right.
but what about but you see, remember that video where she was getting beaten like just before the elevator? She was trying to get off the elevator, get on the elevator. I can't remember, but she was getting beaten. People
That
said
was
that didn't happen. Do you remember? They said that didn't happen. She never got beaten, and then the video comes out, and
The
people are like,
rumor
"Oh,
is it was $100,000 in that bag she was trying to get on the elevator.
damn."
remember, hey,
Hmm.
She was trying to leave out the bag with $100,000 in it while he was undressed.
not only that,
I think I'll break the brakes on someone for that money too. I'm
Yeah,
like,
right,
where
Not
do
only
you
that,
think you're going?
not only that, my thing is Cassie, right? If you're trying to get away from that lifestyle, at the same time, when the hotel moment, she was with her husband. So why is you going back to him? Why is you going back with Diddy in a hotel room doing all that stuff? While you're married at the same time?
That's true. That's true. But again, I personally cannot speak on these people as if I was there. I'm only seeing what I saw in the video. When people say it didn't happen, people say, and then he paid.
That's
Did
why
he
you
not pay
gotta
the
listen to
hotel?
more than
Do you remember he
because
paid the
if somebody
hotel to have
just
that
showed
video
you,
wiped off? He got he tried to get that video subdued. He tried to get them to take the video away. He paid
Yeah,
the
yeah,
hotel,
yeah,
and it
yeah.
got out. And it got out. So I don't know why, but a lot of these females, they're not innocent. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of these females are not innocent. They know the lifestyle. They go into the lifestyle, and then they try to claim victim. A lot of them do that.
yeah,
I
that's the
got to do
shit,
that, but
man.
I don't like the fact that the whole is just like you females are seeing what Cassie went through in the video. Females that know what Cassie went through in the video, and he's not getting charged for it. And I think that's why pissing off these black people and saying, well, he never do nothing. Nothing's going on because if you can't charge him for that, why the fuck is we? You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Like what you said, it's the time, and I agree with you because when I'm like, damn, he's gonna get charged
No,
for that.
he doesn't need to. Like, for example, a man who knows he's bigger than a female, stronger than a female, he clearly was beating her up. He was beating her. And that part I can't, but someone was saying, as you said, that she was stealing money.
Yeah,
She was stealing money. Some
yeah,
people were willing to break bones for money.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
they're willing to break, do you know what I mean? Like, so is it, I don't know the truth of these things, but do I think Cassie's innocent? No, I don't. I don't think Cassie's fully innocent.
I
I
don't think
don't.
I don't think she should get beaten on a thing like that. But I'm thinking if
No.
you're gonna leave a person and then you're married and you're gonna it makes sense why she put that hoodie over her because when she came out with that bag, if you notice, Cassie put that hoodie on real quick. You know what I mean?
That's right. Yep,
Real
yep,
real quick. So
yep.
I'm like, damn. She's trying to.
She's up to some nefarious.
Yeah, it's like
She's up to
I'm
some
not
nefarious
Cassie. I'm
shit.
not Miss Ventura. Who are you then? Who's
Yeah,
that?
yeah,
Who is that?
yeah.
Yeah.
So like, was you? That's what I'm saying, and I think that's why we're hearing this now more than that then because she was married to dude at the same time. And if you check, and I don't know if you've seen the whole part when the security came up and the way the security was talking to her and Diddy, you could tell this is a regular thing they did. Just like if you
Oh
at
no, no, I didn't see that. I didn't see that
yeah,
part.
you
No.
and your husband is at or wherever you with is at a hotel. And then you guys are arguing and somebody calls over and they're like, oh, we know you guys are always arguing, but could you keep it down? But they don't come up. You know, if it's the first time, the hotel manager or whoever the
They're
counter.
gonna sort it, yeah. But if this is a normal occurrence, it's
Right.
like, okay, yeah, I understand.
Yeah, you look up the video and see the one, you're gonna see the whole thing. It's like I think what is it, like 15 minutes, Hazy? Or 2 minutes or something like that?
No, I only watched the part where she's out the elevator, she's
Yeah,
crouching she's on
yeah,
the
yeah.
floor and putting her hand to protect her face.
Yeah, but
That's the bit I wanted
they
to.
showed you the whole video and they showed you
Mm-hmm.
everything, and you're gonna see the difference.
Okay.
Everything is slow in this
I need
video.
to look.
They showed you all the video, everything that goes on. How they walked out. She got up. She put lipstick on. I'm like, how are you gonna put lipstick on and act like it's normal? And have a conversation? That to me
I know
pissed me off.
a lot of
If that
people
was
who are abused. You know
if
when
that was
people are
my
abused?
daughter, that was my
Sorry.
daughter. And she did that. If that was my daughter, I would have been so mad. I'm like, so you let this man beat you up and you gonna act like it's a normal thing? Put on
No,
makeup.
but when people you know how sometimes when you're abused, it's so normal that you're on autopilot. I don't know. I've never been beaten and abused like that. But a lot of females they'll say, "Oh, they are on autopilot. They behave like autopilot." I only can take their word for it. But me personally, I would want to stab him, hurt him, call the police. That's just me. That's just me.
Right. I
I
feel
just don't understand what is it that she stayed for. She didn't explain no affection, no nothing that made me understand why she wanted to stay. She even said that he told her to go ahead and live her life, and she didn't want that. So she had to been after the bag. She had to been after the bag. There's nothing else that she said that, she was just so deeply in love about.
yeah. I hear you, Hazy. I hear you. That's what I'm saying.
She said all of the torture that she been through, but she still wanted to please him. But it was torture, but you wanted to still please him. Like what is that?
some people could say that is someone who's under like, do you know if you're used to systematic mind control and abuse, you continue behaving in a way that someone will say you must want it because why did you stay? It doesn't mean they want it. They've just been broken. I don't know what that's like, but me
No,
personally,
I don't think that she wanted. I think
yeah,
that she was willing to deal with it to try and get the bag at the end. I
you
think
think
her
so?
ultimate goal was to get a lawsuit on him.
So
She set
you
up
don't. So
everything.
would you?
Everything that they
Yeah,
try to present now is stuff that she
yeah.
set up.
So would you sustain being beaten, abused, violated, being passed to different people just so you can get a bag? Would you do that?
She was the one requesting.
Again, we don't know that, and that's why I don't. This is a very touchy
That's what the
subject.
text messages show. The text
Again,
messages show that she
yeah.
was requesting it.
Again, I don't know. I don't know her mental state. And then, do you know about Stockholm syndrome, where people who have
Yeah,
been
I know about
kidnapped,
Stockholm
taken,
syndrome.
and they're under that
And
Stockholm syndrome
infatuated
where they
cat back.
want. Yeah. So I personally don't know. All I'm saying is that I do not believe that Cassie's that innocent. That's all
No,
that's what I tell people. I don't believe that she's that innocent. And say she was on the Stockholm syndrome. Well, that's
yeah,
her problem then. Like, what's how am I meant to how am I meant to prove that she's on the Stockholm? How do I know that? How do I
yeah,
know that? Because there are females like me who like being beaten and whipped and get
yeah,
subjected by men. I like being submissive to some men. How are we going to know that? How are you going to prove to? How am I going to prove to the court that I don't? I like being fucked up. I like being beaten, hold down,
right,
and then
right,
ate. How do you know that I don't like that? How are you going to prove that? I
right.
might be
Exactly,
offended.
exactly. Because she did take some of that stuff in the Texas. She said,
There
"I
you
want
go.
you aggressively. I want you to be aggressively to me. Like, make sure I can't. Like, basically saying she want to be restrained. I never heard a woman talk like that in my life.
There you
I
go.
never heard
And there are submissive women. So you got dominant women because I'm dominant, but I also like being
that.
submissive to men who are worthy of my submission. So
Right,
someone will look at that and say, "Oh, Mona, you're in a violent relationship." I'm like, "No, I love that ish." How are you going to prove that?
right, right.
I don't know.
It's true. How are you gonna prove it? That's a fact.
Uh-uh.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's. Remember, I was just saying this, Hazy, like, oh, like last 2 lives ago. Yo, there's some women, that, you know what I mean, in
The
Jamaica where
judge gonna be like, show me a tape of you
yeah,
ever.
there's hey, there's some woman in Jamaica right now, like, yo, me love when my man box me and kick me. You be like,
That's very true. That's very true.
you
And
know what I
again,
mean?
and that might sound sick to you. That might sound sick to the normal person. But sometimes that's how you feel. You come alive when a man's holding you down, choking you out, forcing himself on you, slamming you down to the bed. I'm like, "Oh, God damn, that's a man." But another woman would say, "This is violation. This is a violation. They're gonna go to the police." I'm like, "Go to the police for what? That's the best sex I've ever had.
See,
Go to the police for what?"
you see, I was waiting for this, a female to come on here and actually say, because that's what I was trying to get up. That's what I,
Yeah.
as I said, my girl will say and say certain things about what's going on in the case, but to hear from
Yeah.
other females to say, yeah, see, you know what I mean? She's saying this of her own will, because you know what I mean? Because you know Caribbean
Yeah.
girls, you know certain girls.
Yes. Yes.
Certain girls love that badness, like, you know what I mean? They love that badness. You see what I'm
They
saying?
like to get broke up, mapped up.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So,
No, I understand what you're saying.
how
I
do you
mean,
prove
but
that?
I like to play devil's advocate. I mean, I know that between me and my man, he knows that I like to get held down. I like to get choked out. I like to feel like I'm gonna get passed out. But he knows that. That's
Right,
between me. But can you imagine if I'm mad at him one day? I hate on him one day and I say, I'm gonna call the police because I've got bruises on my legs, I've got bruises on my neck, I'm gonna put you in jail. Can you
right,
imagine I do that?
right.
But he knows that it was consensual. He knows it was
Exactly.
consensual.
See? That's what I was waiting for, Hazy. I was waiting. This is what I wanted. I'm happy you came up. That's what I was waiting. That's what I was waiting for because people. We need to tell the
Yeah.
younger generation. You know what I mean? You guys are not the only one because they're making it like it's just a younger generation. No, there's grown
No,
treated like that.
no. If I'm being honest, I didn't used to like things like that. I used to, because again, I don't want every man to hold me down, grab me up, and dominate me. I personally don't like every man, but there's particular men that the way they do it, I feel like owned. I feel like, oh, that's daddy. That's daddy. I need to respect him. I need to bow down to him. So some people might not understand that. They might think, oh, that's abuse. You need to get help. Mona, you need help. I don't need help. I don't need help. I love this lifestyle, but they see us needing help. But then if you look at it, but then say I get angry with him and I call the police comes and see grab marks on my neck, grab marks on my arm. He looks like he's a villain.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
knows that's how he looks, but
right.
it's not that.
Yeah. And as I said, it's okay. It's just like with the Shannon Sharp stuff. We was talking to Shannon Sharp. I don't know if you heard about the Shannon Sharp and the white girl. Have you heard about that story too?
No, I haven't. No, I
Yeah,
haven't.
that's the same thing because they was talking to each other about, he was saying, I want you to hold me like this, choke me out, and put me in this and twist me up to like, you know what I mean, and all that. He got like yeah, she recorded it like what you said. He got mad at her, she got mad at him, and then say, you know what I mean, he did this to her.
That was the evidence.
That's bad, man.
Now that's the evidence of him.
But I keep telling
That's sad.
it's only North America, when women do that. People don't do that no stupid.
No, I've never reported a man for putting a gun to my head and putting his dick in me. That's what I want. Like I want to feel like scared. I want to feel like I if I don't give him my vagina, he's gonna blow my brains out. That's my ultimate fantasy. I've never called the police on that, but I do understand how if someone does look at it on the outside, they could see that I look like I'm being violated. I'm like, violated where? How?
No, but hey, listen, and like I said, this is how some people talk, but some people might say, oh, da 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 da. But if that's what some women don't get down like that.
I get it. No, I do. And or some women have told me,
when her talking like that, and she's
yeah,
saying, a lot of women will know that, but they won't say it. They'll keep it to themselves and just wait till a man get in trouble, and then use that.
yeah. No, but you know what women tell me? They'll say to me like, "You're being forced to do that. You don't want that. He wants that." And in my head, I'm thinking, so you've never had ape fantasy? I can't say the R word.
Yeah.
You've never had R fantasy. You've never had that. Okay, you keep acting.
Yeah, a lot of these girls, man, it's like I don't know. You know what I mean? As I said, some women is different. As I said, you're different. Other women's different, but they try to make you look like you're not normal when you
No, they do. They
Yeah.
do. And if you do, so again, we don't know P. Diddy's situation. We don't know the situation they had. But I know as a normal female who's not a celebrity, I've condoned men. I've told men they're allowed to hold me down. They're allowed to spit in my mouth. They're allowed to, violate my vagina hole. I've told them that. So who am I to then say to the police, I was abused, I was aped? Yeah, please. And that's why modern men say, I need you to put that in a signature. I need you to put that in a note. I need you to write a whole note about that.
You just took the notes right out of
Yeah, because how do you know that that's not going to be used against you? How do you know I'm not setting you up? So some men are like, you know what? I'm not even going to attempt that. Please put in a signature. Please put a voice recording saying, I, Miss Mona, admit that I like the ape fantasies. I like to get violated and so on.
Yeah, but listen to Mona. You're not trying to get nobody to piss in your mouth. There's a playlist.
Well, no, I'm not again, but that is still between two consenting adults. It's when one consenting adult pretends that I never asked for that. I'm an innocent victim. Why did he do that? Like what?
That's the
What?
She paid for that though. She paid for that. She paid money.
Right. Sick, man.
Yeah, sick. I lie. Mother.
I'm sorry. Can we just break down? What, Rice? What y'all said?
Yeah, that is crazy. She paid money to get pissed in her mouth, family. I'm not. This is real. This is why people are looking at Cassie like, man, like, bro, should we really ride with you, defend you? But you know what I mean? As I said, a real woman, A real woman knows. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And she
yeah.
goggles, yo. She
Yeah.
goggled too.
What did you say, King Hazy? She gobbled?
She goggled. She
Ah.
goggled.
Yo, she brought a whole.
She took it a step further.
Man, oh man.
Oh,
Say it again, huh?
man.
You say Hazy?
No, I said she took it. I said she took it a step further and goggled.
Yeah, she took it a step further, bro. She did all that. A whole, like as I said, she gotta be the most. I ain't never heard no woman get down like how Cassie got down. Ain't nobody beating Cassie.
No,
25.
no.
Ain't nobody.
And if she was an ex, sex slave or whatever you call it, I know that I've had men be my sex slave, and I've made them eat my vagina from the back. I've made them do anything I want. What can you imagine? They go to the police and say, Mona ate me with her vagina. She made me eat the pussy from the back. She pee on me. She did this. I'm like, oh, can you imagine how dumb you
Yeah,
sound as
that's why I said
going
you
to
ain't
a
never gonna
police
hear
station?
a man. You ain't never gonna hear a
Never.
man doing that.
Never. I've never, because I know that other men would look at him as like, what kind
Yeah,
of pussy are you that you allowed
right,
a woman to do that to you?
right.
Please. But when
Yeah,
it comes to women are so innocent. They're so victim. They could never want that. And that's a
that's all right,
bullshit.
right.
That's
That's the
bullshit.
bullshit. They put a lot of
Mhm.
that. That's what I'm trying to show you. That's the crazy part. But that's why she got in trouble with those texts because a woman like you will say, yeah, I want that, but such and such. What's wrong with that? But she will make somebody after all
Yes.
of that, she will make somebody manipulate her and tell her that's not what she want and tell her she could get this, because that's what it is. You know what I mean?
And
She was
not just
okay
that,
with it.
some people feel embarrassed. Like, if can
Flipping
you
the
imagine
script
some like
accurately.
I don't feel embarrassed about my messages getting out. I don't care if people see that I like to have a man hold me down and violate my vagina hole. But some women find that humiliating. They find that embarrassing. They need to hold face. They need to pretend. No, I never wanted this. But we know you like that bullshit. That get your vagina wet. But they will pretend to the world, no, I don't like that. I'm an innocent
No, she
woman.
enjoyed it while it was going
Please.
on, and then
That's
she
what I'm
used it on
saying.
the flip
For real.
side to
Because
get the money.
I know for a fact I get my vagina drips when a man violates me. But yet she's acting like, nah, I never wanted that. I don't know why he did that. I'm a sex
Listen,
slave.
Mona,
Please stop that.
That's why she was always wet, because she was always thinking about it. That's why she always said
Exactly.
no. That's why she said, I'm bored. I'm bored. What are we doing? All I'm thinking about is you. You see what I'm saying?
There you go.
That's why she
There
made
you
the
go.
song called Me and You. That's why she made that.
It's just me and you. Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry. Let's just stop the act. And then all those innocent-minded females who believe her bullshit, you have not experienced sex yet. You have just experienced the touch of sex where a dick just penetrates you. I've experienced sex in my mind, my body, and my soul, where a man just touches my soul by the way he talks to me, penetrates my heart, penetrates my vagina, penetrates my mouth, and controls every part of my body. These women, they don't understand that level of sexual penetration. They don't. So they think, yeah, she's telling the truth. Yeah. So dumb.
Yeah. That is the truth. That's what I'm saying. They don't know what Cassie was doing, because she enjoyed every part of it, every bit of it, every bit of it.
Oh
And you
God.
gonna capitalize off of it.
Yeah. It's just that what I think is, in the situation where Cassie was cheating, she got caught by her husband, and then her husband's like, oh, you know what? If you went to the hotel, because she probably made up a story when she went to the hotel, they get her to negotiating some music
Yep.
deal,
Yep.
and he caught her. I know he caught her. That's why the charges came up. I know he caught her.
So you get caught doing the very thing that
Mm.
you enjoy doing, but with him, she does vanilla sex. Sex
Yes,
where it's like,
yes,
you
yes.
get
Hey,
pussy
you know what
and that's
one?
it.
Hey, Mona, you know
Yeah.
what one? You know what one?
Exactly. But you don't want to know about what I really am into because I'm a real freak. You don't
That's
need to
what.
know that.
That's
Yeah.
what.
But now, because you've been exposed as the real freak, oh, I got abused. I was aped. I didn't want it. Please stop the act, girl. Stop
Right?
it.
Whoa, I'm telling you, boy, there's a lot of things going on. I said, man, I don't. when I hear these things, I'm like, do people even hear these things that they putting to us on the TV? Like they lying to us with all telling all us
I
these,
agree. No, I agree with that.
you know.
And thank you, TMG. Thank you so much for allowing me on. And King Hazy, thank you for being a good entertainment to me as well. So
Anytime,
because
Ain't no
at the
problem.
moment
Take it
it's like,
easy, bro. You
yeah,
already
it's
know.
10:23 now, and I wanna lay down some porn. I mean some books on my head. Yeah, I need to lay down some
all right,
books on my head.
all right,
And Rice, thank you. Big up yourself,
big
Rice,
up
and
yourself,
thank you to
Mona.
everyone.
Anytime you hear
Thank
me,
you. Big up yourself,
anytime,
brother.
yeah,
All right,
Mwah,
anytime,
bro.
mwah,
anytime,
mwah.
anytime, yeah,
Kisses.
big up, anytime, yeah, that's Mona, yo, she from the UK, she Jamaican, England, Jamaican. You know what I mean? So yeah, and you hear how people talk. It's the truth. A lot of females is mad, and this is why they're mad because they know the thing. Like you can't make it wrong for a female to want to be a freak. It's not. It's in their nature. It's not, especially when it comes to their
Right.
man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like no, like it don't matter. Like a female won't look at the next nigga, and like what she said, the stuff that she like what Mona said. That's why I like when females come up. She said it the best, and only a females will know this. The way Diddy gave her, and the way you know what I mean, Diddy was putting on her. That nigga wasn't doing it like that. That's why she kept going back. You see what I'm saying? That's when I know that nigga never had no sex problems, Hazy, because she kept going back, bro. You know what I mean? She kept going back. Remember,
Yeah.
you know, when they was in the hotel, they was only them by themselves. You see what I'm saying? There was nobody else in there, as they would have said all that. They would have said all that. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to show you. Women don't want to feel like they can't be women. They don't want to feel like they want. You know what I mean? A woman don't want no man to just look at them and say, "Oh, let me take my time," or "Oh, you know what I mean? Could you?" Like, no, they want a man to take in charge. And I've been telling you, it's like you know, when you're telling a woman that a man can't be in charge, especially when it comes to their sex life or their love life, and I feel some type of way. That's why she said, yeah, you heard what she said. The beating, you know what I mean, but the other stuff, you know what I mean, you know, the beating was wrong. And everybody said that. But if you're not getting charged for that, what's the point of putting that for evidence? You see what I'm saying, Hazy? What's the point?
Right.
You know what I mean? What's the point of that? What's the point of that? So, yo, that's what I said. You gotta
Trying to
have,
use that when they just think he guilty or something else.
yeah, I keep telling you guys all the black females them think in the other country like UK, you know, Jamaica and outside. They don't think like that. They think if a man do that to them, a man shouldn't get in trouble. Real talk. And I like that. But I just hate how other women thinking, oh, because a man got some money. A woman, you think a woman want that? And to have themselves out there to explain what a man does and what they do and all that stuff. They don't want their you know what I mean? They don't want their secrets outside the bedroom. You know what I mean? Whatever they do to their man
Yeah.
is what they do to their man. You know what I mean? So no, Cassie just got, you know what I mean? She got out of hand. You know what I mean? Especially when she started having freak offs by herself. If she wasn't having freak offs by herself, then you know what I mean, she was sex trafficking. But if she, you see what I'm saying? If you're not doing none of that,
Right.
and you just like, see what I'm saying? But if you're texting a man and telling a man, yo, come tie me up, choke me, and rough me up, and you know what I mean? I want you to be in fully control. I don't want to feel like I'm in control, bro. You can't charge somebody for that. You cannot do all that.
They gotta work on the sex trafficking laws because if two people go across state lines to do what they want to do, that shouldn't be sex trafficking.
Right.
You know what I mean? Now, if you take somebody across state lines to go be an escort, that's something different. Or if you take them across state lines and they didn't want to, that's something different.
Right.
But just two motherfuckers might go out of town and do what they do. You can't try to say you can hit them with sex trafficking if you want. You know what I'm saying? That's not legit.
Right.
That's not legit. Motherfuckers always want to have this gray area where they can, you know, they can use to harass.
Yeah.
Or, you know what I'm saying, knock you off course or whatever they trying to do, whatever their agenda is at that moment.
I don't know what is they doing. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know, but they're not gonna get no sex trafficking. You hear what people saying? They know in that's what I'm trying to tell you. Females speaking out than Cassie. And they seen it both sides. They calling out Diddy for his bullshit, but they also calling out Cassie for her bullshit. And that's what I don't just call out Diddy for his bullshit. You see what I'm saying? Be like Mona. Call out Cassie for her bullshit too. You see what I'm saying? Don't make it seem like, yo, you know what I mean? City girls don't like rough sex or they don't like being roughing up.
But she the one that said bullshit ain't really bullshit.
Yeah.
She the one making it like, you know what I mean? None of the shit he did really wasn't nothing. It ain't him. He ain't even saying the motherfucking word.
Yeah, yo, she does crazy. All I'm saying is, Cassie just gonna have females explaining what's going on, and they just gonna, you know what I mean? Say, you know, already much. Hey, Mona, much respect for being a member. Yeah, welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. Big
Much respect, Mona.
Much respect for becoming a member. Well, you know that's anytime you could pop up. You know what I mean? And yeah, you know what I'm saying. You know that you was a member. You know what I mean? But yeah, much respect to you. Appreciate that. This is what we do. This is what we do. I mean, yeah, much respect, much respect, much respect. This is what we do, y'all. Like, this is what I'm saying. We sit on here and I just, that's why I do this, to meet new people, have good conversation, because it's the facts is the facts. I like people, like, I'm a man. I'm not just gonna peek on a man's side and just say, you know, well, the woman is this and the woman is that. No, I like that. That's why I speak. That's why I like, you know, hearing when somebody say, you know what Diddy was doing in the video is messed up. That's abuse, but they're not charging him for it. But you know, on the other hand, Cassie such and such and such, and you making other women. I like that. You know what I mean? Because there's other women that know people that went through abuse, all of that stuff. You see what I'm saying?
That's different though. See that video with that 100K, that's different than abuse, yo. That's not abuse for real, yo. And I hate this. I know that's like a thin line, and I can easily be criticized for saying that, but
yeah,
you know, somebody running off with 100,000. I heard it was 100,000 cash. I also heard it was 100,000 in some jewelry. Right. Either way, that's not. Yeah, you gonna get hurt trying to do that.
Wow.
I don't look at that like, you know, I need to hear the other times. Oh yeah, but the dude did say. Now the first dude that testified, the escort, he did say that Yo beat the brakes off of her one time.
Oh yeah. He said, did he beat the brakes off of him?
Yeah, he said he beat her so bad. I told you, remember I told you he said he beat her so bad. He said that's the first time he couldn't perform ever.
Yeah.
He said he beat her that bad. So it was other instances. But then, you know, I don't know if she was cool with that or not. If she, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, you know. She stayed for a long time, so
yeah, she
kind of was cool with it.
She stayed for a long time.
But I kind of feel like, I told you, I kind of feel like he was her pimp and he paid her through the record deal.
That's what they were saying, though. He used the whole record label as a thing, but made his money off her, you know, pimping with her.
Yeah.
You're right. Could be that going on. She probably, you know.
But she did say she didn't want to leave. She ain't want to have nobody and all this other shit.
Yeah,
just, you know what I'm saying? It's too much of a circus for it to only be him. It's way too much stuff that everything that we heard so far, it need to be more people in this indictment.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We ain't heard nothing that's only him. We heard everything that a bunch of people doing. But he the only one on the indictment.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It gotta be more. You know what I mean? And I know they're acting like it was just sex workers. That's a lie. There's more. It's not only sex workers that hit Cassie. You know what I mean? I know there's somebody else around that didn't make hit Cassie too. Like, you know what I mean? Real talk. There's a lot of niggas around Female. That's why females are calling her out and giving her the side eye because they know she's not telling the truth. It's not only sex workers. Come on, there's other men that was around. You know what I mean? That you did it with. Like, come on, stop playing yourself. You know what I'm saying?
I think some of the females that's mad at her because she dropped the ball. Like she ain't successful with her takedown.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? She supposed to took that nigga down. Like, damn, it looked like he gonna beat it. Like, man, you fucked up.
Right. I hear you.
You supposed to got that nigga, man. Damn, we had us one.
Yeah. I hear you. I hear you. I think that's why they're mad too because they never but they gotta understand what they doing if that happen. They gotta understand. And you can't be out there saying, well, I'm gonna do this, and people gonna look at you the same, you know, when you're saying, well, I wasn't married, so that's why I did this, and you know what I mean, and that's gonna make you look some type of way, girl. You know what I mean? You just look like a whole. I don't know. Cassie does look weird.
But that's how you know, either him and Puffy was working together, or him and her was plotting to get Puffy money. Cause he ain't care. He's sending her to go get it. He's
Right.
sending her to get evidence. You see what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yeah.
That'll make sense. That'll make sense why she was arranging some of the FOs.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Cause she gotta get that evidence. She gotta get that recording of it or whatever. They said one time she tried to act like she ain't want to be recorded, but one time she was,
Nigga, what's going on,
I
family?
don't know if it was on the video or something, but she was like, damn, I forgot to tab it.
Yeah.
So she definitely wanted to record.
Yeah. Nigga, what's the science, baby? What's good? What's good, family?
Man, just been living life.
Negro.
Just been living life, man. Y'all
Negro.
heard about the little basketball player that got arrested in Indonesia for smuggling cannabis and now he's facing the death penalty or possible life in jail?
Nah.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
How much he
Yeah,
was smoking?
and the nigga
How
got
much they
fired. The
supposed
nigga
to
got,
record him with?
oh, go ahead. My bad.
No, I was asking you how much they caught him with supposedly.
You say what?
How much they caught him
How
with?
much they?
No, they caught him with cannabis infused candy. You feel me? And
Oh,
all that
Kennedy.
shit is illegal over there.
Oh yeah, yeah. They don't play that not with their kids.
So you feel me? But and then he got fired from the job too, and they issued a statement talking about ain't no room for drugs in basketball.
Uh, Hopefully he can just avoid the life.
So
He can
hopefully,
do like 15 years
hopefully
or
he could
so.
just do the life and not get the death penalty. You should be saying hopefully he could avoid the death
I
penalty.
mean the death penalty. No, hopefully he can get like 15
That's
years or
crazy.
so.
The death penalty, fuck that. I take life over the death penalty, basically. You
Right.
feel me? Like, come on, cuz. They gonna kill a man over cannabis, but I understand though. You feel me? Like you gotta respect the laws of the land, bro. And he got tipped off by the airport. The airport snitched on him because he received
Of course.
a suspicious package at the airport, and they called the local police department, and then they went in his apartment and
You went to the airport to get
found
that?
all the shit. You say what?
You went to the airport to get the weed?
I guess he had just flew in, and I guess it was a suspicious package that came in with him. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
And I guess they tipped off the police and said, "Oh, he got a suspicious package. Ooh, go check him."
So he probably tried to bring the candy in through his luggage like it's just regular candy. Like they ain't gonna know. He probably put it in a regular candy package like some gummies or something.
It
But put
had
it in
Delta
the
9
package.
infused in it. That shit had Delta 9 infused in it. But
Uh, Niggas gotta know. Like that nigga Shiceberg was saying, everything that you think you gonna try when it come to moving shit out here, somebody done already tried to be free. Somebody done been successful and somebody done been caught multiple
Facts.
people. For real. So I don't know what the fuck he was thinking.
And then you a whole professional athlete, bro. Like, what the fuck is you doing, cuz?
He was NBA or college.
Nah, that nigga was playing overseas.
He done
That nigga
fucked
was
that
playing
bag up.
overseas. He done fucked the bag up, and you feel me? Now he, you feel me? Come on.
Niggas goofy,
That's crazy.
man.
That is wow. That is wow.
That's crazy,
Motherfuckers be
man. But he
doing too
shouldn't be
damn much.
facing no death penalty though.
Hey, hey, and
Was
you
he?
heard that shit?
If they saying he was trying to sell it over
I don't know what they said. They just said they caught him with it. So you feel me?
there, if he wasn't trying to sell it, if he was
Oh,
trying
her?
to sell it like to the kids and shit like that, some shit like that, yeah, he gonna get the death penalty. But if he ain't wasn't trying to sell it to no kids or no shit like that, he just had it for his own personal use. You know what I mean? I can see them slapping him with like 15 years if the embassy step in. And you know what I mean, have any say so over his court hearing or whatever. Slap him with like 15 years because you definitely can't sneak nothing over there. Once you got it over there,
Right.
they know you snuck it over there.
Right. I
Yeah,
mean,
I don't know what.
I feel what you saying though, Hazy.
I don't.
You know what I'm saying? They got
Hey,
their
you saw that
ways, you know.
shit? Y'all saw that shit with Antonio Brown and Aiden Ross?
Yeah, he got locked up.
Yeah, for shooting his gun because they
He
was trying
must
to
have
rob him
shot.
for his chain. That's crazy, bro.
I tell you, people out there to do setups, yo. People are out there to catch people. People are out there to integrate
Like,
you, and, set you up to
like
do certain things.
y'all be thinking these motherfucking screamers be all cool and shit. You feel me? But low key, they be down with the bullshit too.
Yeah, of course.
They be trying to
There's
backdoor
always a
motherfuckers
lot
all
inside
day
man
around
and
this
a lot of
bitch.
speech. That's why, man, that's crazy. But and he went for it. He went out there
Yeah, he
all
got
day
that shit out the
busting.
muscle, man. Like that's cold as fuck. Like they gonna try to rob the man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's crazy too. But
Bunch of motherfucking
he know
Muslims.
he know he can't do it that way. The way how he did it, he can't do it. You can do it if a nigga in the middle of the route. But if
Yeah.
a nigga like kick that shit out and you can draw faster than him, you know what I'm saying? You can pull it off. But the way how he did it, he went somewhere, went and grabbed the heat, walked all the way back outside. Next thing you know, you hear them shots going off. But I wonder, is it even real? Is it real in the first place? That shit look like it's gonna be staged too. So is the shit even real?
Yeah, yeah. Respect. It's so true. It's crazy, Hazy. Yo, you said, yo, we need to start. People gonna start coming back up in your end. You know what I'm saying? And that's crazy, yo. I never got. It's been a while since I had a new member, though. Much respect to Mona.
That ex NFL player that had got caught up in that sting in Florida.
Mm. What about that ex-NFL player?
Yeah, it was an ex NFL player got caught up in the sting. He left his jit in the car. You feel me to go? You feel me to see I guess it was a prostitute. You feel me?
Yeah.
Yeah, they got that whole shit on fucking video. You feel me?
Oh man.
That's it. A lot of stuff going. A lot of stuff going.
Cuz got booked. Cuz got booked the same day.
Mm. That stuff crazy, yo. Everybody, but it's crazy though. Think about it, Il Negro. Everybody going to jail, bro. Chris Brown. Hey, Chris Brown. Chris Brown is not coming up. Chris Brown. They deny his bail and everything. They serious about nothing. They serious about Chris Brown. They serious about Chris Brown. I can't believe Cassie. Hey, I can't believe Cassie named her daughter after the freak off, yo. That was crazy.
Mm.
Yo,
That's super diabolical.
yeah, imagine if you know what I mean. You trying to you trying to compete with a nigga, and the nigga gonna name the girl, name your kid the same secret name that they had. That's how I know this girl's in love with this nigga. Cause she named the kid off of what their freak off code name was. I don't care what nobody says. She in love with Diddy. She in love with Diddy, bro. Tough. She might as well divorce Diddy and get back to divorce her husband and get back to Diddy. Real talk. Okay, I don't.
Shit,
Yo,
divorce.
think about it. That nigga gonna take the kids and leave, bro. You crazy.
Cassie gonna be on child support after this.
She crazy.
You know, motherfucker saying he a man for sticking beside his woman.
Crazy.
This is nuts. That shit is nuts. I ain't gonna lie. That shit is nuts, yo.
Yeah, that shit crazy.
Pause.
No. That saying was saying, oh, what's her name? Oh, I was telling Hosey about, El Negro about how this girl named her off the freak off code name. The fucking girl's an idiot. And that's why I'm saying they're gonna lose the case. Hey, Il Negro, you don't think she's setting up the cases? You don't think she saved Diddy on this case? Because everybody's
Hell
saying
no, she fucked him over. She tryna. She ain't saving Diddy. She's not saving his ass, bro.
say it again, babe.
She is not saving
What
his
happened?
ass.
Why? What happened? Oh.
I mean, her
How many?
testimony kind of is.
How many more people supposed to testify?
Her husband's
I don't
testifying.
know. This shit.
This shit's crazy.
They said 30 days, and this shit only in the first week. That was the first week, so
Yeah,
it's supposed to be 3 more weeks.
8 weeks, right? After this week, there's gonna be 6 weeks left. So I'm just saying, we can't hear 2 weeks of bullshit. You know what I mean? That's just crazy.
We're gonna know some shit funny if a big event happens. Like some shit that's meant to take our attention off of this. That's when you know shit done got funny.
Oh yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? On some major shit. Some news event that take our mind off of this, because all of this took our mind off Shannon Sharp. It took our mind off of the dude, the Carmelo Anthony. It took our mind off the dude that hit the police.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? All of this shit done distracted from something.
Right.
Yeah, and then Diddy's a bigger distraction from what's really going on.
No, you know, people are
There
saying
gotta be something going on that they did even back when they locked him up. But I sincerely think, yo, what they did was they retrieved some evidence, or was trying to retrieve some evidence that he got. He probably smart enough to have it somewhere else. He ain't no dummy. They trying to figure it out. He gotta sit still and don't say nothing, but he know he still got the evidence. So they got a phone to him. If they would have got the evidence from him, they probably could throw his ass under the jail. But he still got it somewhere.
Well, we shall see, y'all boys.
yeah, a lot of I just want to see where this is going though. I just don't want to hear no more crazy stories of sex positions and all that stuff. I just want because I already know all that. I'm gone. You know what I mean, I just want to know when the sex trafficking comes in and the racketeer. That's all I want to know. You know what I mean, we definitely gonna speak on that. Right?
There's gonna be some phony shit. You gonna be like, oh man, that's what y'all trying to say the trafficking was? Get the fuck out of here. Then they gonna try to pull out the technical meaning.
I mean, technically, they already been bringing up the sex trafficking shit because I mean, hiring the escorts, that's sex trafficking, my brother. Like, period.
Yeah, but he's buying them. He's not. Or there's a difference. He's ordering them. So whoever that means
That
he's
shit
not the one
still,
that's.
that shit still illegal regardless. You feel me? And
Yeah, but
then
remember, if you're ordering sex worker, because that's what the sex worker said. They call them a lot. I used to be their regular. So that means you're calling. You know what I mean? So that means whoever is running that sex program at that time, and you're selling those escorts, they're the one that should get charged for check. They're the one that should get charged for sex trafficking. Because you know what I mean? They have a hotline for that. DDA never had no hotline for that. You know what I mean? You just calling people to have, to have sex with. So whoever is doing that they should get charged for trafficking, not him. It doesn't make no sense.
Right. That's like the jug
Yeah,
getting a pep charge.
yeah. It makes no sense. It doesn't add up. Just think about it. I mean, everybody that buys Gucci, that's what I'm saying. They playing with us. And they want to dismiss the
And
jury.
then she said she the one that did it.
Yeah,
She the one that ordered it. According to her.
right. I wouldn't be surprised if they dismissed the jury, yo. I wouldn't be surprised. But not Hazy and Il Negro. I would, yeah. All right. I wouldn't be surprised if I just there's a lot of things. It's just crazy. Just I don't think to me it still sounds like Cassie got a lot of feelings for Diddy, bro. Because I'm going to see Cassie. She's the type of girl, you know what I mean? Like she was not doing the same. Like she was not getting the same treatment. It's different when you got a nigga that own 5 million or own $1 million than when a nigga going out with what I mean $1 billion or 10 million or 20 million. You know what I mean? So she you could hear in her testimony that she still loves this nigga. And that's the crazy part. And this is why that's why the prosecutor was grilling her. If they was grilling her, I think there's a problem. They grilled her when she walked off the stand. Grilled her. I mean, they're basically saying you're trying to fuck her. You know what I mean? You know what? That's gonna happen. So what break down is gonna be more questioning about her. It's the watch. Whoever comes up next, the next witness, not her husband, but it's gonna make some questions and put them at the same. As I said, she might get a little bit of time. She might get a little bit of time.
She might have to get back up there.
Yeah.
But no, she pregnant. She probably going labor soon.
Oh, she might even go to labor after this. You don't hear if she goes in labor next week. You know what I mean? I'll be surprised. I'm saying, like, damn.
Bro, me and my girl was just talking about this shit, right?
Yeah.
We were just saying, like, bro, she might go in labor while she on stand, bitch.
Yeah. No, why would they put her? Why would they put her in a position like that, knowing she's pregnant and saying that every pregnant woman gonna get emotional, Il Negro?
Like the thing about like my girl said this. She said I would have digitally did it. I wouldn't have went there personally. Like, bitch, y'all
Right.
got to we gonna Zoom call this shit, bitch. I ain't.
Yes, exactly. Come on, yo. Come on, you know this because you get like that, bro. You're a girl. You know what could happen to a female. That's what I'm saying. Cassie put herself.
That's stress, yeah. That's extra stress that she don't
Yeah,
need.
yeah,
Like, nah, you feel me?
and not only that, the baby could come out with mental health issues because of that whole thing. A lot of things, bro. You know what I
Man,
mean? Real talk.
that baby might come out. Oh, God forbid, but that
Yeah,
baby might come out, motherfucking goddamn be a little special.
that baby gonna come out with some issues, yo. I'm telling you because of what she's going through, what that baby. Because remember, she's going through a lot of emotional. The baby goes through what you go through. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? So now,
your baby gonna feel what you feel.
yeah, you know what I mean. So now you're going through that, and you're putting your baby through that, and you did that. No one ever you put yourself through that. You know what I mean? You didn't have to go like what Il Negro said. You could have been in a Zoom call or something. Why couldn't you be? Why you got to be there? You know what I mean? Why you got to be there? So that means for you to be there like that and not in a Zoom call, that means they got something on you too. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? That's why no one says she's not innocent. I get it.
I knew she wasn't from day one.
I get it.
When they first showed that video, and I ain't even know nothing about her, but I just know you can't deal with Joe for that long and say you innocent. Gene Deal not innocent. Nobody that been around you for a long period of time is not innocent. Nobody. The niggas that got from around, you see what happened with Jada kissing them.
Yeah.
When shit wasn't right, what they did? They got the fuck from around them, right?
Yeah. And when they found out Diddy wasn't right, they got the fuck away from Bad Boy family and did their own thing. When they go start D-Block. You know what I mean? Real talk. You know what I mean? They got away from that nigga real quick. Like, we're not doing this.
So whoever stayed around, you know they was with it.
Yeah, but they was with it. Because I'm pretty sure Styles P and them was around when Cassie was around. You know what I mean?
What? I don't know when she got around. So I can't really answer that. I don't know.
Remember, she got around like, you know, remember Styles P and Jada Kiss and them was still popular with them like 2006, 2008 and those times.
No, hell no. By then they was back. Well, let me see. Rough Riders the last time they was fucking with him, right? Because they was arguing with him around 03 about their shit. So I think Rough Riders was the last shit they was fucking with him.
Right.
If I ain't mistaken, I got triple check that. But no, I don't think it's as late as 06 and all of that shit. They was on their own. They was on their own mission. Cause that was the mixtape era. Everybody started doing their mixtape thing.
Right.
But no, nonetheless, they got the fuck away from him though. Right about that shit.
Yeah, those guys got away far from him. What? They're kissing them, them. That's why they could never.
Oh yeah, you were saying was they ever around Cassie? I don't know. I can't really say. I don't think so though. That's how we started going.
You don't think so?
I ain't sure, but I don't think so. I think by that time they probably was around in the J-Lo times.
Yeah. You're right.
And it's certain pictures Cassie got. She looked just like J-Lo.
As I said, she was trying to look like everybody, bro, that Diddy had, bro. You know what I mean? You know, she kind of low-key kind of give me the creeps, though, with the stories that I hear about her. I'm not going to lie. Like, pretty woman act like that? I'm like, damn, a woman, you got to think about it. A woman that look good, that, you know, act like that, bro. She give me the creeps, though. I don't know if I could be, but I think that's what I'm saying. Diddy caught on, but it was too late for Diddy. You know what I mean? That's what I can
One thing I don't fault her for is she is human. So I don't expect no superhuman shit out of her. But she definitely was plotting on that bread. She was plotting on that, man. Yeah. She was plotting on that bag, man. You know what I'm saying? I think the women just don't want to admit it. They don't want it to look like, because if niggas start saying that it's a common thing that, you know what I mean, a woman will fuck with you and really act like they fuck with you just to
get the bag.
You know what I'm saying? For agenda base, some type of agenda, that shit gonna change the game up.
Right.
So I don't think the women want that shit looking like that. You know what I'm saying? That shit can't be revealed.
Yeah. They gonna be mad at that for real.
That can't be revealed because that gonna fuck shit up. They already fucking it up. Nobody want relationships no more.
Yeah, you could do whatever you want. You know, do it. You know, basically, don't put no baby in me. We're not gonna start a family. I mean, none of that. You hear these? I'm telling you, watch.
Our girls don't even want to fuck with dudes no more. They'd rather a toy.
Yep. It's true though. I know.
For
real. They're real talk. They're rather a toy. It's true.
It's a real feminist movement going on. And
there's some real covert. Yeah, there's some real fuckery going on. You ain't lying. There's some real fuckery going on.
It's extremely covert.
Yeah. Real talk. That's why you will see women.
At the same time, it's one of them things where you like, These motherfuckers is bugging, but at the same time, it's gonna backfire. But
Right.
at the same time, me saying it's gonna backfire, it ain't something that I want to see. I don't want to see the females on that type of shit, and then it got
Yeah.
backfire.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That ain't how it's supposed to go. Even though I know that's how the shit
Hazy.
gonna go.
Hazy. It's the black girls that think like that. I'm telling you, these Caucasian girls
Yeah,
not thinking like that. You know what I mean?
when they in their society doing a whole different. They
They're not thinking
they
like that.
marching to a whole different turn.
Yeah, they're not thinking like it's the black girls that thinking they're better off with the man or a toy is better. But these white girls are not thinking like that, bro. I'm telling you that. And that's why you'll see them with any nigga. Before you just see them with a light skinned nigga, or you see them with the darkest nigga or the ugliest nigga. As long as they with a black nigga, they don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? But a black girl won't do that. A black girl won't do that. They gotta be the nigga have to look some type of way, have the type of money. They don't want to build with that nigga.
Right. They don't want to build with a nigga.
Yeah, that's their problem. They don't want to build with that nigga. That's why I can't be mad at the white girl. I can't be mad because I don't see them saying, "Oh, that nigga broke or this and that." If you stall them up and try to acting like, "Oh, you're trying to take their shit and put them up," they'll be like, "This nigga did this. I had to do this all the time." But they're not. You know, the way I seen them doing it right now is just like they will have a nigga's baby, but the black females don't want to have no baby no more. I'll tell you straight up, I don't want you to ruin my body. I'm like, wow. Hazy.
Or they don't want.
Hazy.
Or they don't want to bring a kid into this world.
Yeah. I'm not ruining my. I heard some girls say they're not ruining their body for no man. Hazy, I just left something for you back in the back chat.
That's when your body get
You hear
more
me?
defined.
You hear me?
Say that again?
I just left something for you back in the back chat. I keep forgetting to post that for you. You know what I mean?
All right, hold up. Shit.
That is it's just crazy. I see a lot of girls doing that. You know what I mean? You ain't gonna get me pregnant and ruin my body. Bro, you can still have, you know what I'm saying? You know how much time people walk around and be like, damn, your girl have a baby? Yo, this woman has a baby? You know what I mean? So you could still, if you don't want to work on your body, that's on you. You know what I mean? Or you could have a baby and still even look better than you were pregnant before. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. So I don't know why, you know what I mean? And why get pregnant for a nigga that's gonna look at you when you get pregnant, he not gonna look at you the same shit. That nigga should never do that. You gotta be dumb if you wanna, and that's when you fall for a nigga with money. When you want a nigga with money, that's gonna happen to a female. You see what I'm saying, Hazy? But they gonna look at her.
Yeah.
They gonna look at her for her body because she looking for the bag. You know what I mean? So yeah, if you want a nigga for a bag and a nigga to just take care for your body, yeah, that nigga gonna have a different. You know what I mean? Because that's what y'all meant. You know what I mean? So
Fresh and fit. Yo. Fresh and fit be hitting it on the head. I ain't gonna lie. Fresh and fit. Hold up. I hope. Fuck.
What?
oh wow, Hazy got kicked up by accident. No. Man. Let me drop the link. I think Hazy got kicked up. His phone probably died or something. Yeah, this is people. What's going on here? This is crazy scenario and a crazy story, crazy case. Well, you never. I was, but then you rushed me.
Change.
But it's just crazy.
What's the name?
We made some burgers.
I had the back button instead of the X.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's what you do in the back shot.
Yeah, I hit that instead of hitting the X to go back to the regular screen. I hit the little triangle at the bottom, the back button.
Yeah.
Shit took me all the way up.
A lot of little stuff. Come on. Yeah. Kind of crazy-ish. Kind of crazy
I
stuff.
think they trying. They also try and run up some ratings off of this shit too. That's a portion of it. Try and run up some ratings off of it. They see how much press the OJ trial got. The OJ trial got. Then the R. Kelly trial got a whole bunch of press.
Yeah, that was
R. Kelly shit was able to make a bunch of money. So now,
they're trying to make some money out of
the
it.
same effect.
Yeah, but Diddy shit ain't gonna make money like that. Like they ain't gonna do it like that because people, as I said, back then it was different. Now you got news media outlet. You know, you got more like people. You know, to find out more truth. You see what I'm saying? So it's not going to. I don't know. It's not going to, what do you call it? It's not going to, you know, like this, what they was pushing, they're not going to get it. They're not going to push for the same thing like R. Kelly or OJ. I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
They said that shit. I said, man, oh man, all this shit is wild. There wild, crazy stuff going on. It's a wild ride. I just wanna. I'm just like hazy. I just want to see what's gonna go on. Like, what are we gonna do next? Is we just gonna have this man come up there and talk, and then we just gonna that's it. Because I don't want to see.
It show you a lot of biases.
Yeah.
It show a lot of biases. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, with her, I don't want nobody to tear her down or nothing. That ain't my agenda. I don't want to see her getting torn down. But she do gotta be held accountable. This is a situation where she sued somebody for millions of dollars for something that she claimed happened to her.
Right.
Which she later testified that it's something that she willingly took place in. Not only willingly took place in it, sometimes she was the facilitator and the leader of it. She called and with 1 and 4.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So she gotta be accountable for that, man. You can't be having your own trial and she just able to sit right there and just admit she did it and just walk scot free. And you know what I'm saying? With the women, man, y'all just gotta take this loss right here, man. Don't try not to take the loss on this one, ladies. This is the
that's why you know what I'm saying? That's why they don't like when women come out and talk certain things. They don't want to hear other women come out and
say, it's an L for women, man.
Yeah,
and it's not one that I'm proud of because, like I said, I ain't in no rivalry with women. So I ain't really trying to have a one up on y'all and this and that. I don't like a lot of shit women be saying and shit, but I'm not gonna position myself to always counter every fuck move y'all make. I'm gonna go make a counter effective fuck move on this side. Then y'all make another move, then we make another. I ain't with that shit. That shit bogus. That shit bogus. You know what I'm saying? Call you on your shit, you call me on mine. One thing women gotta accept is that men do have more advantages than a woman. A woman do got more responsibility and accountability to hold herself to a certain standard and a certain decency. It just is what it is, you know what I mean? Even if your man showing out, your man less than decent, that don't mean you gotta go degrade yourself. You're really not supposed to. You gotta hold that value.
Yeah.
Or if you're not holding that value, don't be mad when motherfuckers don't treat you like you value.
You know what they said, Hazy? You don't know these people were foul when they were trying to throw the case? When they said, oh, even though there is no, what did they say? The jury is getting mad. There is nothing to lead on. The basic saying the prosecutor still hasn't shown us no signs of racketeering and sex trafficking. Well, at least she's brave enough because I'm pretty. You know what the white lady said I say about Cassie? No woman in the world is brave to take all and do all the sex stuff that she done. I don't think no other woman will ever do that. You see the racism right there, bro? You see the racism right there? Come on, yo.
There's a lot of women do a lot of shit. What the hell is she talking about?
Yeah, but she's saying that it takes a brave woman to say all that. I admit to all them dirty stuff that she did. That's what she
No,
said.
it don't take no bravery. It got to do with he got tapes of it. If you can act innocent if you want, and he can prove otherwise.
Right.
So she probably was really getting out in front of a lot of shit too. Whatever she think he gonna use against her.
I don't know.
She man, it's just a fucked up situation, man.
Yeah, it's a fucking Jensen. Stop. Get that way. Why are you out here? Make a noise in my ears. Let it go. It's a whole messed up situation, bro. A whole messed up. A whole messed up situation.
What if he owned that hotel?
Huh?
What if he owned that hotel?
What if Diddy owns our hotel?
Oh yeah.
Uh-huh. We don't know that, do we? What if he does, though? That'll be something if you find out that he owned that. That's
Why
crazy.
she ain't get her money yet? Why they waiting out on her money? She should have got that shit within like 60 days.
Mm-hmm.
All that time. It don't take all that long to cut no, you know what I'm saying? The insurance company pay that out. It ain't even the hotel, it's the insurance company. Ain't nobody stupid these days.
Shot-Town, what's good, family?
Insurance company gotta pay that. What's good, Shot-Town?
Yeah,
Salute, Shot-Town. The insurance company gotta pay that out, so she should have got that check out the brick.
But you see what I'm saying, though, Hazy? What I was saying? Black girls are looking at girls over here like, yo, that's not what we do. Like, if we act for something, we gonna admit to it. You see what I'm saying? So we need women to start, letting them women know if you want something done to you, admit to it. Don't just like acting like you're just getting violated. You know what I mean? Oh, it's a crime. Yeah, it is a nice day today, but it was raining. I can't lie. Thunderstorming right now. It's raining. Just a whole lot of windy, and yesterday was way nicer than today. But they do these things.
Yesterday we had a tornado warning. Yeah, it was real. It got dark fast as shit. It got real dark. Motherfucking phone started going off. The alert go off on your phone. Say some weather alert.
Yeah,
Look, weather alert, the tornado watch for it was for like the next 25 minutes or so. I'm like, damn, they just gonna tell you out the blue.
Right.
You ain't get no prior warning, just look out right now. I'm like, man, let me go to fucking the city. I'm in the car driving. I'm like, let me go in the city where the buildings is at. Tornado, you want to live in the city where all the high buildings at. For an earthquake, you want to be out in the rural area where out in the open.
Earthquake. Man, it's been been raining, as I said. It's crazy. It went up to 28 yesterday, Hazy. But guess what? It's back down to the weather is back. The 28 is like 48 for you guys over there, like 80, 88. You know what I mean? 89, shit like that.
What y'all count? Y'all do Celsius?
Yeah. So man, the weather is kind of weird. Next minute they were in shorts. Next minute they were in sweaters and shorts, and they still windy. I'm not doing none of that.
That's how I've been here. That's how I've been.
Yeah.
Shorts. A couple days I had on shorts and a hoodie. Shorts and a light hoodie.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The weather been crazy. Hey, yo, the Knicks won, yo.
Yeah, they beat them. The Knicks did a number on them.
Yo, they fucked them up too.
Man,
They wasn't playing no games. They had to though, yo. They would have won the game 7. They would have lost, yo.
yeah, Knicks might go to the finals, bro.
You see them beat the nigga up with the Pacers jersey in New York?
No, they did.
What? Nigga had a Pacers jersey on, yo. They crowd beat them up, yo. They beating them down the street, yo. Throwing trash at hitting them with trash bags and trash cans and shit, yo. They was beating that
New York
boy,
is wild, yo. People don't know New York is wild, yo. New York,
yo, they was beating the nigga going down the street, yo. They was fucking them up. It was a white dude too. They was fucking them up, yo.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, find that video, TMG. You gotta react to that, yo. Yo, you gotta react to that, yo. I ain't gonna lie, yo. You gotta react to that, yo. Yo, they was hitting the nigga with trash bags and everything, yo. They was buttering. Chasing that nigga all the way down the street. That nigga thought he was gonna walk around New York with a Pacers jersey after they won the conference semis. He was tripping. I'm talking about, yo, they was punching them, yo. They was getting at yo. It was getting serious. Other white people was telling him like, yo, run, just run.
Hey, New York better watch it, yo, because Indiana is just as good as them. Indiana, I'm not gonna lie, Indiana. The only difference is Jalen Bronson's more clutch, but when it comes to defense and big man, they got way more 7-footers than you know what I mean. Pascal is 6'9". Miles Turner is like a 7-footer, and then they got they got a whole lot of pieces. Like they got a good bench too. I mean, Indiana.
OKC and Denver going to game 7, right?
Yeah, tomorrow. I told you Denver going. OKC going to lose. And they let Denver back in. They let Denver back in.
You sure it's tomorrow, not today?
No, it's tomorrow. I just looked at it. Tomorrow at 3:25.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. They every game 7 always remember they get a break. That's what they said. If Golden State would be able to hold off thing on them, then Steph Curry would be able to come back in time, but they didn't. And Steph Curry, Benjamin, what are you doing? Get up, please. And go with that. Steph Curry had to watch off the bench, bro. That's sucks for him. You know what I mean? Because he only played, and that's what I'm trying to. It's been like that with Steph Curry though. When Durant was there, that was the same thing. You know what I mean? Steph Curry wasn't always available. Durant was, KD was, Klay Thompson was, but it's always been like that with that man. He hasn't been available like that, and it shows you at the end of his career. You know what I mean? If he never had Jimmy Butler, they would have never made it to the playoffs. You hear me, Hazy?
Yeah.
They would have never made it to the playoffs. They was like 11 state team, and then they made it to the but Knicks gotta be careful, yo. The Knicks is acting like they win the championship. They was on the
they ain't been to the conference finals in a long ass time.
They ain't never been there yet. That's what I'm saying.
Since
festival thing that they do.
Yeah.
Somebody said what? Said old something? Since 90 something?
Yeah. Yeah, they never. I know they look like that. They're going to the East Coast Finals. You know what I mean? As I said, Indiana ain't never been there either, but it's gonna be this gonna be
Ain't never been where?
ain't never been to the NBA final. The
To the
Eastern.
final?
They never been to Indiana. Never been to the They just as bad as New York. They never been to the finals in the East Coast finals in a long time. Yeah.
Not even when Reggie Miller hit them three pointers at like 7 seconds.
Yeah, in that time. Yes.
I was thinking about that shit the other day. That nigga hit 3 of them quick.
In that time, hey, you hear me?
Yeah, since back then.
That time, but Knicks and remember, Paul George left Indiana a long time ago. They've never been deep playoff run like this. So both teams haven't been in a deep playoff run like this. But my thing with Indiana more humble than Knicks because they made it there first, and New York acting like they're the first one that made it there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Indiana. That's what I'm saying. Like Indiana, Indiana, like it's just as good. You hear me?
What?
Indiana just as good as the Knicks.
I don't know if they wanted this bad. They don't want to let Spike Lee down. Indiana just as good as them, bro. They got that, Indiana prepared for them too. Indiana didn't make no trade, ain't get nobody. You know what I mean? They already knew what was going on. So when game 1 for them?
Monday, yeah. Let me go check. It's a big game. Big game on Monday. All right, that's Wednesday. Crazy.
Wednesday game 1?
Yeah, the 21st.
Damn, they got 4 days off?
Yeah. You gotta remember, Indiana already had a week off before they did. So Indiana get like an extra 10 days off. So all they guys is fresh. You know what I mean? Everything. You gotta remember, it's the NBA Finals. It's the Eastern. Brendan, stop. It's the Eastern Finals. Can you stop, please? Can you stop? Stop. You think it's funny? Nothing funny. I mean, and Thursday, whoever wins today, play on Thursday. You hear me?
Yeah, they game 1 Thursday.
I mean tomorrow. Whoever wins between OKC and
So then it's gonna go Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah. So it's gonna go Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, all right, cool. It makes sense.
So yeah, whoever wins the game tomorrow is gonna play Minnesota.
So you batting on Indiana to win?
No, but I know it's gonna be a battle. It's gonna be a battle. You know why? Last year Indiana beat up on them when they was injured. They're not injured this time. You know what I mean? But they're going. It's just gonna be a battle. It's gonna be beef. It's gonna be problems.
Hold up, they gotta get past the Knicks first.
Who, Indiana?
Yeah, they gotta play the Knicks, right?
Yeah. They play, that's the last year. Remember, they're the East Coast Finals. You know what I mean? Indiana versus. But I'm just saying, Indiana, the Knicks, low key owe them that beat.
Yo, New York probably turned the fuck up. Yeah,
Bro, the whole street was won last night. The whole street was rammed. Like, I could just imagine if they win the championship. The whole street was rammed. The whole New York was rammed up. When I say packed, niggas on the light post. They're always trying to do everything that we do. We're the reason why they took that. They never used to celebrate outside. We were the first one celebrating outside. Not everyone do it. Crazy.
I told you they beat that dude. That they beat Joe up bad.
Yeah.
They did Joe bad, They hit him with like 3 trash bags. Took the whole trash bag out the trash can, tied it up, hit him with it. Yo was walking down the street, walking away. Somebody else hit him with another trash bag. Somebody punched him in his face.
That's what New York is. Ignorance. Anything, a hockey game, anything that nigga is ignorant.
He walking around New York getting punched on with a Pacers jersey. the stories ain't even start yet.
Punch the fuck out of that. Hey, punching the fuck out of that. Punching the fuck out of that nigga.
Hey yo, the series ain't even start yet. He getting punched all in his face with a Pacers jersey on.
Get out of here, nigga. You think this is the banana club? Bam!
He was tripping.
Oh, shit, head. Ship head, move. Ship head, move, ship head.
And I felt bad for him, yo. With some white people telling him, like, yo, it's getting serious. Run. Just go ahead. Get up out of there. I'm talking about it was a big crowd behind him, like 300 people, yo. It was a lot of people, yo. They was going to fuck you up something bad. I wonder how bad they did. It was a lot. ATMG was a lot of motherfuckers. Mad people had their camera phone.
I know. Listen, bro. I know New York is there. I know Brooklyn is. That's when I seen that. It's just like at the Diddy trial. New York is so ignorant, right? You didn't see what they were doing at the trial? On the first day.
Oh yeah, with the free Diddy shirts.
Yeah, and not even that. Niggas was going around playing Diddy, like playing Hypnotized, playing Biggie songs.
Oh yeah, while niggas was doing, I saw that shit.
Yeah, like the whole thing. That's when that's what New York is telling you, we're not with this shit. They're telling you they're not with this shit. They don't believe nothing what the media is doing. That's why the media is having a hard time having people, you know what I mean, on their side. You see what I'm saying? Like, the people in New York is telling you, free puff. All them niggas in the Bentley and Rolls Royce that's driving past, them niggas from the block, they saying free puff, nigga. Free puff. All they're saying, not one person up saying. Like, usually you see a whole bunch of people, but New York people, like, they're different, bro. I'm telling you, and they're showing you right now. Right now, you think they care about Cassie? They're like, damn, we have the biggest. See, this is what New York thinks, right? New York right now, they're doing everything to be famous. They're taking this puffy trial, and they're being famous. They're going down there making vlog videos and just walking around. And at the same time, they're using this basketball thing to say, yeah, New York is where it's at. We got the puffy trial thing going on. You know what I mean? We got the best team in the NBA. You know what I'm saying? And I've been trying to tell you. Like what I said, this is why Luka Doncic came to LA to do what? To do in New York what they can't do in LA. Look at all the fans and all them celebrities last night. You see what I'm saying, Hazy? You think this is what LeBron never did in LA. You know what I mean? He never did that. He never, you know what I mean? The fans was high-fiving each other. You know what I mean? Like, the people in LA, they don't do that. When Kobe was around, when Michael Jordan was around, they was doing that. You see what I'm saying? They was doing that. But LeBron ain't never made it.
I'm telling niggas, ain't nothing like when Jordan was playing, yo. I used to come from outside, nigga. I used to be outside.
And that's what you seen in New York last night. You seen that Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant atmosphere. You ain't never seen that in LA in a long time. A long, long time. You ain't never seen that atmosphere. You ain't never seen that. You ain't never gonna see that. That atmosphere that you see in LA, the last time you seen that was in Toronto. That reminds me of when we were at the championship. You know what I mean? That's how we had it. But the only person we had was Drake. But I like New York because New York had all the niggas. Had a Maxwell, you know what I mean? Tracy Morgan, it had what do you call it? Spike Lee, it had the white people, you know what I mean? I had everybody, all the celebrities. New York, LA, the last time Brendan, stop. Yeah, babe, I told you. The last time you see an atmosphere like that was in LA with Kobe, Jack Nicholson and everybody. You see what I'm saying? Like you don't like that last night is what LA needed. They needed they celebrities to come out and act like that. LeBron James, they never had the celebrities come out and act like, oh, they was acting in New York last night, my nigga. It was crazy. Everybody was at the front. Everybody was high fiving each other. You see what I'm saying? You had like
Same thing still up there.
yeah, they had like their Timberlands on. You know what I mean? That's crazy. I like that. Like LA gotta get back to that. Luka Doncic cannot bring LA back to that because you know why? It's crazy because Jalen Brunson brought New York Knicks, you know what I mean, to the promised land twice by himself. You know what I mean? And Luka Doncic ain't never did that. But guess what? They traded Jalen Brunson from Dallas. That's why I don't know why LA. That's why I don't know why Dallas Maverick fans is mad. That's why I say y'all listen to the media. Bro, Jalen Brunson got traded from Dallas Mavericks and became a superstar and run a team by himself. Luka Doncic can't even run a team by himself. He needs help from Kyrie. Come on, yo. Why are we going to trade somebody like that? Y'all don't see what's going on? You know what I mean? Jalen Brunson did that. Down.
Where Luka from?
Luka from he's like overseas. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well they gotta get that money. He gotta get that money for the overseas place he from.
Yeah. Stop him,
They're gonna make sure he there. They're gonna make sure everybody got somebody representing them in the NBA.
Yeah.
So they can bring back that revenue.
He ain't getting that money, bro. Hazy is not getting that money, Hazy.
Oh, of course not. Of course not. A lot of people ain't. You just heard Cassie say she ain't get the money yet.
Right. What's Mikey doing? And like I said, it looks like every time the case is messed up, her money goes low. I don't think she's gonna get. I don't think she's gonna get the money if you ask me. I don't think she's gonna get the money if you ask me. You see what I'm saying? I don't think so. I don't think the prosecutor gonna make her get the money. But they'll be like, you made us lose. You're not making you get shit.
Yeah, they said the prosecutor was grilling her, huh?
Yeah, grilling her, like, yeah. We're missing house. You're not on the same page. You're not on the same page with the prosecutor. Yo, that means you already know what that means. You know what I'm saying? And remember, if you're the star witness, you're supposed to help them up.
They're gonna turn their scope around.
Right.
Point it at you.
Mm-hmm. And that's what they're gonna do on Monday. Stop. Come here. Come here. Come here. That's what they're gonna do on Monday. They're gonna stop and here's your echo. Come here, please.
But the crazy part, prosecutors and shit, they got a habit of ignoring certain evidence too. So she might have told them everything, and they might only just want to hear some of it.
That's crazy, yo.
Some of the shit, when she said she the one paid, they might ain't want her to say that.
Yeah. No, she didn't. That's what everybody's saying the same thing.
When she said she requested certain stuff, they probably ain't want her to say that.
Yeah, they say she shouldn't have said that. Even the media kind of slipped out of it and said, that might be no problem for her to say that.
Not it was a problem that it happened, just that she said they wish she ain't said it. They don't want to know the truth. They just want to know enough to grab you.
That's crazy. Right, craziest case I ever seen. And as I said, it just gonna make females telling you how they get down and what is sexual and what they will do and what they tell man to do. You know what I mean? But some woman will tell a man to do it and turn around and get them in trouble for it. You heard Tory came and tell us that, Hazy. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. It'd be the trap.
I wasn't even talking about that. That's how people walk.
But motherfuckers gotta start getting in trouble for trapping people.
Uh-huh.
That shit ain't cool.
Not lying.
Cause if you check their history out, it show that they be involved in setups and shit.
Mm-hmm.
It show you can see a pattern of engaging.
Yep. A whole lot of stuff. A whole lot of stuff.
And the fucked up part with the females doing that shit, with the feminists doing that shit, they gonna get so far, but it, you know, it's gonna work certain times. I ain't gonna lie. They probably pulling a lot of shit up. They getting a lot of shit done behind the scenes without nobody knowing. But it's going to collapse. And then when the shit collapse, there's always a female that's willing to just, you know, lower herself.
Right. I believe you. I believe you, my guy.
I don't know why they on it. Well, I do know why they on it. They got somebody is secretly conditioning a lot of women to hate men.
Yeah, that's
you know
crazy.
What I mean? And it's mostly other women that either been through something with they, you know, with their kids' father, or some women that been through something with their own father,
right,
or with their boyfriends. You know what I'm saying?
Huh?
Some people think they never supposed to get hurt one day in their life.
Uh-huh. That's why I said a woman that goes through domestic violence is always going, you know, always that go. But when a woman hear that, oh man, then you don't want them to charge her for that. And if they don't find out a woman don't got no say of that, because a woman, the females are right. Why Cassie went through that video? They thought she was gonna. That's why you hear everybody say beating. You know what I'm saying, Hazy? Because in their eyes, they thinking he gonna get charged for the beating. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That's the case. So now, when you hear that, oh, we're not charging him for the beating or whatever he does on camera, that's how we treat women. We can't do nothing about it. Basically, you're saying. So that gonna make females like, what the hell? You know what I mean? So why we understand that part, but why are we going after the, you know, the sexual consensual part where we say, yeah, when a woman saying do me like this and do me like that, if you're not gonna charge for the beating? That's why a lot of females upset about it. I understand. That's why they say she's not innocent. Remember last week, Hazy? 2 weeks ago. Everybody was all on Cassie's side. You know what I'm saying?
Basically, it's them trying to referee.
Yeah.
In between, you know, referee how they travel their life in between regular life and their sex life. You know what I'm saying? They trying to referee that.
As I
telling them when it went too far and shit like that. But
like what the female just told us, me and you, Hazy, like a woman, I really don't know nothing about sex, will act like that. But a real woman want their man to dominate. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
When it comes to certain thing, and that's fact. You know what I mean? That's fact. That means you're just a kid. You don't really know nothing about, you know what I mean, sex. You should educate yourself. Real talk. Because really and truly, you know what I mean, the woman and the man, they're meant to do certain things. That's why they do certain things.
Right.
Not peeing them off. Exactly. Right. Not peeing them off. You know what I mean? I go crazy, yo. She's fucking crazy. Well, hey,
Shit.
that's why the girls are laughing at her. You know what I'm saying, Hazy? And I knew it. I'm like, and that's why the prosecutor got mad and grilled her. Remember, she got grilled every time. It's not like she got grilled on the first time when she took the stand, but she got grilled every time she took the stand. Every time she came out. That means she said something to mess up the case or to mess them up or to make them look like they were just putting the charges on him. You see what I'm saying? Or just want people to come at him like that. Because
Yeah.
was the prosecutor grilling you? It's bad for you in court. It's bad for you. A lot of times they put me up and they grill me like, nah, this and that. That's a bad look. You don't want your enemy.
It could be, hey yo. It could be like the Young Thug situation. It could be a big money grab on the
yes, bro.
on the court side. You know what I mean? They can run up like a couple $100 million off of this case. Just off of just having the case. You know what I mean? They might not even be worried about getting no conviction. They can get at least tens of millions just from the case taking place. Just from the hype around it. So it could be a money grab for real.
Yeah, I hate it. Baby.
It very well would be a money grab.
It's my money grab. That's why all these females are laughing. And as I said, you're going to get more females hitting panels and telling you what they tell a man to do. You know what I mean? Because this is what Cassie's going to allow people to do. He's going to let females say, hey, it's not illegal if I want this and such done to me. No man should get in trouble. You know what I mean? If I tell a man to do such and such, man, I'm mad at them. You see what I'm saying? I like that. That's how you protect your black man. You see what I'm saying? Real shit. You can't be mad at him. Be okay with that nigga one day and then after say, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna call and say he did this to me even though I wanted it and I begged for it. You know what I'm saying? That's not cool.
Yeah.
The whole game of females, because one thing about females is like they don't like to tell a man what to do, especially when it comes to certain things. You know what I'm saying? Real talk, especially when they hate to tell you what to do, how to pay your bills, how to do all that, how to make them feel. You know what I mean? How to make them sad, all that. They don't want to hear all that. But when a man changes that and that don't happen, it's gonna be a problem. You gotta continue being a man. And I understand what these ladies are saying. We're not with the abuse, but you gotta continue being a man. And I understand that. I applaud that. But when we got someone like a man can't be a man, he's being too aggressive or he's being too, you know what I'm saying? That's a problem. You know what I mean? A man is supposed to be a man not supposed to be like a woman. We're not supposed to be feminine. We're supposed to be a man. You know what I'm saying? That's what I said. The media will shut down women that will come and tell you stuff like, you know what I mean? That's why I said that's why I said when I find out people who they is and they come up on the panel, you hear they talk like, and you hear a lot of girls talking like, what that girl was on TikTok, girl. That's what they all talking. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't understand why woman is getting in trouble, black man is getting in trouble from stuff that their man tell them to do to them after they break up. It's childish. It's kind of not. You know what I'm saying? How are you gonna get a next nigga to take care of you and help you out if you do that all the time? You know what I'm saying? Miss Mona ain't lying. She right. As I said, that right there will show you that. As I said, once y'all start coming out and start sticking up with a black man like that, no matter if they're with somebody or not, I should still fight and say, hey, that's not right. You know what I mean? Or some people be like, oh, don't worry about that relationship. Worry about your own because y'all don't want people to stick up for the community. We got to fight for the whole community. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, it changed up when women got the freedom to do what they want. I mean, not the freedom to do what they want. They always should have the freedom to do what they want. But when they got on this liberated revolution, you know what I'm saying? It kind of changed it for the worse. You got the social media, internet age that kind of fucked everything up. Because back in the day, you had to kind of meet a girl face to face, or somebody had to hook y'all up with each other. You know what I'm saying? But you had to really, the dealing with people, the access was limited unless a girl walking around all day with some little skirt on or some little shorts on or something like that. A bunch of niggas gonna be hollering at her, but for the most part, you had, you know what I mean? You got, number one, you got to come across somebody face to face, then they got to push up on you. And you know what I mean? It got to go from there. Nowadays, they got so many ways to filter who they meet. You know what I mean? So they take a wrong decision up the rip. They, you know, they shooting down different shit and picking up different shit. You know what I mean? Picking up certain ones and shit like that. And it's going all south. And they taking it out on the men. That's what I was saying last time. They taking it out on the men for decisions that they make. They decide who the man they gonna holler at. And then when that ain't the right man, men ain't shit. And it's like a growing revolution of that shit. Like a bunch of females that want to do what they want to do, and then need to turn out that the men need to be something. Right. Which is crazy.
It's just crazy. As I said, you're gonna hear a woman talking out on this shit and said, you know, it's not right. And as I said, people, you're gonna hear a woman saying this. Not only Mona, but there's people on TikTok saying the same thing. It's not okay, it's not right for what a woman, what they did to Shannon Sharp, because she told him he could have done it. And then because she's mad because she's with somebody else. You see what I'm saying? This is why these stories are going away so fast. You know what I mean? Because once
they basically weaponizing this. Yeah. They basically weaponizing their sex life.
Yeah. And a lot of women don't like that. A woman that don't have a relationship, that don't marry and don't don't go out there and think, every man is whatever. They don't need a man in this society. It's gonna be a problem for you guys because you're gonna have a hard time connecting with the real woman. You know what I mean? Real talk. Right. You guys are gonna have a hard time because in their eyes, why should a man get in trouble if they already told a man they could do that? You know what I mean? For them, that's kind of bogus because you're trying to kill. You know what I mean? The thing as a man for what a man could do. Cause they don't want a masculine. They don't want a feminine nigga. Like, you see what I'm saying? A nigga that's gonna be like, oh my God, and act like them. That's not what a woman wants. A woman don't want a man like, no, you know what I mean? They want a man that acts like a man. You know what I mean? But at the same time, yes, like what I said, yes. You hear females telling you to choke them all like that, but they're not gonna tell you to kick them and beat them and piss in their mouth. You see what I'm saying? It's different. Yeah, you hear females talk about, but other stuff like that's what I said. And you ain't never gonna know a girl like Cassie. And if this was, I remember, I gotta say it like, oh, really didn't say it like this, but if she was a black girl, she would be getting way more bashed than this. But she's getting bashed though. But I'm just saying, could you imagine if she was a black female? Could you imagine? You think all them? You know what I'm telling you? I'm telling you. The only reason why she's getting this protection is a Spanish girl and she makes it Philippine. That's it. I'm trying to tell you guys.
And she taking down the nigga.
Yeah, that's the only reason why.
She helping take down the nigga.
That's why all them black girls are laughing. They're laughing at her because they're low-key laughing at her at the background because you know what? They're knowing that no black girl's gonna tell that man they could do this and then lock them up. You know what I mean? Real shit. You can't tell a nigga to come do something to you because that's what she like. And that's why they're gonna get down to the beating part. And that's why they're gonna be like, yo, it's kind of messed up that he did that to her in the video, but it seems like that's a lifestyle they live. Like, you see what I'm saying? And you could already tell that when the security came up.
Yeah, she said sometimes she punch her in the face.
Yes, exactly. So that's a lifestyle they live. That's a lifestyle. So she's basically telling you, yes, I got beat up on the video, but I also beat him up when there's no cameras around. So she knows what she's doing. It's just that Puffy caught on when she came back for round 2. Puffy said, I already know. You know what I mean? Remember, if a nigga trying to sex traffic you, he not gonna try to get you off the drugs. You know what I mean? She seemed like she was trying to get Diddy to continue doing the drugs, and he was trying to clean up their lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? He's the one that told her to go to rehab. People making it like, oh, stop. She got out of sex trafficking. You know what I'm saying? And she took herself to rehab. No, Diddy told her to go to rehab. You see what I'm saying? He basically dragged her to rehab. Come on, we got to give the man credit for that, yo.
She probably crept off with the wrong person. They probably laced her.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They probably laced her or gave her something super strong, thinking she can do the same thing she do with him, without him, not knowing that motherfuckers will line you up.
Right.
That's how it usually happens.
Set you up.
Female thinking, you know what I mean? I can do the same thing a man can do. That's a dangerous mentality. That's just like women that, you know what I mean, when they get pimped and they be like, shit, I can just sell, you know what I mean? I can just be on my own and sell my ass. But you don't got nobody protecting you when shit get out of hand.
Uh-huh.
You see what I'm saying? It's a different ball game. So, you know what I mean? You can't watch your own back or whatever. I'm not trying to condone pimping or no shit like that, but you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
You know, it's a dangerous thing.
It's a fact. We're adults. It's a fact because even though these girls out here don't need pimps no more, they're still escorting themselves, and they still got niggas that will, you know what I mean? They'll pay niggas to protect them. You know what I mean? But it's crazy because before it used to be like, oh, so like what Hazy said, like, yo, the game is maybe Diddy wasn't even protecting her. You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? But at the same time,
she was going off on her own. That's what I'm saying. When she going off on her own, see, when all right, him stop fucking with her like that is when she try to dip off and do her own thing. Like she don't need him no more. She not saying it like that. She's saying it like, you know, she did things in her own time too. But really, she was trying to go be a big girl. I don't need him here for this. I can do this and do that. That's really what she was doing. You know what I'm saying? And she finding out, damn, she should have just been loyal to yo because word get around that you're not loyal to the person who put you in the game. Everybody on that level know who in the game. So if you run around behind his back doing shit, you bad business for anybody in there. If you run around and you legit with him, you solid with him, everybody value you like, damn, she's sticking with you. Right. But you know, the moment that you ain't sticking with him, that value is gone.
Right.
Fact. You know what I'm saying? But she thinking like, you know what I mean, this is my moment. Like shit, I can, you know what I mean? I'm a big girl. I can handle the shit myself too. Yeah, but I don't need no man to really show me around.
That's what I'm saying. That means
this type of life.
That means how come Puffy's the only one that's getting in trouble for making videos? That means
I made a lot of contacts since I met him. I know all of these phone numbers too. I can just call such and such. I can just call such and such.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's how people be.
I don't seem like no escorting to me like somebody's getting pinned for traffic. I don't seem like none of that to me. I mean, real talk. That's not work. Like I said, we just gonna make it harder for female to be female. You know what I mean? Because regardless what they trying to bring the picture, they trying to make it sound like, oh, this guy's talking. Real to be real, some of that shit that Diddy did to Cassie, them females like hearing that shit. That's why when them females they hear the trial, they laugh because everything is all about sexual and positions and stuff. So they you know what I mean? Some of them probably getting off hearing that shit. You know what I mean? Like this is a trial that should be on TV. Yo. We shouldn't even be a trial.
Yeah.
Real talk, it should be a trial. Reality, like big one thing, like real talk, like it shouldn't be a trial. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what I mean. If we already settled men, if we already got settled, and she didn't get the money yet, then that means she must have went back on something that she signed. And what happened? Why you never got the money? Is that why you're here at court today? You never got the money? But who told you not to take the money? But no, if you never, and that's the thing. If you ain't never take the money, then that means you probably won't get nothing. You know what I mean? Nothing.
She might have said, "Fuck it," since y'all ain't give me my money yet. I ain't saying shit.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, there we go. There we go, Hazy.
She gonna be like, shit, I ain't got a dime yet. I know y'all expect me to motherfucking come put the case together, but I don't know. That's neither here nor there. But her not having that money, that's weird.
Right.
I guess when you sign your settlement agreement, you gotta sign it to get it within a certain amount of days, whenever you want it or whatever. You gotta establish all of that.
Hazy,
But the lawyers will get your money and hold on to it.
Hazy is just like the streets, nigga. You know, you already know. If you're outside working with the police, they ain't gonna give you the money until they catch that nigga. You know what I'm saying? And that's what she's doing right now. She just playing that informer role. You know what I mean? And she ain't get she gotta work all the way before she get the money. Because she been like that. She been thinking herself. That's to show you that right there, that's to show you that Biggie ain't never really did nothing. So she been thinking herself. Because she even right now in this case, she's pimping herself. She's pimping herself. She's pimping herself. Yeah.
And doing all type of drugs and shit and lying to her husband and
yeah.
Hold up. This what I was about to say, yo. Yo, this what I wanted to say. I had forgot my point I wanted to make earlier. Yo, somebody gotta do the math. Somebody gotta go back over her testimony, and somebody gotta set up a timeline and see what she doing freak offs while she was pregnant, yo.
You think she was doing a freak off?
It don't sound like she was taking no breaks.
Yes. You know
and she got 2 kids since then and pregnant now, but it don't sound like she was taking no breaks.
Don't sound like she was taking a break to me either. But she was so, bro, she was so thing. She was so thing that she was so mad that didn't want to do anything. She started doing her own thing, and people gotta call that up. When a man don't wanna, you're like, oh, you don't wanna do it. You acting like, I gotta, do this shit. You're being a punk. I can do it my own. You know what I mean? That's what she was doing, bro. That's what she was doing.
Yeah. She was tripping. She was just going behind his back. How people do. Yo, you already know in the business world, yo, people cut them. Yeah. So you set all of the traps. You set all of the traps for motherfuckers that show you who they is. And she failed all of the tests. But she wanted to act like she loved him, but she failed every test. She failed every test, yo. She went behind his back with people that he put her on with.
Right.
That's the ultimate betrayal. You gonna go do your own thing. Go do your own thing way somewhere else. So you gonna show these people that he around, he got certain business and shit with. You gonna show them that he got somebody around him that will cross him. And then you think they gonna give you value when you will cross him.
Right.
Like you gonna be more loyal to them when they pick you up. I guess. Goofball shit, man. I swear it's goofball shit.
Right. A lot of goofball shit, bro.
Yeah, she was doing a lot of shit, just her own accord, and I don't know if it's called ego when it's a woman, but it's that woman's ego. You know what I mean? It's that entitlement ego. Right. Where, you know what I'm saying, you can just do this and do that, like shit. But this shit come with a consequence, and you way better off being a loyal woman to a fuck nigga than being a disloyal woman to a fuck nigga. And I know that shit sound crazy, but it's the facts. You way better off being a loyal motherfucker because somebody gonna see you for your loyalty. But if you disloyal, a whole bunch of people gonna see that. They'll take advantage of it.
Yeah.
They'll come fuck you too and use you for what you use them for.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I think that's what's going on with the boyfriend. I think that's what the husband did. If he's not, I think, and I'm probably just gonna leave with the kids on the money anyway. I guarantee he does that.
Right.
I guarantee he does that.
Cause he can divorce her now if she ain't telling him all of that stuff.
Yeah.
He can divorce her and get half of that
They can make sure he gets everything and she don't get shit. You know what I mean? They can make sure that like, oh, this girl ain't never support us anyway. So we gonna make sure this man get all the kids. Well, she don't really care anyway. She just wants to go back and get taught. You know what I mean? The nigga just got her pregnant because he didn't want to go. You know what I mean? He didn't want her to cheat with Diddy no more. And he just get baby.
She gotta be careful. She gotta be careful when she go give birth. Speaking of, Candace Owens left the hospital early. She had her baby and she left early. She said they came to her house, yo.
Who Candace Owens?
Yeah, you know she just had a baby. Yo, she said she left the hospital early. I don't know the exact details because I don't think she, did no video about it or whatever yet. But the word is she left the hospital early, way earlier than what they recommend. She went the fuck home, and they sent somebody to her house talking about it's a welfare check. But she probably wasn't with the shit. They probably trying to take the baby away. Remember we were talking about that shit? Probably trying to find a way to get the baby away from you. So, you know what I mean? By themselves. I don't like that shit. They always trying to get the baby by the baby self, without nobody in the room. Like, what the fuck is y'all trying to do?
Right.
But with that being said, Cassie gotta be careful when she go to the hospital too. Yes, they will try some shit.
Yeah.
They will definitely try some shit at the hospital. That's one of the places where they gotta give you needles, they gotta take blood, they gotta give you different medications. You know what I mean? They got you. They when the baby born, they take the baby right away. I told you the last couple of times we ain't have that shit. Hell no, don't take the baby nowhere.
Yeah, that's too much. That's way too much. Way too much. And they do that a lot. They do that a lot.
If they can get rid of her ass and her husband and get all that money.
Crazy. That is crazy.
Yeah, it is. But here's what she signed up for.
Yeah,
that picture right there on your screen, she look like J-Lo.
Yeah.
She got more rounder lips than J-Lo, but she got certain J-Lo features.
Yeah, she's Spanish.
So that's a taunt. He was taunting J-Lo with her. He was taunting her with other women.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, but he probably really loved Kim.
Yeah.
Not to talk about his love like too much, because I don't give a fuck who that nigga love, but I'm just saying. That seemed like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the most feelings that he showed out of this story that been presented to us.
Yeah, it's just that he's always have that, as the thing for Kim in the background.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's always
maybe some of the shit she was saying to talk to children.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? She might have been just trying to eat at the children, like, yeah, he did this while he was with your mother. He did this and he did that and he did this.
I'm saying Sean kids, like his kids are not the same age as, and his kids the same age as Cassie, and some of them younger or almost the same age as Cassie.
Nah, the daughters and King Combs, they are Cam Porter kids, right?
Yeah.
The two twins, the two sisters and King Combs, right?
Yeah.
He got 3 with Kim, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he got 2 with her.
That shit just wild, but
that's crazy.
We'll see. I said I wasn't going to be interested in it, but lo and behold,
Yeah, my nigga,
We
it's
got to
crazy.
talk about this shit.
You gotta be. It's like it's almost like you can't. It's like you can't because it's on your TV. Like as I said, especially YouTube. As soon as you go
Yeah.
down, you swear there's 8 recommends about this shit. Yeah.
20% of your channels you subscribe to got a video on.
Yeah.
Maybe more than that. I know. That shit, this shit, and
Tory Lane.
and
Talk. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. Happy to say it. Shout out to y'all ladies. See y'all. Much respect.
who that's what's good, ladies at our top.
Yeah. Hey, much respect, much
And
love.
before it was the Rodney Hinton shit.
Yeah. Already, much respect. I appreciate that. Yeah, man. It's just a whole lot. I just can't wrap my head around it. Yeah, much respect, ladies. Much respect, y'all. Now we kicking it. But this is a whole lot of craziness. A whole lot of craziness. One thing I know is a whole lot of craziness. And I don't think we should. And as I said, if they wanted to have like sex talks and stuff, they should have had, make Cassie do some sex talks or something. You know what I mean? And talk about what's your best fantasy or worst fantasy or whatever. But this shit is just getting out of hand. Though. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, it is. And it ain't like I heard all of that shit. The pen in our mouth part, it was like, oh shit, it was a shock value moment. But when they went extra tough and the other stuff, that's like you lost me now, and it ain't nothing. I'm not excited to hear that that's what was going on, and I got the tea now or no shit like that. It's like y'all just trying to be extra with the shit and take away from because I don't understand what that got to do. What is that a charge or something?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like, is that one of the charges? Like, why that part even hadn't been in there? There's no point in don't try to tell us how nasty he is or how nasty you is. You know what I'm saying? We know both of you. We know everybody down with this nasty.
Yeah, that shit.
We know.
That
So
shit.
don't try to sit there and tell us that. I mean, certain shit got to be said because it's related to the case, but everything don't gotta be said.
Yeah, it don't gotta be said. You ain't lying. That shit crazy.
Some of these motherfuckers might have to say what they saying though.
Say again?
Some of these motherfuckers might have to say what they saying though.
Yeah.
Somebody own their name, they gotta do what they told to do in court. For instance, like an usher, he gonna have to do what he told to do. He don't got no power over here. He ain't got no rank. The motherfucking executives will have his head knocked off. You know what I mean? He ain't probably get no gangsters around him or build up no little army so he can fight back and that. So he gotta do what he told. So they call him and testify. He gotta do whatever they say. He gotta say whatever they say. Whatever they tell him, that's what he gotta comply with.
Yeah. I don't know, It just seems like she kind of. It just seemed like she's like, you know what? I am doing this no more and just kind of gave up on that. You know what I mean? It looked like she was gonna say everything they said, but then she like, nah, I'm not doing this. I'm not going through that. I'm not. You know what I mean? That's why she. That's why she said what she said. That's why I know some of those things that people are saying about is like, and I want to show that one bodyguard, that video. I'm glad that some of those that he was making some of that too. But Cassie just looking crazy. Looking crazy.
She probably just want to go have her baby at this point, though. I know she exhausted. That's one thing. That's one part I sympathize with her with right now is she pregnant, and I know she exhausted. It's taking a toll on her. And I do want to see her get some rest for the sake of her and her baby.
Yeah. I mean,
But you know, I do feel like she timed that shit for the time of the trial too, though. So she ain't slick. She ain't 100% off the hook. But you know, I do sympathize because I know it's taxing on her right now. It's definitely taxing. You pregnant, you carrying a child. All of this stuff coming out about what you did while you was with the man that you having a child by. So it's probably some arguments and shit going on, but he probably can't argue like he want to because she's pregnant, so he's agitated.
yeah. They probably don't want to sleep in the same room. None of that. I mean, you better believe they're in separate rooms, my nigga. Separate rooms. You know what I'm saying? If they do
What
that
you
shit,
think? What you think he gonna be thinking in his mind?
that nigga drinking by himself in a room by himself, hanging shit across the wall.
What you think he gonna be thinking in his mind the next time she go in for a kiss?
Next time she say it again?
The next time she go in for a kiss.
That nigga ain't gonna kiss her. He's not kissing her. He's not even kissing at the birth. As soon as he has that baby, he's gone. You know what I mean? And they gonna give it. They gonna
That's
give him.
bad.
They gonna give him full custody of all them kids.
That's bad, son.
That's what's gonna kill her. Because she'd be like, damn, that's because I didn't get along. I didn't go along, get along. I'm gonna get, you know, yeah, they're gonna get you for that. It's the crazy part. It is what it is.
It is.
It is what it is.
Oh,
This is crazy.
all right, I'm ready to tap out, yo.
Yeah, I'm gonna top out like in the next 10 minutes or so too. Already hazy.
All right, you already know. Next go round, man. Hey, yo, I think it's gonna be the Knicks, and I think it's gonna be the Knicks and 6 again.
The Knicks and who?
The Knicks and 6 games.
The Knicks in 6 games? Already.
6 games.
Yeah. Let's see.
All right, but I'll get with you next go round. I'm gonna drop down. I think I'm gonna drop down to the comments. Let me see.
Already
Once I
found it.
leave out of here. If not, you already know. Next time you go live, man.
Yeah.
All right, respect.
Yeah. Yeah, people, but yeah. We're gonna see what happened on Monday. I really want Megan Thee Stallion though to apologize to Tory Lane family and Tory Lane's fans. As I said, you know, we need to come correct. This only happening. I said this before, and I said it happened. This only happened over here in North America. We got these problems where women like to tell these men things and turn around and charge them. It's gonna have effect with other women. Gonna have other problems across the world. You know what I mean? Because they don't get on like that. Whatever they tell their man to do, they want it done. If the man can't do it to them, they're gonna find someone else that can do it to them. It's just simple and plain. You know what I mean? So yeah. What's your boy? Chris Brown. That Chris Brown shit there is just, you know, I feel it for him, but he's gonna have to sit there for a minute. You know, like I said, he does that. The only good thing from him, he's not gonna have the black community or people gonna try to bash him in UK like that. You know what I mean? The only thing they say is a legend, a superstar, and that's it. You know what I mean? They're not really throwing on dirt on him. They're not really bringing up the Rihanna situation and all that. They just, you know, they're not really doing all that. You know what I'm saying, Rice?
Already. What's happening, fam?
Chilling.
My bad.
Yeah, they're not really, what do you call it, bashing Chris Brown with the Rihanna situation. But if it was over here in the courts, they would have been on him, right? They would have been trying to bring up the old shit, his old case, and paint pictures of him. They're not really trying to paint no picture over him. Like the only thing they're talking about is why he got charged with. They're not bringing up no old shit. You know what I mean? That's how I know Chris Brown is crazy. He's in some shit. He's gonna have to sit down for a while.
Dang.
Yeah.
I just don't understand these guys because you have guys that handle all that kind of stuff. If I was Chris Brown, I wouldn't even been arguing with no security. My security would have been arguing with security.
No, it was a producer. It was a producer. It was a producer he was arguing with.
Oh,
Yeah, and what they said. I don't know if they said security or producer. Some people say it's producer. Some people say it's security. That's why
security.
there's got to be something to this. You know what I mean? Because when you hear a story and you don't hear it right, and this man only get charged now, and it's not like they said we have a warrant for your arrest. He just went back there and they locked him up.
Right. That's my point. That's why I always say, man, you can't never tell.
Right.
You know what I mean? You can't never tell what's on people's mind.
Exactly what they gonna do, what they want to do. It's just straight up craziness. Everything, all this, and paying. No fans are gonna pay an inmate to poke up somebody. Y'all just that right there alone is suspect. They're gonna look
Right.
into that. They're gonna look into that. They're gonna look
Right.
into that. They're gonna-
But they be putting themselves in these. That's what I say. That they know what's going on. If you Chris Brown and you're arguing with a producer, right then you should know what he's trying to do, bro. He's trying to take you down. He ain't you.
Right.
He actually needs you to be him. But if he can't use you to be him, he gonna take you down.
Exactly right.
That's Chris Brown.
It don't seem like, and that's what it don't seem like nobody's trying to help nobody in the music industry. Everybody's just trying to bring somebody down. That's the crazy part. And nobody trying to help nobody but bring somebody down. That is the crazy part.
I don't think so, bro. I think it has a lot to do with nobody wants to get involved in the industry because you see how they doing everybody in the industry right now.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Everybody's getting treated like prostitutes, man and woman.
Yeah.
I mean, real shit, real talk. Everybody, they're getting treated like that.
They getting treated like throwaways or something.
Yeah.
And everybody thought they had all this money and all this power.
Yeah.
Now that you see that the more money you have, the bigger slave you are.
Yeah.
Because you got to keep that shit. So you got to be a slave to it.
Mm-hmm.
Again, that's why, any kind of relationship, not just man and woman in this country, most relationships fail. It be money issues because that equals people's integrity.
All about money.
I mean, come on, Cassie. That's what I say about millionaires. Girls don't like regular guys. They like millionaires. And then when the millionaire act like this, they're like, "Oh my God, I didn't expect that." Well, what did you expect? Integrity?
Right.
And even Cassie, you watched how he did Kim Porter. Come on now. What did you expect? He wasn't gonna do you the same way? No, you did what she wanted to do, Chef. She stuck around as long as she could, and she was taking notes the whole time because when she wanted to get out, she was gonna bring all this up.
Yep. That's what
And
she did.
she was a willing participant because that's how informants do you. They invite you to do the shit
Mm-hmm.
that you want to do anyway.
Right.
And then they play victim and tell on you at the end when they don't want to do it no more. Or they don't want to do it no more with you.
Mm-hmm. With you, but they're doing somebody else.
Yep.
And that's why she was cheating on her husband with Diddy because they wasn't getting down like that. They wasn't having that free
Yep.
talk and that type of stuff. They was having the regular stuff.
You know what I'm saying? They wasn't doing none of that. She's like, I'm not used to this. I gotta go back to this. Why she probably fucking her? Probably she probably having sex with her husband, right? She was thinking about Diddy. I guarantee you anymore.
I'm telling you.
Yeah. She crazy. Yeah, it is. You know, it is.
She's probably like, oh my gosh, this is boring. Nobody's peeing in my mouth.
Yeah, nobody's doing this.
Yeah.
Nobody's recording me.
It ain't. Yep.
Nobody's walking after me while I'm doing this. Yeah. I mean, they want that lifestyle, and come trying to change because you're at a certain age. You know what I mean? You're going into your 40s. You're trying to act like, oh, like come on, knock it off, yo. That's what I'm saying. Y'all are crazy. If y'all don't turn lesbians, y'all looking for some sympathy after y'all done out run out your body. Like your mileage is done. I just want to know how the husband feels because a lot of nigga been up in there. Everybody, like the whole industry been up in there. The whole industry. The whole industry been up in there. The whole industry. Like, wow. How would you feel as a man that has a wife like that, knowing that the industry been up all up in your woman? I don't know. That's crazy. But yeah, Rice. I'm gonna take off now, Rice. I'm gonna holler at you in the next one.
Already, fam.
Yeah. Much respect, bro.
Big man.
Yeah. Shout out to y'all. I'm gonna see y'all on the next one. Y'all like, comment, share, subscribe. Yeah.